Welcome to another sedition of the Indignants. Actually, a special sedition of the Indignants. Tonight is election night 2021, and I'm joined by our usual suspect. Can you guys introduce yourselves?
In any particular order?
Nah, it doesn't matter.
Okay, I'll go first. I'm Eric Shepard, local weirdo and vote sign guy, I guess.
I'm Bailey. Hi. Local activist. I don't know what else to say about.
Troublemaker.
Well, we'll get to know you as the night goes on, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm sure you will.
And I am Matt Smith. I'm a pain in the ass. I'm politically engaged. I'm a former executive of the Green Party, but I also like to say fuck the Green Party now. But I do appreciate you, those of you that vote for them. And yeah, welcome to the 44th election. This is also my 44th year. So we'll just throw that out there.
Oh, and I
Maybe,
forgot
maybe
to
that's
mention
in our
I'm Mike
favor.
too, by the way. I
Yeah,
forgot
we
to
all get
mention
this
that I'm
old.
Mike, so sorry about that, anybody. Yeah. So what's going on here, Matt? It looks like we got a couple numbers up on the board so
Yeah,
far.
we've got some results in already. Most of the East Coast seems to be coming in slowly but surely because they are an hour to an hour and a half ahead of us. And we have basically Newfoundland pulled off a conservative seat. I believe PEI has gone all red. Newfoundland and Labrador has one conservative and everything else is red. I'm really eager to see where this NDP seat has been called because that could be interesting. And yeah, so far we have a bit of a liberal wave starting.
Could be
Okay.
worse.
This was something I wanted to ask everybody just as we started. Predictions. What do you guys think?
Ooh, this is a fun game.
Yeah, I don't know, honestly. The point of this election, this snap election, in my opinion, was so that Trudeau could try and get a majority. Because right now we have a liberal minority government. So this whole time since this election was announced, I was thinking this is just Trudeau wanting a majority, right? I think most people figured that was at least part of it. Will Trudeau get his majority? I honestly, my prediction as of right now is no. I think we're going to be stuck with another minority government. And I think there's a chance that the Conservatives could win, actually, because a lot of people. So I don't know. It's hard to say, but I personally don't see a majority liberal government. I feel like people are more divided than we were before, and also, other parties are going to take some of those votes as well. So yeah, I'm predicting another minority government. Not sure if it's going to be liberal or conservative, but I'm not. Right now. It looks like the liberals are going to come out ahead, but it's very early, and
We s-
I don't know that this is going to continue.
Matt?
we still have polls that are voting right now. Like this, does anybody remember when they couldn't announce any results until like the last poll in Canada had closed?
That was quaint.
Yeah, now that seems like because I was sitting there, I was wondering today. I'm like, when can they announce the results again? And because I am that 44th election years old. Um, this is going to be interesting because this also encourages more people to race to the polls.
You're really
And
old, Matt.
yeah, I know. Thanks, Dad. But yeah, no,
So
this is gonna, I think you're gonna see a lot of PPC guys Googling how to vote right now. Because if there's one party that's got PPC supporters, but they don't know how to navigate a map,
all
that
right,
would.
hold on to that. Hold on to that. What do you think though? What is your prediction tonight? I want to hear it.
I'm going with 338 seats for Jagmeet Singh all the way, like full flush.
Yeah, there you go.
But
Good for you.
realistically, I just want to see Jug pick up some seats. That's what I want to
Mm.
see. I want to see him be able to say, I am an adequate leader for this party. This is the party of this is the new NDP. Every other party out there is they're still trying to pull those boomer votes, man. Like, I'm sorry, you're a boomer, you're done. Go retire. You guys have pensions. We don't. Like, let's
Yeah.
put it in perspective here. We need to like. I'm almost at the point now, and I'm a little stoned right now that maybe we need a maximum voting age.
So I still haven't heard an answer from you. Who's
I
going to win?
I said the NDP, but no, it's going to be a
Okay.
It's absolutely going to be a liberal minority. Like, let's face the facts here.
All right.
Like it's going to be the same thing. This is the same playbook that Harper played in 2008. He tried to cruise himself to a majority. It worked for him because Harper came in on a minority government in 2006, and
Yeah.
for 2 years they spent it bitching at the Liberals. Liberals' fault, we can't get anything done, blah, 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 blah. 2008, they reran, he cruised to a majority. This is what Trudeau thought he could do.
Mm-hmm.
And
Wah, wah. Eric, what do you think?
Well, I think I'm going to go with the majority here, in that it's going to be a minority.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be. Yeah, you know what I mean. I'm
Yeah.
being clever. No, I think it's probably pretty certain to be a liberal minority for the reasons that everybody's outlined so far. That this was a gamble. This was an attempt to get the majority, which was never really realistically on offer in the first place. I don't think.
I don't think
The liberal strategists were hoping to just sail by on an adequate COVID response, and it was adequate. Like, it wasn't horrible, it was adequate. And
Obviously
it
didn't live in
was
an old age
they
home.
they didn't, I think, count on the discourse expanding beyond pandemic handling. So I'm expecting, yeah, it's going to be a liberal minority, possibly a slim one with the smallest chance of a conservative minority. And my hopes aren't all that high for the NDP at the moment, because they've been, like, the trouble with the NDP is that although they are a, so to speak, big tent party, they are pretty diffuse. Like, they're distributed broadly across the country, and unfortunately, with the riding by riding electoral system that we have, it's basically impossible for them to get decent support in rural areas, for example, because
Mhm.
as many as there may be in rural Ontario, there's just so many conservatives that they'll never win a seat outside of a city. So that's kind of a problem, and it's one that can't really be addressed until the right is split again, and maybe the PPC will do that for us.
I agree with all of you. It's going to be a liberal minority. I
good night,
would
folks.
agree,
All right.
I would agree with Eric on the PPC possibly
Look at that,
splitting a
they're
little
taking
bit,
polls.
splitting a little bit of the conservative vote. So I think that it's going to clean the chaff off the conservatives, sort of the old school conservatives, and they're going to stay. And then these conspiracy theorists, we might as well get into this, Matt, the PPC party and what we think, what we believe. This is our opinion, by the way, backed up with some facts, that the PPC party is something to be feared and watched over the upcoming years. And,
The right always has to be feared and watched and kept under a short leash, and I don't care how far right that is. If you allow a certain there's nothing wrong with the growth of socialism because all we want to do is educate your kids, feed you, house you, treat you well. When the
Yeah,
right
be
grows,
nice.
we start losing things.
Yeah.
We start losing institutions, utilities. Like, it's just bad news, right? Like, as a
Yeah.
whole, it's bad news. And I'm talking about your grandpa that votes conservative too, that thinks poor people just should get a job. And yeah, so it's the PPC is a scary beast because the PPC is they bill themselves as the big tent party. They even claim to be socialists, right? So, but they're also the ones that are like, we're free to have opinions, even if those opinions are brown people shouldn't exist. Right?
Yeah.
Like, this is, oh, you're welcome with us. No, because guess what? In my party, you can fuck right off if you think brown people shouldn't exist.
The
Right?
problem is they use the language of progressiveness, the language of leftists, and then recruit that into exactly the opposite of the stuff that they're talking about. I wrote a piece a couple of days ago that I'll post on the Indignants later that basically the PPC is a Big Tent libertarian party that seems to be all for freedom, seems to be all for an
Do whatever the
equal
fuck you want.
egalitarian, but they have that is a cover for removal of the state whose current role is to ensure a certain amount of egalitarianness in our society. As much as an anti-statist as I may be at times, the state does serve a role at present in keeping folks who would be fascist in nature at bay.
Yep.
So, just to give folks a little bit of history on the PPC party and how it formed, in order to become a political party, you need to have a certain amount of signatories, people that will vouch or say that they're going to be members of this party, I guess. I think it's like 250 people or something like that, if I'm not correct.
250, yeah.
Yeah. So, and that's submitted to some agency or whatever that takes care of these sort of things to be approved. And all the members that sign up are listed on there. The PPC was founded by members from Pegida, members from which Pegida is a anti-Muslim group that is considered to many as a terrorist organization. It started over in Germany. That's just one, a lady by the name of Jenny Hill. That's her moniker, but she's got a real name that we're aware of. Then there's the Sons of Odin. They're also, and then a number of neo-Nazis, and they're all on this list. So, Matt's got a great analogy about something like this. What's that about?
Yeah. Well, it comes from I can't remember the doctor's name, but he's a German doctor, and he says, as they say in Germany, if you go to sit at a table with 9 other people, and one of the people at that table is a Nazi, you're now at a table with 10 Nazis, because you don't break bread with Nazis. Like that's just enough there. You either become not a Nazi or you're a Nazi. Like, I don't go for dinner with my racist uncle because he's my racist piece of shit uncle, right? Like, you don't have to welcome these people into your lives because that accepts it and that encourages it.
Mm.
Yeah, and unfortunately, when it comes to the PPC, they're also now they're recruiting single issue voters, folks who are critical of pandemic restrictions in any way, shape, or form. Like, there are legitimately reasons why one might be concerned about a, so to speak, vaccine passport. I can see that people may have concerns about privacy, about government surveillance, that sort of thing. Perfectly fine, legitimate. I don't agree with them, but okay. But now the PPC is positioning themselves as the party that is against that and that sort of thing all over, and then that is then allowing people to be drawn in. And then once they're drawn into that sort of thing, they might start listening to the rest of the rhetoric and, hey, wait a minute here. Maybe I do have some feelings about brown people. Maybe I do have some feelings about, I don't know, the rule of law and stuff like that. And it's a slippery slope. It as soon as you're being exposed to that sort of thing, it only takes a couple of well-crafted bits of rhetoric to start someone down the path to fascism. And unless being exposed to anti-fascist thought, then they're just going to keep sliding in that direction because there's really nothing substantive being offered by the other parties that's going to get around that's going to confront that. It's basically like a bunch of parties that are almost effectively the same versus these guys who, one of their taglines, one of their mottos is the other candidates suck. And like, they all kind of suck. Kind of
It's
agree
not
there, but
wrong.
they're not wrong, but also like that's
Actually, there
not
are some great candidates. Like that's
sure,
but not in the
but like
PPC.
that's not an argument. That's an aesthetic judgment. And if one is basing one's political beliefs off an aesthetic judgment, they haven't really thought it through. They're just voting based on the moxie, based on the likability of the idea of their party, rather than any actual sober assessment of what it means.
The thing that I find with them, especially their social media messaging, is that, and this is a common one that I keep seeing them post about recently a lot more. They're really pushing it, and it's the global agenda. So they're against the global agenda. And
UN Agenda
I
21
keep
or something
asking,
like that, right?
I keep asking them what this global agenda is. Like, honestly, on their page, I'm like, I'm very interested to find out what this global agenda is you speak of.
Well, do you
Question mark.
remember Bernier during the debates last time a couple years ago? Literally, the debate started, and Bernier's like, "These people are all globalists," and like starts like yelling at the other candidates for being globalists, and like that's like the whole like globalism thing is a really like
Yeah, like, what do they
it's a big
mean? Like,
part of their narrative.
This
I
is
I
about
was
Narrative.
okay,
I
so
was
Yeah,
at the
I
G20,
mean,
protesting that. Like, come on,
so the globalism thing stems with these guys from Agenda 21. Like the plan by, the UN plan that there's certain crises and
depopulate the
things
planet.
we have to take notice of globally, right? Like we can't tackle climate change as individual countries. It's just not going to happen. So
I
this
think
Has
it's
to be a
more than just
coordinated response.
yeah, and it's more than just the Agenda 21 thing with these people too. It's actually a whole bunch of anti-Semitic tropes. It's
It,
you dig deeper, and then they start
it's the
talking about the
usual.
bankers
well,
and it's not just the
yeah.
bankers. It's
it's the
all these
rhetorical
Jewish
power
families and
of
stuff. So
it's the rhetorical power of them, having a them that is some both simultaneously pathetic and powerful
mhm.
uh, amorphous
Enemy.
force, an
Yep,
enemy that
it's not human.
can, that
Yep,
can be, not human and also more powerful and scary, something that you have to unite in order to get against
defeat.
them.
Yeah, yeah.
And when it comes to this globalism rhetoric, it's basically that.
No.
Oh
Oh,
no.
1 second
Okay.
here.
Well,
Did the stream go down too?
just mad at the moment.
Just mad.
We'll
Just Matt.
just give it a second and I'll continue my tirade.
Are we back?
Oh, you're back.
There we are. Yeah, we're
There
back
we
on.
Look at
are.
that. I don't know what
Hey.
happens, but sometime like everything else is running fine. Hey, we need more nerds on
Sometimes
the team. Any
we
nerds
turn.
want to help us out?
Hmm,
You're welcome,
I'll
because,
just,
yeah.
I'll just hide my computer science degree here.
Mm.
Ah, Eric, you
Yeah,
sneaky,
Eric.
sneaky
Yeah.
No,
bastard.
no, I don't want to be drawn into that. No.
Right? It's
Yeah.
so much nicer when someone else is pushing the buttons. I remember when we did the radio station thing, Bailey was like the same. You want to know how to do this bit? And Bailey's like, nope.
Nope.
Nope, you do
Nope.
it.
Nope.
You do it. I'm good.
I got out of
Like,
computers
come
for a
on.
reason. I have to go for about 10 minutes, so I am going to just disappear.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay.
All right. See you later. So, globalist is a placeholder for Jews. Very right. Yep. In the far right rhetoric, the globalists are the people with no home, no land, no country. And good evening. Good
Good
evening.
evening. Good evening,
And,
Roland.
and that's exactly what they think. Exactly. And then when you confront a lot of these folks with it that don't think they're anti-Semitic, they'll deny that they are. So, but then they'll come up with, remember that argument I had with that guy, Bailey, in the car on the highway?
Yes, we were driving back from Montreal and we were just leaving the city of Montreal. So this is the beginning of the road trip too. And you guys just like got into a screaming match because
This
this
guy was, yeah.
this guy was going off about like he was obviously an anti-Semite and he was just saying a bunch of like racist bullshit you know, going on about the New World Order and shit, and you know,
You know what?
basically saying that
Rothschilds,
Jews are
World Bank,
responsible.
Bohemian Grove,
Maybe the
Agenda 21.
Indignants should apply for a grant from George Soros's Open Foundation or whichever it is,
We've
you
been
know?
trying for years.
What? We're not already getting
Yeah.
paid by Soros? I thought we already were getting paid by
Oh,
No,
Soros. Isn't that?
no, no. People are just sorrowful for us.
so
They're full of
that car
sorrow for
ride,
us.
that car ride was a 6-hour car ride, and me and him started the argument on the beginning of the trip from Montreal back to London.
We had to stop. We had to make a stop once out
Cornwall
of the city of
Brent.
Montreal.
Do I see a Cornwall Brent in here? Brent, are you literally from Cornwall?
Hi, Brent.
Hey, Brent.
We know Brent.
We know Brent quite well.
So if Brent is actually in Cornwall, that used to be Guy Lozon's riding, and I used to heckle the shit out of that man.
What's shaking, Brent? How you
Who is
doing, buddy?
that?
Oh, he was the former Conservative MP. Here's the thing people
Oh.
forget.
Oh,
You need
okay.
Brent was in the car too, so that was
You-
good. He
you
remembered
Yes,
that.
I just realized that Brent was
Yeah.
also on that trip.
Sorry, go back to politics.
Yeah, so well let's see what we got going on here right now, because we've got the CBC saying 19 seats for the Liberals, 6 for the Cons, and I love that they abbreviate it Con. Like it's
Check is in the mail. Yeah.
yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
Brent, did you notice the JPEG, the image with all the leaders and the very last leader on the far right-hand side? Did you enjoy that? I'm just wondering.
Oh, he's waiting for the PPC to storm Ottawa. That's fucking great.
They would.
Right.
They would too. They
Yeah.
would.
How's the PPC trending in Cornwall, Brent? Because that's got to
Yeah.
be
Yeah, what's the PPC like up in your neck of the woods there, buddy?
Brent's not from Cornwall, guys.
Oh.
That's his last name.
Oh shit.
I know he's not. I'm playing along with this.
God damn it. 613 represent.
But he was going along with it too, so I thought, let's roll
Yeah.
with it. Yeah.
God damn. It's probably with the NSA as well.
Oh, probably.
So what I'm noticing here is some of these ridings that the Conservatives have lost that they've called already, it looks like the PPC have pulled from them.
What do you mean?
Oh, Bailey, I think you lost your headset.
Did I? Or you can't hear me right now?
I can hear you. I can hear.
Oh, I'm hearing something else. My bad. Oh, sorry. I had another video start playing.
Hello, everyone. Hello and welcome to our coverage of the 44th Canadian election. We are live.
Well, not in Cornwall, but here I am,
I'm Rob Rousseau.
as
I'm
PPC
here
rep
with
who
Riley
quit the
Yesno,
Catholic school
an
board
aficionado
because
writer
they
and
put up a
researcher
pride
for the
flag
Allentown
and they
First
were
Nation.
too woke.
Riley's a contributing
Whoa,
editor with The
really?
Verge. She's
So
written for
yeah,
the Globe and
that's
Mail,
from
Toronto
Brent,
Star, The
and
Times.
apparently
She's
the
currently a
person
research
in
fellow with the
his
Yale
riding
Institute
that's running
and
for
PhD
PPC
student at the
was a
University of
Catholic
Toronto.
school board
Riley,
member
hello.
and
It's great
quit
to have you in
because
the
they put
studio.
up a
It's
pride
really cool.
flag.
We're also here with
That's,
Mark Lukács,
I would call that
investigative
person a
journalist
piece of
and
shit.
managing editor of The Bridge.
Yeah,
She's a former
it's not
environmental
surprising
writer for The
though,
Guardian,
coming from a
and the author of the
PPC
Trudeau formula,
candidate.
Seduction.
See,
No.
the PPC candidate in my riding. So here we go. My riding. I'm in London North Centre. And the PPC candidate, the People's Party. So okay, people who are not from Canada may be listening. The People's Party, you know, we've
People's
talked
Party of
enough about
Canada.
them now, but when we say PPC, we're talking about the People's Party of Canada, and they're basically our, you know, far right party. You know, the anti-vaxxers and whatnot. So the PPC candidate in London North Centre, which is where I live, is Mark Emery.
Yes.
And you don't know who Mark
Mr.
Emery
Pot.
is. This was a trip. This was a trip for me when I first saw it, because you know, Mark Emery, he's known as the Prince of Pot. That was his, you know, how people
Moniker.
knew him
Yeah.
for a very long time. He's one of the he was one of the, you know,
He
most
founded the
famous,
marijuana party.
cannabis.
He ran cannabis culture.
Yeah.
And then in the
Yes.
in the early 2000s when we were under a conservative government, the Harper government allowed basically the drug enforcement. Like, I used to be a big fan of Mark Emery. I'm not gonna lie. I was a big fan
We
of
all
Mark
were.
Emery.
We all were.
And
We all were.
yeah, like
In the day.
he got railroaded down to the States, and then when he came back, I think he's just bitter now. He's very bitter. He's
Yeah.
got an axe to grind. Legitimately.
Yeah, well, he's been, since he got out of jail, he's been kind of going downhill from what I could tell, cuz like he used to be, I mean, he's always been kind of, kind of a libertarian, kind of in that camp, but he used to be reasonable, you know what I mean? Like he used to have reasonable views about a lot of things, and like obviously like the pot legalization thing was a big one, and people supported him with that, right? And one of the oldest, most well-known pot activists in Canada.
So
And
who was the
maybe
minister
didn't
of
agree with all of his political views because
who,
sorry.
who was the minister of foreign affairs while he was imprisoned in the United States? Because I believe that was
I don't
Maxime
remember.
Bernier. That was Maxime Bernier. It was Maxime Bernier that probably would have been the guy to call up the United States and say, hey, can you free that Mark Emery guy? And that's the sad part about who he's running with right now, is he's running with the people that kept that man in prison.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? Is like I was saying a second ago, he's always been kind of in that, libertarian camp, but since he got out of jail, he's been moving further and further to the right, it seems. And now he's a fucking People's Party candidate. And, he's just like not like everything he says now is just like, what the fuck, man? Like, what happened to you? Like, what happened to Mark Emery? How did he go from being the Prince of Pot to fascist scumbag running for the People's Party?
I got your
You know
answer.
what I mean? Like, that just, it blows my mind. It
I
blows my
know.
mind. And he's in my fucking writing. It
Yeah,
just,
I know.
I'm sorry. It was a trip. It was a trip when I first realized that.
He's on my Facebook. I'm his friend. He's hardcore Q.
Yeah, well, he's an example of what is happening to a lot of people out there. Mark is
QAnon stuff, conspiracy theory stuff to like just to the tilt.
But
like,
this is what happens with people, right? So he's had a shit hand dealt to him, right? And now he's trying to figure out why that shit hand has been dealt to him. Why has my life been declining? And so he's grasping at whatever is easiest to blame, which is this QAnon shit, that it's the globalists, that it's, really what it is it's the conservatives that fucked up Mark Emery's life. They had to sell their business. They had to get rid of cannabis culture. And now he's like, well, no, it's woke culture. It's woke culture that has canceled me, right? Like he's sorry, Mark, you shouldn't be fucking around with teenagers when you're middle aged. Like there's a certain point where we learn to draw the line, and I get it. He's had a rough go. He's had a very rough go, but he's not the only one out there. This is what's happening now.
And it's the woke people that he has all these problems with now who have supported him like the whole time. You know what I mean? It's the woke people that supported him when he was in jail and, fought for him to get released and stuff. Yeah, man. Like how can you
I sent the guy a damn book while he was in prison. I sent him the Fidel Castro reader. He obviously didn't fucking read that shit.
Obviously not.
Probably traded it for cigarettes. But I don't even know if they would have let that book through to him in the prison system. Hey, Dan, what's going on?
Hey, Dan. Oh, geez.
Well, we've got the NDP.
So 20-8-3.
Yep.
But this is pretty much, let's look into the writings. Like this, we're talking about Newfoundland here, right? So.
Yeah, this is really early. Like, I'm surprised.
This is Nova Scotia, New Brunswick.
Oh, I got some nasty feedback there.
But yeah, no, like it's been a strange election. It's been a very disappointing election from the Conservatives. I honestly thought they would play a much better game, but they're still campaigning like it's, I don't know, 1996. Same tired old tropes, same
So
like fail to
yeah.
engage with people like me.
So Brent's saying that he feels that he's saying these numbers aren't actually good for liberals. Liberals should be winning 75% of the Atlantic Canada vote. So
Yeah, well, Atlantic Canada's usually
are
been
they
sweep
historically?
provinces. They've usually been sweep provinces. They usually either flip liberal or conservative.
Yeah. But I thought they were more conservative. So maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Depends on the NDP used to be a huge stronghold on the East Coast. You know, you had
In
Alexa
Newfoundland,
McDonough back in the day and
especially.
stuff.
Newfoundland, NDP was doing really well in Newfoundland for a while there.
But you know, I think the Atlantic provinces are seeing a weird prosperity these days too, right? Like they've got a lot of influx of people. They've been growing. I don't even recognize Halifax anymore when I go back there. You know, the places that I used to hang out at now is like it's like a Payless. I'm like, okay, so. Oh, what's
I
this?
I love I love Halifax, Nova Scotia. Actually, it's one of my favorite cities. That Montreal, then Halifax.
St. John's, great city. But I'm a
All
little
right.
bit biased.
So seat change in Nova Scotia. What are we looking at here?
Well, here, let me bring some volume onto the CBC here for a few.
Government, if you are trying to hold government, losing anything could matter. So let's go to David Cochran now, who will give us a state of play.
I guess
as we,
I have to go
wait
live
for
on
more
it
results
here.
from Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, Rosie, we finally got results from all 32 ridings, so we get to play with our new toy. Josh and James are up on the Steadicam, and we're going to try to make this thing work. I'm going to start in Newfoundland and Labrador, where we kind of have the surprise of the night for me early is the Conservatives on the board in Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame. I mean, this is a close race where the results have changed a bunch of times. Right now, Clifford Small, with more than half the polls reporting, has a couple of hundred votes lead over Scott Sims, the incumbent Liberal MP. This is a surprising result. Right here in St. John's East, we have the New Democrat Mary Shortle holding on, at least at this point. And an important thing here is that Jagmeet Singh went there. This is an important seat for them to hold without Jack Harris. They need to put down NDP roots. He released the party platform there, and so far, they're in the game still. And this one, Boniface and Buren Trinity, that is flipping back and forth all night. The problem here for the Liberals is that we talked about how they wanted to be at 25 seats. Now, I know these is early polls, but the trend lines are a little bit ominous in the strength of the Conservatives in some of these rural ridings. The Liberals right now are down in South Shore St. Margaret's, that's Bernadette Jordan's riding, and in Cumberland Colchester, where Lenore Zan is running. So you're already seeing some gains by the Conservatives, at least in the early results. And we have two New Democrats on the board, because not only are they holding on in St. John's East,
they're holding on in
Dartmouth Cole Harbour, the New Democrats in an early lead. So
nice.
If the Liberals fall below 24, 25 seats, that path to victory gets a lot tougher for them. And I have to tell you, Rosie, the surprise to me is that Conservative strength in central Newfoundland. We knew Boniface and Buren Trinity would be close. The central Newfoundland
guarantee you, if you check the polls on that, that's pulling PPC away from the
that is
Conservatives.
Interesting, and I should tell people that as you look at that map and as you look at the bottom of your screen to see where the seats are going, the Conservative vote is up right across Atlantic Canada. Not sure if that's going to translate into many more seats, but there are more people voting for the Conservative Party in Atlantic Canada than they did in the past. And at this stage anyway, the People's Party of Canada is not a factor here in Atlantic Canada. That may not be the case, of course, as we go through the country tonight, but in Atlantic Canada anyway, it is not eating away at Conservative support.
Oh, they didn't even have a PPC candidate in that riding.
Yeah, we've got some new results coming in from Egmont. So this is the riding on Prince Edward Island that the Liberals came closest to losing in the last election. They still managed to capture it, though. Bobby Morrissey with a lead right now. He's won 2 terms in this riding.
I'm going to turn that down so we don't get like a terms of service violation here.
In federal politics.
But
not a huge surprise.
I don't think we would.
Nothing too crazy there. I'm going to send you guys a link.
Yeah, I can't listen to it because it's delayed.
But make sure you know it, Mike. Make sure you're clicking on that live button.
Yeah, I have been, man.
Okay.
Seriously.
I'm interested to see
Last,
how
yeah,
the
last election they had about 23% of the vote in
Quebec
that riding.
swings,
This time around, they're
because
still
that's going to
hovering
be
right
rather
around that
interesting
mark.
to see.
Cardigan is one. You know, we've got Lawrence Macaulay here, 11 terms, which he's seeking right now. His 11th term. He's in the lead right now, strong lead.
Hi, I'm back.
Quebec
To one
really,
more
Welcome
riding
like,
back.
heavily
in
liberal,
Prince
isn't it? Hey, Eric.
Edward Island, where again, the
Maxime
surprise here,
Bernier,
not
Prime
who
Minister
is
yet?
the lead, it's sort of
Oh,
where you
no,
would
but
expect
look
to
at
Export
that.
see
Mike.
him. But
So
tonight,
Dartmouth
actually,
Cole
the
Harbour,
Green Party here
the
should finish
PPC are
second
polling
into
higher than the
conservative,
Conservatives.
from 2019.
Let me see if I can.
In this riding in the last
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
What?
There has been some discussion that the PPC may serve as
Yeah.
a spoiler for the Conservatives
What?
this election.
The polls in Dartmouth Cole Harbour are the Liberals taking 444 polls so far, the NDP 426, the PPC 127, and the Greens with 40. So, do they even have a Conservative candidate?
Wow. This is
What a
Dartmouth?
strange question.
Wow.
They did not have a Conservative candidate. So, there you
Oh,
go.
weird.
Yeah, very
Wow.
weird, because Dartmouth Cole
Swear.
Harbour is a large riding. It's part of the Halifax Metro Municipality. This is
Wow.
nice.
That's scary.
Yeah, I was surprised. Usually the Greens are able to, they've always usually been able to pull off a candidate in every riding, but I think, yeah. And the why didn't they parachute somebody into Dartmouth? Interesting.
I have a vague recollection of a Conservative candidate bowing out at the last minute for some reason, and I can't remember if it was that
Probably a late
riding.
night phone call saying, I'm going to break your legs or expose you for something and you're going to drop out.
I think the vague memory has them doing something really, really dumb, which is basically a political, like a PR nightmare for whatever party they happen to be attached to. So,
Well, they post a lot of stupid things, those folks. So
it's true.
yeah, Matt was surprised. I've never been banned on Facebook. Never.
Very much surprised.
Never. I've had
Hey,
pages
Curtis.
banned, but uh-oh.
We need to bring Curtis onto these streams.
Oh, I don't know. That could be dangerous.
There's not enough bleeping.
Yeah.
We love you, Curtis. You're just
Yeah.
a firecracker.
We could have him on as a guest.
Yes.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, I can see that happening for sure. Yeah.
Legend. The legendary Curtis Nixon.
Oh, Curtis, wait a minute, buddy. Wait a minute.
There is something happening in Nova Scotia. I don't know how troubling.
Oh, I know what he's getting. I know what.
Liberal vote down 3.5 percentage points right now. I talked to enough Liberals through the campaign to know that there was some
got something.
Labrador appears to be going Liberal.
Oh dear. Oh no.
Oh, Labrador is safely Liberal. That's definitely a given.
Labrador is liberal.
Yep. I've
They
sent
have
you
been,
a
I
link
think,
of my
for a long
results
while.
there on the bottom. The last link you should have received. And you can pull up the riding by riding results.
Hey, Curtis, I miss you, buddy. I miss you. I really do. You know, I like it when I got you up against the wall, spread eagle, and, frisking you all over the place. And, yeah.
I'll have to pardon my eating on air.
Oh, I'm going to get you for that. You know that. Right?
I've been walking all day and am now very, very
So if people
hungry.
don't know, there's a lot of history with that puppet and Curtis. They go back a long ways.
Yes, the puppet is the puppet's been around for a long time in our little circle here. What did we name him? Officer Porkrot?
Yes, Officer
He's
Porkrot.
named after a real cop in this city.
What's his name?
Potroff.
Potroff, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Potroff, yeah, Potroff. And he was one of the cops that would harass us at Occupy and at protests over the years, and I think he was part of the
Threatened
House
to
raid too.
threatened to raid our apartment and stuff because he wanted.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it was Burke that was actually in
Oh, that
charge
was
of the
Burke.
raid, but Potroff would come to the door demanding shit from
Mhm.
us, and he'd say,
Yeah.
if you don't hand over your footage from this protest, then we're gonna come in and tear your place upside
Apart,
down.
like we did last time.
So
Yeah.
that's why, yeah. So we started calling him Pork Rot, and yeah, that's why, because he's not a nice man.
No, he got a promotion, eh?
Yeah, yeah. You never see him on the streets anymore.
That's
At
a good
least I
thing.
don't. He just,
Probably.
yeah, he's like, I don't know what he's doing now, but
Well, as long as he's not interacting with the public, I think that's a good thing.
I agree with that.
He probably agrees with that too. So there we go, win-win all the way around. You know.
Curtis says his name's not Pork Rot. Curtis says that the puppet's name is Sir Bacon Burger Von something.
Where is this? I want to see.
I don't like who is Pork Rot? Then?
Sir
It's in the
Bacon
chat.
Von something the third Esquire. Von what? It's not just Von something. Sir Baconburger. Sir Baconburger. But we're just reading the chat here.
I want to see the NDP maintain those 2 seats out east.
Who? There's one.
Yeah, no, they're flipping that Dartmouth Cole Harbor is like 550 to 545 right now. It's very close race in Dartmouth.
Very small set of results though, so could go anyway.
Yeah.
Nice suit.
So that there is always an integrity check. If there's ever a question about a riding somewhere in the country.
Yeah, maybe we should be in suits. Does anybody have like a nice casual?
Yeah, I got shit. I got shit.
The unbuttoned collar and everything.
You know.
No ties, because never ties.
Yeah, like this guy. This is
Yeah,
okay.
he's got that casual air to it.
Yeah. You know.
You got that like
His
swoopy
hair's
camera
almost as good.
angle thing.
His hair's almost as good as mine, eh, Bailey? Like. Almost. I got that little thing going down there.
I wonder how many spoiled PPC ballots they're going to have because somebody votes twice. What happens in that case?
Huh?
So let's say, you know, I mail in a ballot and I also show up today and vote.
Mm-hmm.
What happens to those ballots? Because they won't know I've mailed in my ballot till they count that ballot.
I'm actually not quite sure what the.
I'd like to think they go directly to jail.
Right.
But yeah, no, like you know the ones that are going to try this shit most likely are going to be PPC voters. And they're probably writing in like, because of the level of information the PPC voters tend to have, it would not surprise me if they were trying to spoil a ballot by like voting in NDP candidate names, sending it by mail, and then showing up to vote for the PPC.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't have much. Oh, look, let's see.
I don't think it happens that often. If it did, like, I don't know.
This could be a big year for it. I can see the PPC candidate, like, you know, why not have mail-in voting parties, right? Order your ballots. We're all going to get together tonight and vote. Mail them.
I don't see them doing that though. I mean, they'll go to depths, I think, but I can't see that happening.
How much less support do you think the PPC would have had with without CERB? You know, there's these middle of the day anti-vax protests at the hospitals that are drawing, you know, a couple of hundred people at a time. I know if my boss found out I took off the day to go to an anti-vax protest out front of a hospital, I'd probably get fired. So, you know, I'm thinking that we have some unemployed people that are, you know, maybe
Yeah,
still
but they used to say
benefiting.
the same thing. They used to say the same thing about us at protests and stuff. Like, oh, they're just a bunch of
Valid
bums
point.
on the streets.
Valid point. Valid point. I'll
You
take that
know,
back. But yeah.
so you know,
Well, like we were talking about this yesterday, but like, can you imagine if a bunch of like Antifa or just like left-wing protesters, left wingers protested outside of a hospital for any
Oh
reason,
God.
not like anti-vax per se, but
what
like
would
for
happen?
any reason.
Could you
Like,
imagine?
imagine, yeah, like the hate
People would be
that
out on
we
the
would get if
streets
we
fucking hunting
protested.
people down and stuff like that. You
Not
know,
that
and
any
Yeah.
leftist
I'll
would
be
ever do
honest with
anything
you.
so stupid, but
My mom's got
No, I
cancer right
mean,
now, and if I have to take her to the hospital and there's a bunch of people standing between me and her getting into the hospital, somebody might get hurt. You know,
yeah, no doubt.
like you might get hurt because that's wrong on every frickin'
Well, and this
level.
is the thing. Like now they're starting to draw attention to the, you know, you're seeing a lot of attention drawn to the fact that there's the unevenness in policing because of this. You know, like if it was natives protesting, they'd be getting the hose. If it was us protesting, they'd be getting the hose. These guys,
Yeah.
they're like, "Hi, we brought you donuts."
So to
You
fill
know, like
people in here, though, just
Yeah,
Bailey, you
like
want to fill people in because we have some folks that don't know about this from overseas and stuff, like what we're talking about with
about
the
oh,
what?
even
hospital.
everybody's dealing.
Oh, right.
The anti-vax
Sorry, go ahead,
protests are
Pat.
they're now a worldwide phenomenon. This is not like a restricted to Canada thing for the anti-vax
Oh,
protests.
but this it is unusual here, though, that they're doing it at hospitals. I'm not
Well,
seeing it at
yeah.
hospitals anywhere else.
Well, that's the thing.
So,
Like, I mean,
and
anti-vaxxers
it's the
have always been
PPC people
around,
that are doing it.
right? They've always been around, anti-vax types, but like they weren't protesting hospitals before. You know what I mean? And even just like the protesting in general, like so for example, a few weeks ago, these people were throwing rocks at Trudeau. You know, and what did the cops do? Absolutely nothing. Right? I mean, native people, for example, like indigenous folks will have peaceful demonstrations, right? Anywhere. Whether it's like against like pipelines or whatever, and there's documents that have come out over the years that talk about how the RCMP were ready to shoot people at these
The RCMP are the first ones to break out their sniper rifles.
Right, but it's like they'll do that to native people, right? But the fucking People's Party supporters can throw rocks at the prime minister and nothing happens to them.
Could you imagine
Well,
if Antifa did that?
Shane Marshall did get arrested and charged about a day later. So that's good at least.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Why did I hear nothing about that?
Yeah. So
there's been a change in character to the way the anti-vax movement has been presenting itself recently. It now seems to be married with the Trump-style hyper-individualistic aggressiveness that we've seen in the last decade or so rising. Whereas before it was basically just a bunch of just like insular, confused, not particularly decent critical thinking skills folks, but now it's taken on this aggressive quality to it because there is now a movement that is capitalizing on that lack of critical thinking skills. This is kind of a half-formed thought, but I've been thinking a lot more recently about how there is a specific character to people that vote for Trump or the PPC or any of those other fascist-like parties, and like you see it on the facial expressions of the people at the protests. You see it in the character of their Facebook posts and things like that, where it's it's all about like fuck these people, fuck all this, etc., and very little in the way of like actually proposing anything. It's angry all the time, hyper individualistic, like this is causing a problem for me, therefore we need to change it. and no thought about anybody else, no thought about
Fuck you
anything
if
else
it
other
hurts
than
you.
my own.
Yep.
And
Well,
the
the
other,
simplest way I look at it always is if your choices affect me, then that's not something you can do. You're affecting me. You can make any choice you want so long as it doesn't affect me, right? I have to give consent to that. And I really don't want to get sick. So, I don't care much that I'm not overly concerned about the vaccine portion myself personally, more so as like people coming into my place of employment and wearing a mask. Just
Common courtesy.
yeah,
yeah,
have the common courtesy, right? That's all I
cover
ask.
your mouth when you cough. That's really what we're asking.
No,
Like
in
Now
my
the
this,
the
hey,
libertarians
wear a mask in my work. That's all I care about.
the
So
libertarians often bring up the non-aggression principle, the NAP, as their guiding principle, where like I can do anything I want unless it is aggressive towards someone else.
and that's
Which,
aggressive towards me,
yeah,
right?
it's a perfectly reasonable thing to stand on. Like it's a decent ethical principle that like
Sure.
I can do anything I want to as long as it's not hurting anybody.
Yep.
But they consistently fail to
Yep.
recognize when they do
That they're
things that
hurting
are
other
hurting
people.
people
Right.
that certain freedoms must be curtailed in order for there to be freedom for everyone. You can't have the freedom to not wear a mask, not get your vaccine, not blah, 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 all those other things without affecting other people. Now, of course, this presupposes, though, that the pandemic is a real thing and that people are actually getting sick, which some of those people don't believe.
A
So,
lot of
and
them
which is
don't.
hard to believe at this point.
Right.
Like I I know people that were like, oh no, this is like day one when I started seeing this outbreak status. I'm like, I've been through this before. This is gonna get big. This could get really big. And people are like, nah, this is just the media. This is the media. This is all sensationalism. And it's like certain things that the media does, they sensationalize. Absolutely. Pandemics usually isn't one of them when they like it's very tough to get what 380 countries to cooperate. Like, are you kidding me? This is
So we got a bunch of comments in the thing here. I'm just trying to
yeah,
catch up.
the exclamation marks thing is probably pretty true, but I tend to yell on the internet a lot. I tend to yell. I yell enough on the internet, not enough. I get hashtags banned on Facebook apparently. So this was a new one for me. Um, I've been using the
Oh yeah,
hashtag cowardly O'Toole.
yeah.
Thousands of people have been using the hashtag #cowardly O'Toole because the guys refuse to give interviews all week long. Twitter, you go and search cowardly O'Toole, you're going to see a bunch of stuff. Facebook, it's gone. It's been erased. Somebody made a phone call on that one, and I don't know how they pulled that. Welcome back, Mandel.
I just remember the last time we were streaming, like on debate night, where Roland, our friend from Austria, that's PPAT in the chat, called Aaron O'Toole the perfect cunt of the Ontario Bingo Club.
He's he he's an oil industry
And I'm never
lobbyist
gonna
is what he
forget
looks
that.
like this man looks like a lobbyist.
Right. And
Yeah.
I watched that video, Matt, you sent me of him, and it was like vet war, army, like it was just a whole bunch of just bullshit,
Yeah, he
you
likes
know?
to play himself up as if he's like some veteran. And
G.I. Joe
I get
guy.
it. He served. Absolutely, the man served. But he did, I think, one or two rescue missions, and then he was stationed in Chilliwack. He finished his terms of service. He went to RMC. He became a lawyer on the government's dime. He did his mandatory
Yep.
service requirement, and he left as soon as he could.
Yeah. And
That's all he
there's
did.
a key one right there. He became a lawyer on the government's dime.
He became everything on the government's dime because Aaron O'Toole's father was also a politician. They were grooming him for this, this, I guess, what's the word?
Opportunity.
This
Opportunity.
descendants of opportunity, the children of politicians becoming politicians. Like this is what he was
Justin
groomed
Trudeau.
for. Yes,
And a lot of
exactly.
people aren't talking about that. Good point. Good point.
Political lineages are really one of the big problems of modern democracy as it is, because it is about character politics. It's
Like a
about
kingdom.
personality politics. It's less a matter of what the issues are and more about, do you recognize the name? Do you recognize the character of the person that you're voting for? And do you like that person rather than do you like what they stand for?
Do you like their brand?
Aaron O'Toole's there. Justin Trudeau is there. This is the state of politics.
Ew.
Looks like the Bloc got a seat.
Oh, the Bloc will probably take a bunch of seats in Quebec tonight.
So
yeah, we're getting into the Quebec results now. Like Eastern Quebec is starting to come in, so we're gonna see more Bloc.
Funny thing about the Bloc, the debate night that we had, my buddy from work was watching, and he said that guy from Quebec, that French guy, he goes, he's great. He just says it how it is, and I'm like, you're right. He really does, you know. And he's like,
I mean, he had some good answers. I mean, I'm not like necessarily pro Quebec separating from Canada, right? I mean, that's a complex issue in itself. I'm not going to get into that.
They are anymore.
No, the Quebec Party is just it's hyper individualism again. It's a party solely for Quebec. It's
right.
Like,
but Bailey, what were you gonna say? What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, like, I remember like a lot of his answers though, that he was giving during the debate were actually decent answers. Like they were actually better than a lot of like the other federal leaders, right? I mean, I know that like Jagmeet was definitely like the favorite, right? Overall, I think we all agreed that he was the best candidate, but Blanchet is not bad by any means, and it doesn't mean that I think the Bloc Québécois is a great party. It doesn't mean that I think he should be prime minister, but as far as politicians go in Canada, like he's not terrible, and
sorry, Matt. By the
it's
way,
interesting. It's interesting.
Okay.
I find... What are we saying? Sorry.
We're just.
Oh no, that I cut him off. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I smoke a lot of dope. I don't mind it. We're going to be cutting each other off all night. We've got an interesting election taking shape here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I found that some of his answers were almost genuine, whereas everybody else was kind of skirting around the issues. You know, I don't even feel that the NDP Junbing was like more as forthright as he should have been. So
they rehearsed their zingers and their catchphrases very thoroughly before these debates, and Blanchet has the advantage of knowing that he's never going to be prime minister. He doesn't care. Like, he doesn't need to seem prime ministerial in order to get his message across.
Yeah.
And so this puts him in a great position where, like, the Bloc is a progressive party. Like, fundamentally, they are a progressive party, but they're also nationalist.
Very nationalistic,
yeah, nationalistic for Quebec. Yeah. So, like, Blanchet, the position
and he reedifies that all the time too.
Yeah. And they don't need to try to court the middle. They don't need to court your average, farmer in Alberta or rural Ontario or anything like that. They don't give a shit about that. All they need to do is just get the spirit of Quebec behind them, which they can very easily do just by that nationalistic character to them.
I mean, dude even said straight up that he's not interested in running Canada. I thought that was so funny. It's like, dude, you're in a federal debate.
Yeah.
And you're straight up saying you don't want to run Canada. Like, I think that's funny as fuck.
Yeah.
It is. And I wish the other candidates were in that same position, because like our obvious favorite here at the NDP, they are in the unfortunate position of trying to court the middle away from the Liberals. And generally they're not particularly adventurous with their policies as a result, because they're trying not to scare anybody. They're trying not to scare them into, oh no, socialists, and then they scurry back to the Liberals. But like, if they're trying to also be the Liberal Party, they've lost, because if we wanted a Liberal Party, there's the Liberal Party. They're never going to succeed at that. So I wish the NDP would do as Blanchet and the Bloc Québécois do, and be bold, be confident with their proposition of like wild ideas, because that's kind of what we need, kind of what I think people want. Flying boo. Oops. I have to knock at my door. I'll be back.
Boo Bear, look at him.
Rob, you're gonna
Boo for
have to
Prime
just join
Minister.
the stream chat so I can pay attention to you. Yeah, no, this is so we don't do we no longer have the NDP on the board, unfortunately.
Nope.
This is
Block from beating the NDP.
Oh shit. No NDP seats out east.
It's like I said, they usually sweep. They sweep red or blue, and maybe now they might, ever since they lost Alexa McDonough, like the NDP used to be a big stronghold out there. Jesus, yeah, you're right, Rob. Like, I keep getting messages off on a side window, and it's not fair. Yeah, no, the NDP used to have a very strong presence. Like some of the founders of the NDP were out east and stuff, right? It's very socialist province, but now it's red or blue. Now it's red or blue because a lot of those people that voted NDP, they've now retired. They've got their pensions, their houses are paid for, their political standards have changed. I know a lot of people that voted NDP that, were part of the boomer generation that now vote conservative or liberal. Look at the prairies. Look at Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan, the birthplace of the NDP, home of Tommy Douglas, was an NDP stronghold federally for the longest time. They can't even get them provincially now. There's something wrong with society out in these, I don't know, more industrial areas, I guess, that just they tend to swing blue now, and I'm not sure why. They're voting against their best interests. You've got the Canadian Wheat Board, a brilliant organization, kind of like a national organization for retailing our grains, and it was controlled. It was a farmers cooperative, and the Conservatives sold it off, and now it's owned by Saudi Arabia.
Yep.
You've got Mosaic Potash. It used to be the Potash Corporation of Saskatchewan.
China.
Sold it off, right?
One of the things the conservatives and conservative-leaning political organizations are very good at is mobilizing the feelings of disenfranchisement and disappointment. And by that I mean that there's obviously problems in our society. Things are obviously crumbling. The neoliberal era has been marked by a rollback of social services, and everybody's dollar's worth less, and people lose their jobs to outsourcing, automation, and all that stuff. And so, yes, people are less well off than they were before. And although
don't live as long, and
the reason for that is obviously the austerity and the neoliberalization of everything, but they have them. They have something to point to that they can blame that is not the actual structural causes, that is it's the liberals' fault, or it's those darn pesky socialists or whatever else, or the biggest one is it's that we have overspent. It's that we didn't take into consideration the deficit, and we've overspent because we're greedy, and now we just have to tighten our belts. We have to vote conservative. We have to go back because, well, those people before us.
Winning elections, we have women and people of color that win elections in Canada. One of the leader of the Green Party is an African Canadian woman, and Jagmeet Singh is a Sikh. This is we have a very multicultural platform.
Yeah.
But no, we have never had a Black Indigenous person of color as the leader of the country. Technically, we actually do have an Indigenous individual as the leader of the country because we have a governor. We have a governor general that is Inuk,
head of state,
which is indigenous to our part of Canada. Yeah.
But unfortunately has no decision-making power and is merely the arm of the
Queen.
Formal government.
Just a figurehead.
Yeah.
Is she, or is she here's the part that bothers me about that too. When I was at Walpole and they were putting in a pipeline to service the community. They had to sign, well, they were presented with documents from Enbridge at the time that said that they were giving up the rights of anywhere within the area of that pipeline for like any mineral rights and shit like that. And it said that the deal was between them and the Queen, the Crown.
Yes, the Crown holds all mineral rights and rights to all lands within Canada, right?
Right.
Like, except for the
and
treaty lands.
Yeah, and the chief was, and what the elected officials were okay with it, but the other folks in the community were not okay with it. It was interesting, but it did say that in the documents, exactly that.
Well, and you also have, you've got a lot of the structure on Indian lands is you have your hereditary chiefs, and then you have your tribal chief structure, which one is hereditary. It's been around since the dawn of the dawn of their existence. The other was put in place by the Indian Act, right? So
yes, by us, which is where the friction often lies there in those communities. So, but yeah, the wording in the document was really weird. I have a picture of it somewhere, I remember. But yeah.
The thing about that, though, it is a formal title. Like, it is all land by default in Canada is owned by the Crown because it's the Dominion of Canada. It's the Dominion of the British Crown. So, yeah, the Governor General has no real decision-making power. They're merely the pawn of the political arm of the government. So when the Prime Minister goes to the Governor General to request that they dissolve Parliament, they just dissolve Parliament. Like, there's never any sort of decision being made there, or at least historically, there has been no precedent of any Governor General not doing what the Prime Minister asks. I mean, maybe that might happen someday, but the way this is meant to serve is as a check against fascism, basically. Like, if we've got a popular movement that has seized government, that is now running roughshod over the political process itself, the Governor General can in fact step in and be like, no fascism. But again, it would have to be really bad, and
I think the royal family would be a fan of fascism, to be perfectly honest with you.
Well, they are German.
Right.
Mm.
They do have ties to the Third Reich too, so.
That's the big thing is like, I would like to see us finally ditch the Crown. You know, like
yes,
but
that would be lovely.
There's
but
way
on
too
the other
many
hand,
traditionalists. You know, like it's part of our heritage now, apparently. So whichever, you know, like
perhaps let's have a brief discussion about structures of government, because as we're now discussing, Canada has a two-person system of leadership. You've got the Prime Minister, who's your head of government, and the Governor General, who's the head of state. And so the head of state is basically, in our case, the formal leader of the nation, whereas the head of government, the Prime Minister, is the person that's actually like in charge of stuff. Whereas America has just a president who is the head of state, and the head of government. Is the president also the head of government, or would that be the House Majority Leader and Senate Majority Leader? A weird looking puppet. But anyway, so if we were to get rid of the Crown in Canada, would we then have a two-person head of state, president and prime minister? Some other nations do it that way, or something else. Discuss.
I would just like to see, you know, a dictatorship of the proletariat. That's what I would like to see.
Was that all?
Yeah, no, like, this is the thing. I want to get rid of the party system. We need to get rid of the party system. The party system is broke, and it creates inequality in the electoral system. And I think if we had a true parliamentarian system without the parties, that democracy would kind of take hold properly, right? Like, you'd have it totally based on votes, not along party lines, right? Like, that's,
I think we should start with stuff like first past the post, and ranked balloting, and just start off with a few measures like that sort of make it a little bit more horizontal, that thing. And then obviously move to a almost stateless society. But I mean, that's way down the road. But I think things like that, things that like the promises that Trudeau made that never really came about, stuff like that, that would probably help littler parties, gain some momentum and stuff like that in our political system, because it is truly like the American system. There really is only two parties.
I did like the initiative that they had many years back. I think Paul Martin may have brought it in, but there was you got for every vote, if you received more than I think 3% of the vote, you qualified for federal funding for elections. So you got $1.77 for every vote cast for your party,
And
which
that's all you could spend, right?
no,
So
they
that
still
was
had spending. They still had spending, but it was to assist the smaller parties, and it was a slow move to get the money out of politics, right? The goal was, let's stop the donations, because this is what's corrupting our system, is people, owing favors.
Yeah,
the
these are all
people that
simple.
have the most money usually win.
Yep.
So yeah,
These are all
and then
simple little measures that can be made, right? Like we
Mhm.
don't have to we can't go into the place that we all want us to be in, but like these are little steps that we've been talking about for decade, maybe 2 decades, that we could be making in the right direction,
There
you
also
know?
needs to be a much lower cap on campaign expenses. Like parties are
Yes.
spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on a campaign.
Yeah.
And it's disgusting. You can't break into it. Like imagine you as an independent candidate running in your riding against the liberal and conservative war chests. It's just not going to
Yeah,
happen.
you wouldn't stand a chance.
No, no, no. What they need to do is because I get it. Some ridings are different, different economics, right? So, so long as there's money in these campaigns, we need to kind of turn it around and say, okay, the last campaign, the average spend was this. That is now your maximum. So if a lot of these ridings might have 12 candidates because we have a lot of parties in Canada. So if the average comes out to $12,000, that's what you get to spend next time around.
I've also been a big advocate for mixed member proportional representation. So basically, what we have right now is the local candidates in local ridings. So I vote for my candidate here in London West, and whoever wins London West then goes to Parliament and is my representative. But if I happen to like a candidate who's in London Fanshawe and I wanted to vote for them, I can't. Or if I wanted to vote for a candidate that was running somewhere else in the nation, then couldn't do that either. So what proportional representation does is that you get to vote for your party or candidate of choice on a ballot, and just whichever ones win across the nation wins. Now there's some advantage to this local representative aspect where yes, I like having a candidate and a representative in my riding that I can go to with local issues. They live here in theory, and they represent the people who live here as well, which is great. But also, I would want somebody from the Green Party, because there's no hope in hell that the Green Party will ever get elected in London West. Just not happening. But I would like to see Green representation in Parliament. So if the Green Party were to be able to run as a national party, or the Communist Party or any other party like that, then we could have these minority voices showing up in Parliament, even alongside these majoritarian parties like the Liberals, the Conservative, NDP even.
Yeah, Brent, I think they completely got rid of the federal funding for candidates now. I think that was scrapped by the Conservatives the last time they were in.
Yes, that's right.
Because I had set up one of the best revenue sharing the Green Party. This funding came in, and I was a Green Party candidate, and then and initially the way this funding worked is it went to the ridings, and the ridings were supposed to kick it back. We managed to set it up so we kept 80% of the funds that came into our riding, and the main chief executive for the Greens only got 20%. They got like 20 cents on every dollar. So the Saskatchewan Green Party, the Canadian Green Party in Saskatchewan, had a bit of a war chest there for a while. So it was kind of nice.
All right. Well, this is slow. Any news?
Well, these are the big riding counts here, but I'm going to be back in just about 30 seconds here.
Cool.
Just looking at the map here, and I don't think it's updated yet, but it looks like things are starting to solidify out in the east end of the country. Waiting for a refresh here. Excuse me while I tread water for a moment. How about that local sports team?
What's that? Local sports
Waiting
team.
for data. The internet. Yay, there it is. Okay, great. So yeah, it looks like we're about where we were before out in the east end. The Newfoundland is mostly liberal with one conservative riding in Coast Bay's central Notre Dame. Nova Scotia is also mostly liberal, especially in urban Nova Scotia, but some of the more rural ridings are conservative. No huge surprise there. And New Brunswick is mostly conservative at this moment, except for St. John, which might go liberal. Yeah, it looks like it's fairly sure to go liberal. And then, yes, we don't have all that much else anywhere else in the country. Those polls are just now closing. So we'll see a lot more coming in just a few moments.
Mm-hmm.
Polls are going to close here in about half an hour.
Yeah, this is so far I haven't seen the Conservatives sweeping the way I thought they might sweep some ridings. But I don't think O'Toole's the candidate they needed. Like maybe they needed the Derek Sloan. You know, like this is he's now is he still running as an independent or is he slid into the PPC?
I don't know who Derek Sloan is.
I have no idea.
Derek Sloan was tossed out of the Conservatives for, I think, saying that, yeah, Derek Sloan. Let me pull this up here.
Let's just have a little Google fest here, shall we?
Yeah. Come on, Boo. Okay, you're getting off.
Yes, he was Hastings, Lennox, and Addington in Ontario. He vied for the Conservative Party leadership, and he's like anti-LGBTQ. Let's see here.
Hastings, Lennox.
Yeah,
well,
he's the one that took the donation from Paul Fromm.
Right, that guy. Gross.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like he's very much an anti-vaxxer, an anti-COVID restrictions
and so
guy.
Paul Fromm is a literal Nazi. He's Canada's David Duke.
Yep.
Yep.
Great.
Me and Bailey have run into him a few times.
Yep.
You saw him get arrested. Yeah.
I'm still surprised at how many white nationalists there are in Canada. Like this is what happens when you bring their families over after World War II, right? Like, what did we accept? Like 6,000 Nazis after World War II? Something ridiculous like that?
I just think that we had a lot of Nazis here to begin with.
We are a country founded on Indigenous genocide.
Just look at the night at the Manhattan, for example, in the United States, right? That film there that shows, all the,
it can happen here, ladies and gentlemen.
Square Gardens, right? And
fascism
Canada
can
had
anywhere.
a lot of it going on. So yeah, like you said before, it's an international thing, man.
The second you think you're immune to fascism, that's when it's right on top of you.
Yeah, well, I am surprised. We didn't hear much this election about, what was it last year? There's like the National Party of Canada or something like that. They ran last election. I can't remember.
Yeah, there is a Nationalist Party of Canada. Yeah, and they are, pretty much a Nazi party. There was actually, here in London, there was a psychiatrist at the London Health Sciences Centre, Vic Hospital, who was a candidate for the Nationalist Party. And like I know a couple people who like he was their psychiatrist, and like
Lefko?
they found out about like him. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it
Generally
was like a
speaking,
big.
fuck
It
that
was
guy.
like a big thing.
Who?
Yeah.
Who?
Lefko, Dr. Lefko. He's a psychiatrist at the hospital, at the top of the hill there, and he is a real piece of work. I know several people who have had him as their psychiatrist, and he is not fit to practice medicine, quite frankly.
No, he is not.
Most Nazi doctors aren't fit to practice anything other than digging their own graves, in my opinion.
Good point.
That's,
Yes.
Pretty much.
I don't recognize him.
The NDP have lost a seat.
Yes.
Hmm.
That riding
Yeah.
that seemed to be heading their way, I think, has now gone to
St.
the
John's, or not St. John's,
Wow.
St. John's East, I think, isn't it? Or
That makes sense. Yeah, I think St. John's East was NDP before.
Yeah, so Quebec is certainly one of those.
See, the NDP actually has more support down east at the provincial level than at the federal.
I think here's the thing: all the parties need to realize right now is they need to reinvent themselves. The NDP are doing it successfully, but I have very few friends that are trending towards liberal or conservative. They seem to be trending NDP, and I have a lot of ex-friends that are trending PPC. And if you're a new voter right now, if you're new to the game, you're probably not voting liberal or conservative.
Well, this is what we've seen in the United States in the last several elections as well. Is like everybody is tired as hell of the establishment candidates, of the establishment parties, and so they're looking for something that's at least aesthetically different, seemingly different from what that is. And the PPC, yeah, they present something that seems to be different from the establishment, but they don't have any substance. The NDP could be presenting something that is substantively different, but they're afraid of alienating people, as I say, and they should not be afraid of alienating people because the people they're alienating wouldn't have voted for them anyway.
Yeah, well, it's like when the NDP got rid of any mention of socialism in their platform, right? Like, stop trying to sway to that side. Stay where you are, maintain your principles, maintain your foundings, and attract those people over there by educating them towards what is actually best for them, right? Like, your kids being able to go to university for free is a great and amazing thing. So let's get free post-secondary education happening. Who's offering that? Not the far right, not the right, not the liberals.
No, and another thing is that a lot of people who want to vote, let's say NDP or even Green or whatever, a lot of those people won't anyway, even if they want to. They'll just like go and vote liberal because they think, well, the NDP is never going to win anyway. And it's like, yeah, they're not going to win because you're not going to fucking vote for them. You're not going to like go out and like give them a chance to actually win. You're too afraid to like take that risk. So we're going to be stuck once again with liberals and conservatives. But like if you actually, it's like let's actually go out and vote for alternative candidates, alternative parties.
So no block in Montreal yet, eh?
No?
Early days.
Montreal tends to hold liberal.
Pretty much red, Brent saying. Montreal. Put a little bit of. Do you want to turn the volume up on this for a little bit?
Julie DeBruzen is hoping to win
if you can.
term, but up against.
Well, we got to be careful we don't get a terms of service violation somewhere, right?
It is strategically important.
You don't want that.
To win this back, symbolically important as well.
So you are able to watch it on your side, by the way.
I am.
But yeah, no, I'm interested to see what the future holds. Without the NDP on the board yet, I'm a little worried. Like this, I would like to see more of an NDP presence. if we don't, like, I haven't been outside of an Ontario riding in a long time, probably about almost a decade now, right? And some of these places that should be voting NDP, they might be socialist, but there's also a lot of racism there, right? Like there's a lot of strange things that go on outside the urban ridings, once again voting against your interests. And yeah, like, please, if you haven't voted yet, go out and vote NDP in BC. Just sweep BC as NDP.
I'm not super surprised with the NDPs showing as it stands, because, like I say, they haven't really had a breakthrough moment this election. Like, they haven't proposed anything that anybody else that
What
would
I
put them
really
far and
wish the
above.
NDP had done was during their national campaigns, and none of the other parties should listen to this, but during your national campaigns and your national ads, focus on your fucking candidates. Focus
Seems
on
sensible.
who would be your Minister of Foreign Affairs, you know? Shauna Lukowitz, a brilliant candidate. Put her in a national ad with Jagmeet alongside her so that people that live in Calgary, you know, like, get these showcase candidates that are like, you're gonna, like, because that's how you're gonna get these people. You know, like, Jagmeet's great. Jagmeet's great. But he's not my candidate. Right? Like,
Yeah, well, same
Yeah.
here. Like, I love Jagmeet, but like, I really today I voted for Dirk Caprout more than anything. Right?
You
Like,
want to
he's
vote for
badass, and
the yeah.
yeah, like I mean, it's you're kind of voting for the whoever would be prime minister, but you're also voting for a local person, right? And I mean, it's like what if you don't like your local candidate, but you still like the party? Like what if Dirk Prout wasn't the candidate in London North Centre and it was somebody douchey? Like I can't say I would vote NDP if I didn't like the local candidate. You know what I mean? But I do, so I did. But yeah, it's like it's not always such an easy decision. Like when who you're gonna vote for, because you only have one choice.
hey,
So how do you
Jagmeet,
make
if
that
you're listening
decision?
and watching to this, your candidates need better websites on the NDP website.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
this is
NDP strategy board. Beyond that, get right on that.
like this is politics is not hard. It's not hard, but they really
No.
kind of suck at it sometimes. Like the conservative like I haven't paid much attention to the NDP campaigning because I already knew I was voting NDP and I already know how it's going to play out. So I've really focused on the conservatives this election. And it's stale. It's stale. They're
We have a
all
formula.
stale.
Yeah.
I haven't even been like really paying that much attention to the conservatives, to be honest, because like they just for me at this point, and like yeah, I haven't been watching their campaigns. I haven't been watching shit from the conservatives because I'm just not interested.
And Jugmeat's Putin truck should have been driving all across fucking Canada, coast to coast, this entire campaign, man.
Wouldn't that be clever? That would really be a huge draw to
Follow
people.
your damn bus with the Putin truck. Like, is I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, you know, a Putin truck pulling up in Estevan, Saskatchewan would have said more than he probably didn't even go to a place like Estevan. You know, like, this is the thing. We need more whistle stops. You know, if you're gonna start having the NDP show up in Saskatchewan, you got to go to more than just Regina and Saskatoon. You know, you got to show up in Prince Albert.
Getting elected is all about controlling a narrative, by crafting a narrative that makes people have confidence, make people believe that you have the ability to get elected. Not actually the platform, it's not actually even the person. It's like, are people confident enough that you will be the prime minister that they're willing to give you your vote?
Yeah.
And something like that, like creating that like homey character that like he is a man of the people. He's got the confidence to like have a poutine truck and drive it across the country. That's something that's really gonna charm people. It's enough that like it's
playing
that it
Bud the
doesn't feel
Spud
like the
the
rest of them.
entire way down, right? Like this is
100% liberal last time. And outside of the big city, there are the
I'm really tired of people not focusing on who the candidates are in their neighborhoods. Because I guarantee you have a candidate in your neighborhood that you probably should vote for versus the one you are voting for. I don't care who you're supporting. You're going to read their bio, you're going to find out who they are, you're going to find out where they live. You know, like, wait, always find out where your candidates live. Let me just say that there. Like, everybody should know.
But not in a creepy way.
Lives.
No, but
Yeah.
this is something. This is something that I want to sort of. You touched on here that I wanted to mention that I found kind of curious. Prior to this election, since I've got Mark Emery on my Facebook, I thought he lived in Vancouver or BC somewhere.
I
Suddenly
think
he's back.
he's very
And now,
migratory.
okay.
Well, he's from London
I know that.
originally.
I
He's
don't care.
from here, so
then I might as well run in Calgary because I lived there when I was, 4 to 7.
Well, this is what I was saying yesterday when we were talking about this. I specifically brought this up. I said, doesn't Mark Emery live in BC now?
Yep.
And you guys were like, well, he probably just came back for the election. So
absolutely,
like, yeah,
parachute candidates. Parachute candidates. And when they first announced this, I started doing some research, and I went down to the nomination contest level. I got to after about 80 ridings that I did for the nomination contest, about 30% of the conservative candidates didn't live in them. And that to me was like, okay, I can understand parachuting some candidates. But when your electoral district associations don't have somebody local that's willing to run for them, there's a problem. It starts to make me wonder if that organization itself is co-opted, right? Like, you're no longer the interests of your riding then. And
well, and this is the nature of party politics in general. It is about the interests of the party rather than your neighbors. And that's often what most disturbs me when I'm doing my vote sign guy thing. I walk around with a vote sign and people shout things at me. And oftentimes they're supportive messages, sometimes they're mean things. A lot of it this time around has been young white men shouting PPC at me, which was a little disturbing. But I think the most disturbing thing overall is that people shout the name of the party leaders over and over again. Like they never talk about the candidate in the riding. They never talk about the party even. They're just talking about, oh, I want Justin Trudeau to be the prime minister. I want Aaron O'Toole to be the prime minister. Or I hate that fucking Justin Trudeau guy, blah, 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 blah. And I'm 90% sure that whoever is saying that has no idea why they hate Justin Trudeau. They just have this guttural sensation of hatred because they've been taught to hate the guy for one reason or another. I'm no Justin Trudeau fan myself, but I have a large set of reasons why I don't like him. But more so than my dislike of Justin Trudeau, I don't like the Liberal Party. And it's the Liberal Party that we have to consider here, not the actions of Justin Trudeau. Like, Trudeau's probably not even the guy that made the decision to call this election. He was some Liberal strategist somewhere in a back room somewhere. The most powerful people in the country, you don't know their names. You'll never see their faces. But they're the ones that are making all the decisions.
well, we're seeing a lot of Gerald Buttsface tonight, so at least he
Buttface. I'll show myself out.
Yeah. No, it's yeah, I just hope when I wake up tomorrow that there's it's a minority government. I want a minority government with an NDP swing. That's what I want.
I'm into it.
That's probably our best bet. That's probably the best, most realistic situation. Obviously, the best would be NDP government majority, right? But we're not going to have that. So, Matt, I think that you're what you just said now is like the most realistic bet.
What I would really like, which is theoretically realistic as based on the electoral results, which though will never happen, is a fucking coalition government. Can't we have a coalition of a few ideologically aligned parties that can cooperate and have a hybrid cabinet to make something happen? Like when back during the Orange Crush, the Orange Wave, back
They talked
Jack
about
Layton
it back
died.
then.
Yeah, there was talk about it then, where it would have been like I forget
Elizabeth
who
May
was
was
the.
going to be Minister of the Environment.
Yeah, sure, and like Jack Layton as Minister of Labor, and it would make perfect sense. All you'd need to do is just take the right people from which party for that particular role, put them in their cabinet, and then consult with one another, collaborate on a course of action, rather than it being the party that's in charge either dictating policy if they're in a majority situation or fighting their way towards policy if they're in a minority.
Hey, Cause, how's it going?
Hey, Cause. So I'm looking at my riding guy, the guy that's in my riding for PPC, Corrado Brancato, Corrado So I'm looking at his Twitter, and he's got a lot of stuff about Project Veritas. You familiar with that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Their building just got flooded out.
Oh.
Yeah, Project
Oh,
Veritas.
one of those weirdos. Okay.
Yeah, Project Veritas is like the ultra kind of nationalist, weird Newsmax kind of stuff down in the States, and during one of the hurricanes this fall, it took out their building, which was kind of nice to see. So, thank you, God.
Thanks, Hurricane.
Thank you.
Good Hurricane.
Yeah, thank you, Flying
Keep on
Spaghetti
blowing.
Monster. This is going to be interesting to, yeah.
Okay, I'll get Jerry to answer that question.
Still no real movement on the official results.
So what does "Let's Take Our Country Back" mean? That's just I'm kind of wondering what that means. I'm reading that on his Twitter.
Dissect that a little bit.
There's a PPC Melissa Baumgartner. Melissa Baumgartner.
Well, they are already talking about our election being rigged. So there's some PPC.
They've learned from the best.
Yeah, there is the murmurings online today. I saw, like, I've got some people that are low-informed voters that I know that were like, this is rigged. If it's the Liberals win it, it's definitely rigged. And I'm like, no, it's not. It would be rigged if all of a sudden, for some reason, the Liberals won 337 seats. You know, then maybe it's rigged, but
the Liberals don't need to rig anything.
No. Oh, who is this guy? He's very well lit.
Who is this?
A hat.
And he's wearing a purple hat, so I'm
I don't like that.
We're turning this guy up. We're turning him up.
I was just gonna say.
Across the time zones, polls are still open on the West Coast, so we're hoping that this will help push us forward and really activate our voters and help them solidify some big numbers across the country.
We've been seeing a lot of these large rallies that are happening in the prairies, particularly. Tell me about those specific ridings in Alberta.
What the hell is this?
You really have a shot of winning.
I think we've been seeing huge rallies across the country. I don't think the other parties can even pull out the numbers.
Really don't know what the hell it is.
Coast to coast. It's nice to see. But the prairies are definitely the heartland of conservatism and some of the areas we're most confident. I'm looking closely at ridings like
There's no audio on the Indignants either, I don't think.
Lake,
I'm hearing it on our stream.
Results this evening.
And what is it particularly? I know the message overall broadly is about freedom.
Maybe it's just me.
And
you guys got
I don't hear it.
core message that
Here,
Maxime
but I
Bernier
hope
has
that
been
people
delivering these
watching
past few
can
weeks.
hear
Yes, yes,
resonating.
yes. You guys need to watch the feed.
We've seen extreme growth
I
over
have
this last
posted
year,
it in the
and
chat.
a big part of
Thank
it has
you.
been the absurd actions by governments, provincial,
Right, I
federal,
have that up, but it's
infringing on our
just like I'm
constitutional
trying to
rights.
listen to
And
you guys
fortunately,
talk
Canadians
because
have
we're
a
having
voice in federal politics,
conversations,
pushing
and
against
having that in the
these
background
ridiculous
is not.
restrictions.
Yeah,
in
I've had
states
it
with
muted
their
until this
constitutional
juncture.
rights. So that's
Yeah,
seen
it's
people
different
get
if it's
disillusioned
like
by the
we
establishment
can
parties,
hear it
realize
with,
that there's
like in the
deep
room with
deep
us,
corruption
like in our
in all
streaming
of these
room
larger
here.
parties, and look for a new option.
Infringing
And
the
we've been there to
Guy
welcome
is
them with
just
open arms. We've seen
rhyming off
voters from all different
catchphrases one
stripes,
after the
and,
other.
and
Oh,
especially
absolutely.
non-voters,
Absolutely.
getting more involved with the political system,
Constitutional
and they
rights.
see us as their voice, and I'm very proud of that.
Okay, and we gotta leave it there, Daniel. Appreciate it. You're
They
heading
did get
inside. We are
he
heading
was
inside
good
as well.
though.
Most of this crowd is
Like
I'm
as
still
far as
watching
public.
them, so.
They have a contingency plan.
It's a little breathless if you ask me, but you
Oh,
know.
I hear that about Trudeau all the time.
Broken, they will
Well,
be moving back
it's true.
outside.
Yes,
Yeah, he's
Okay,
very
a bit of a
gaspy.
stunted.
Thank you for that.
I don't think there's time delay, man. I
The
can't.
People's Party
I'm
of
like
Canada is protesting against, or of course,
30
public health
seconds
measures
behind
put
you
in place
guys.
to keep you safe during a worldwide pandemic.
Yeah, the CBC
Lisa,
stream just
I'll just
doesn't
ask
seem
you
to
whether you
want
think there's anything
to
to this notion that the
be
People's Party of
timely
Canada
for me,
could
probably
be in
because of the
support like
incredibly
we saw there
load
with the example
of
in New Brunswick with Mirror Machine.
election
I
night
don't think
in
it's a
Canada.
direct
But
correlation between the conservative
we were
vote and the
talking about
PPC vote. I
something.
think
Oh
what
yes,
the
the
young man
taking
said there is
back,
true.
taking
People
back
from all
Canada.
Taking
countries
back
are coming
Canada.
into the
Speaking of the
PPC as a protest
PPC,
vote.
right? Like
And there's
this
a lot
is.
of
It's an obvious reference to the "Make
they wanna
America
get out
Great
and
Again"
exercise
thing.
their
Oh, they
which
they are
itself
literally
is a-
saying "Make Canada Great Again."
But you
Yeah.
can't extrapolate
Like this
one for one
is.
what's going on with the PPC.
It's.
But let's
Jerry, I'll
think
come back to you
about
on that point.
the
We've got 4
psychology
minutes
of
now
that.
until
That
polls
like,
close from
okay,
Quebec
well,
to
if we're
Alberta.
taking it
So let's
back,
go over
then
to
we've
Andrew with
lost
some
it
final
somehow.
results,
And
more results
how
from
did
the
we lose
polls.
it?
Oh,
And
no,
who
final
did
is exactly
to?
right,
Where is it
Kirk. Yeah,
lost
so I'm
to?
going to show you
And
3
in what way are
ridings,
we taking
3
it
check
back?
marks,
And is it
3
by
Liberal
force?
candidates
Is
with
it
good
by?
news tonight, starting with Egmont.
It's-
Bobby Morrissey
Absolutely,
winning
they
his
some of
third
them
term
view it
here.
as by
The
force
Conservative
if
candidate,
necessary,
Barry
because some of
Kelsey,
us
did not
view the
win,
fact
but,
that for
hey, he
Canada
owns
to
one of the
change,
largest
it's
apple
probably going to
orchards on the
require
island,
force
and
as well,
no
right?
election
Like,
can take that
you're
away.
not going to
fair.
elect the
We go to
change that a lot of
Charlottetown,
us want
where
to
a
see,
man in many
unfortunately.
provinces, Sean Casey,
Let's
born
face it.
Newfoundland, raised in
Yeah.
Brunswick,
But
ran for a seat in
these
Quebec,
guys are
will be
viewing
going
it as
to Ottawa
taking
for
it
work. But
back
look at the
from
Greens in
the
4th place
the
in that riding, so that's
recent
notable. But
from not
also
even the recent.
notable
They
that
don't.
the
They
Conservatives
want
are in
a
second.
Euro
They've actually increased their
statist
share of votes in
Canada,
every
right?
single
Like
riding
they
in
want their
Prince Edward Island
European
tonight, so that's worth mentioning.
WASP
Okay, we
nation.
go to
An
this last
They
round.
wanted
ethno
Winnipeg.
state.
Waymeaster's success lives
Oh,
on in Heath
white
McDonald from the
genocide's
Liberals.
happening.
Once
Uh-oh,
again,
look
big
Oh
out.
they
no!
would hope to have
Bohemian
strong
Grove,
support.
and
Alex
that's not all of
Jones.
them. Some of them
I'm
also
getting
just
it.
want to take it back
Liberal sweep
from
of
the woke
PEI,
culture
all 4
that is
ridings will be
present. That
Okay, so good
and
news
Right.
for
woke
Liberals. And
culture
as you say, for
consists
the
of
Green Party,
gay rights,
they're actually
human
down,
rights,
10 percentage points
like
in PEI.
everything that
Anyway.
we've fought for since 1950. This is like they want to kind of
Take a
bring
look
us
here at
back
the
to
share
Leave
of
It to
vote in
Beaver,
Atlantic
where you
Canada.
know like
That tells
every
part of the
street was
story.
filled with
Certainly,
white
the Liberals
people and
still
you know
ahead.
a
The
job
Conservatives
and a
have
chicken in
pulled
every
in
pot.
their
It's
share of
it's
support.
The
very
danger of
scary
nostalgia.
prospect.
And
Yeah.
that's
Because
why we also
that
see this in the
past
seat
never
change, which we will show
existed.
you now.
That was not a real thing.
Is,
It
something that will
this
be encouraging to
hazy
Conservatives
memory
as
seen
we leave
through
Atlantic
rose-colored
Canada.
glasses
It's
of a
the
time
haze.
that
Seat change now.
was
Just
never
a moment to
really
look up.
good for anyone. Like everyone was
Okay,
still
so the
miserable
Liberals
in those
down
days,
3
just in a different
so far
way.
anyway, because
And
not
if
everything,
you
of
happen
course,
to be
has been
white or
confirmed.
black or
Conservatives
gay
up
or
5,
anything else like that, you were
and the
even
NDP,
more
they're not on the
miserable
board
because
at
you had to
all
keep up
tonight. They seem to
appearances
have lost
to
St.
look like
John's
everybody
East, and the
else.
Greens are
The only
down
difference between
1
then and now is
as
that
well.
now we're
We are
actually
2 minutes
talking about stuff
away
that's
from
wrong.
polls
We're actually
closing
aware
for
that
Quebec.
not
Here
everything's
to
perfect
Alberta,
and
there
we're
are
not just papering over the flaws in our society because we need to keep up appearances. We're actually discussing the fact that we're built on genocide.
Yeah.
And going back to this level of ignorance, back to like not acknowledging it, doesn't actually take the country back. It just means voluntary ignorance. It means you don't have to listen to it anymore. You don't have to, because that's really what they're most afraid of, is like having to acknowledge that something is wrong. And I know a few people like this on a personal level where they have to be the blameless and innocent party in every disagreement. Otherwise, they will not let it go. They will not have any admission of blame because it would be too damaging to their fragile sense of self. Like, even if we're not judging them for that, even if we're not, holding them to account, even if we're like, it's okay, that's fine, you've made a mistake, they still cannot admit that they have made a mistake, because that would mean having to acknowledge that they are not perfect. And that's what I think these PPC folks are like. They've got this idea that they themselves are the arbiter of truth, the arbiter of justice, the ones that will make the country great again. And unfortunately, it is built on ignorance. It's just pure ignorance.
I think a
And I
lot of
don't.
it stems from the fact that like our narrative of this, like my narrative of my history growing up, consists of the media that I consumed majorly, right? Like I have my lived experiences, but outside of that, it's kind of what has been forced on me, right? Like this is how they do it. And Pat there was saying, Pat says taking back the country is an old Nazi narrative. After World War I, the Nazis postulated the German army was never defeated in the field. The politicians took their countries from them by surrendering. That was the birth of the stab in the back legend. The politicians took away the country from the people. Since then, this is repeated in many iterations. And exactly. Like this is how like is it it's taking the power back the right phrase that we need? You know, like I think we forget we already have the power, right? Like this is like what I was talking about where if we know who our local candidates are and who we're electing and we empower them to go and make the difference while they're elected, then yeah, like
We do know that there are some very early results from Ontario as we await now.
Well, we have as much power as we have, and unfortunately, it is not nearly enough power. Because yes, you can harass your candidate, your parliamentarian, but there's no legally binding way to make them do what the will of their constituents is. And even then, like, yeah, one or a small group of people could force the candidate to do something like that, but that's hardly democratic either. There's no real mechanism to accurately reflect the will of the people, so it would require
well,
consensus.
because we don't have a right of recall, right? Like that's
Yeah.
that's one thing democracy needs as a whole is like if you circulate a petition with and you get like, you know, say 25% of the names in your riding on that petition to recall your elected official, that it has to have an election at that point. Right? Like you can force a by-election by saying 15,000 people signed this letter saying we've lost confidence in our candidate. And yeah.
Now, this raises another issue, though, that that's an example of like direct democracy pretty well, where you've got the actual will of the people taking direct action towards the actions of the government. The trouble with direct democracy of any kind, though, is that you need a well-informed and critically thinking public. Because if you don't, then they're just as easy to manipulate as they would be in a representative democracy, except instead of manipulating you into voting for this PPC candidate who's got the bluster and the take Canada back kind of rhetoric, you're having them manipulated into the direct democratic actions that are of the equivalent. So if you have a series of referenda about this, that, and the next thing, and that's your way of running the country, that seems much more democratic, and in fact it is. But if you still have a media machine that enables the mass manipulation of the people, then you've still got an oligarchy, except it's a media oligarchy rather than a financial or political oligarchy.
Which we seem to be in a combination of at this moment anyways, right?
So, the worst of both worlds.
Yeah. And yeah, welcome back, Mike.
So the polls just closed in Ontario and Quebec.
Boy, oh boy.
So
we're starting to see more results come in.
Pat, you're right about Facebook. And just to touch on a little weird point of trivia here, Aaron O'Toole, before he was a politician, was a paid lobbyist for Facebook. So we may potentially elect Facebook this evening. It's yeah, and don't tell me he didn't have somebody's number to call and get cowardly O'Toole pulled off the search fucking list.
had that goal of.
God damn it!
I don't know if you'll.
What
It
candidate?
sounds so conspiratorial, but like very plausible at the same time.
If I'm spending $4 million in a month with Facebook, I guarantee you I know somebody I can call that can make something happen over there. Right? Like this.
Is Brent? Sorry, is Brent still on? By chance?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
I just wanted to make sure he wasn't.
Brentington.
Where he put himself very firmly on the radar screen.
Okay, good. He's not here. Okay, look.
And listen, a skilled politician too, because when you see an opening, you take
What is that?
That's how you start to see advantages.
Bacon.
Okay, we remember polls have closed now from Quebec all the way to Alberta. 200
Brent's a vegan.
Seats have started.
Kind of grosses me out too.
So this is
Oh,
when
we're gonna get the big chunk now.
Elections get called, but remember, things are very close in this election. We may not know the ball game by the time we are finished with all of these provinces. What we do know also, though, is that
look at this.
Cannot seem to find a
Algoma is
page
going
that
liberal.
And Montreal, where polls have been, moved around a bit or stuck all in one bigger area in order to help people physically distance. Thomas Degla is in one of those lines or at one of those lines with people who are still waiting. Polls closed, Thomas, but I think they are still.
Cap is casing a Bidabee Tamaskamaningay is conservative. So is Argentina Le Petit Nation. Le Petite Nation. It's going liberal. Peterborough is gone liberal from the looks of it.
They were before?
Yeah. I don't think you're going to see a lot of liberal conservative ridings flip too much.
No, I don't expect a lot of movement at all this election.
PPC is trending at about 4.5% of the vote. The NDP are trending at 17%. The Greens at 2.9%. The Conservatives have 32%, and the Liberals have 42% of the votes so far.
Election day here in Toronto and probably some other cities where the number of polling stations have been cut. The lineups are huge.
Well, at least the NDP are on the board now.
They have called Selkirk in Manitoba for the Conservatives. Well, they're not officially calling it. I better work on that language. So far, it's trending conservative. But these are small ridings. I can tell you right now, Surrey's Moose Mountain. So, Surrey's Moose Mountain is one of the largest ridings in Canada. That was the riding I ran in. And you could fit probably 900 London Wests in Surrey's Moose Mountain.
Rack up a lot of mileage on the company vehicle on that one.
I spent $978 on my campaign, and most of it was gas.
Yeah, wow.
And you know what? I suggest everybody run for office at some point. Just do it. Do it. Pick a party that you
Remember
support.
that time I ran for mayor? That was fun.
If we still had a pirate party in Canada, I would run for pirate party. But that's
Do it for the experience. Do it for the experience. I do suggest you find a party with some support, because otherwise it's tough. My Green Party campaign staff consisted of myself, 2 of my friends, and that was about it. So it's not easy to do, but like, yeah, run for office, pick your party, and at least if you're not in, like, as much as I'm not a fan of the party system, join a party.
Some early results from Ontario coming in.
Yep.
Yeah, Mike, the polls just closed in Ontario, so the results are starting to come.
I think we have Kildona and St. Paul.
Yeah, I've been mentioning some of the results, like Peterborough.
He's paying attention. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Nickel Belt is definitely going liberal.
That's what it does. That's my only Manitoba story so far. Andrew, over to you. The Greens are on the board.
Yeah, well, we've got some Quebec.
Staring into Maxime Bernier's photo on the
Greens
CBC
have picked up
website.
Gatineau from the looks of it.
Looks like he's made of plastic.
He's certainly got reason to be optimistic in this riding in particular. He
Actually,
won
they
it,
all do.
by a whopping 40 percentage points in 2019. No surprise to see him in the lead right now. Moving to
London, Elgin, Middlesex, London seems to be going conservative, which is very little
Not
surprise.
surprising.
That's
where I grew up.
That's Karen
That's the
Vecchio.
riding I.
Yep.
That's the riding I grew up in. Middlesex, Elgin, Middlesex, and that's
Now-
usually conservative.
My candidate is from Elgin, Middlesex, which drives me nuts because I'm like, you know what? It's not bad enough. Karen Vecchio already has her riding. We got to get somebody else from that riding telling London what they should be doing. Because the last thing I think London needs is more influence from outside of London.
No shit, eh?
Like this is, yeah.
A liberal target at the outset of the campaign. They thought they could win in this riding.
Now, mind you, the NDP did do rather well in that riding last time around, mostly St. Thomas votes, but there's a chance it's possible.
Indigenous population as well. The Liberals felt that they were fielding a very strong candidate.
Well, wasn't London all orange last time, or am I thinking of the provincial election?
Provincial.
Provincial, yeah. Because it was like one of the recent elections where London was orange. Everybody,
It is.
yeah.
Yeah, our current provincial parliament is all orange here.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Brandon
Now, there is the chance.
Souris has gone conservative in Manitoba.
NDP not on the board there at all.
Hey, Trish.
Gatineau going green.
British Columbia, of course, watching results as they come in. There he is, with his wife, watching results. Look, it's so much brighter in Vancouver, and that's because polls have not closed. It's not very late yet. Many people still voting.
Yeah, rolled. If this ever does become a thing, we get Pirate Party Canada back, and I do run. If you want to help with my campaign, you.
Over the next couple of hours, that could, and I really say could, determine the government.
Bailey for Prime Minister.
Ian, over to you.
We're just jumping around Ontario as we have these early results.
Oh man. Nah. I don't think that would happen, but I don't know. I'd probably be a better prime minister than most of these people. So
Yo.
Yes, I just noticed you said get back.
What?
You used the phrase get them back.
Oh, Pirate Party Canada. Yeah.
Yes, take back the Pirate Party.
Well, we got deregistered a few years ago, so that's what I mean by that. There's a few of us talking again about it, but yeah, there was no way we were gonna come back for this election. It just wasn't going to happen.
Have any of you
NDP
have any of you heard of the Ginger Caucus?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the Ginger Caucus is within the NDP, and it's the Reds within the NDP.
Oh.
Because the NDP is a socialist party. It's founded on socialism. It's like it progressed from the Communist Party. The communists evolved into the CCF, evolved into the NDP because of persecution, right? So this is, the RCMP stomped the previous ones out of existence, so now we've got the NDP, and they've always had these hard Reds within it, and that's why I've always kind of skewed NDP. So I say, focus on taking the NDP back further left.
Yeah.
Right? Like this,
Yeah,
this is what, screw no offense, I love the Pirate Party, but join the NDP, Bailey, and bring the pirates into the NDP, because we need to end our copyright protections.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, but I don't know if I would pass the NDP vetting process, honestly.
Have you seen some of their candidates?
Depends on where you're running.
Depends on where you're running.
I just keep hearing with some of these bigger parties, right, that actually get seats, that they're even in the Greens that only
and you
have,
don't have to run.
One seat. But the vetting process that I've been told about from people in some of these parties, it's intense, man. They literally go through everything you've ever posted on social media, and if there's anything that they even don't like a little bit, that can that can be enough for them to be like, no, you're not running for us. So like that's why, because I've had that thought before of like, why not like get a little bit more involved with the NDP and like maybe
Put yourself on the
like
executive.
but then I think about the vetting process, and it's
Okay, but you
like
don't have to run as a candidate, right? You don't have to run as a candidate. And look, I made it past the Green Party's vetting process, so like there's that. But put yourself in the
I
party.
don't think you've shut down oil pipelines, the Canada-U.S. border,
No, this is
3 or
true.
4 of the
But
major
guess what?
400
We do
highways.
have candidates that have done that stuff.
Really?
It'd
yeah,
be
like,
fun to be vetted.
like I've been
See what they
arrested
dig up on
multiple
me.
times. I've been arrested multiple times.
So
Like
you
it's
don't
like,
have to be a
and
candidate though. That you can impact the political system more by directing the
right,
party,
but
right? Like this is
right, but I would rather do that with Pirate Party than with
There you go.
anything. Like I don't know, like I don't know. I'm torn on the whole NDP thing. Like obviously I support them in this election. I've supported them in previous elections. I like the NDP. You know, I'm all for the NDP, but I don't know if I would go as far as actually like being I don't know, being a candidate or even like taking on a serious role within the NDP. Because yeah, it's
But
like
how else are you going to
Pirate Party is
change?
essentially like the
What do you
one
think they
party
of
that
where they're at coming out of Atlantic Canada?
I don't think they're too worried, frankly. I think one of the things
Well, therein
that
lies the trouble. Like,
we
we
really
have the
noticed
parties we
this
have,
year, perhaps
and
more than in the
at a
past,
certain point,
is
yes, you do have
the
to
importance of
yourself
local
personally
podcasts
become
in the
involved
sense
and
that there's a
make
lot of
that
anger
voice
around the
within
amendment.
the organization
Most
to
recently,
move it in the direction you
saw
want to
that
move it in.
Defense Minister
Um,
seeming to take a hit.
but the question is
But you can see that
possible?
in
Is it
the
feasible
SWAT
within
905
the current
ridings, in some of
organizations
the
as they
prayer
exist to go
ridings as
as
well,
far
where in some cases
within
there's
your
very
lifetime
little
as we need to go, as we want to go? Because, like, the
or there's
NDP,
just no
I could see them
puppets.
forming a
So
government
I think that we're
someday.
going to have a lot of
The
Possible.
evangelicals have done it
local candidates
successfully with
who
the
might shift
Conservative
things in
Party.
one direction or another that
Yeah,
might
but they're also
to
exploiting a series of psychological vulnerabilities to manipulate people into that line of thinking. Whereas the NDP, a progressive mentality, has to rely on reason by and large. Like, there's no aesthetic way to get around people's reasoning when trying to convince them that a progressive party is the right option. You actually have to get through to them to be like, yeah, it'd be really cool if your kids could go to post-secondary free of charge. It'd be really cool if you could have free healthcare and stuff. Whereas all the conservatives have to do is shout, yeah, take back Canada, and that's enough for some people. So the question is, though, like, can we move the NDP, were they to form a government someday, far enough left that we can get the kind of world that we four want?
Did they not win a seat in Iceland, the Pirate Party?
yes, and they're about to possibly form the government in the Czech Republic. They had like 10 seats in Iceland and they have like 22 seats or something in the Czech Republic, and there's an election in October. And yeah, like they're in a coalition right now with another party, and that coalition actually has a chance of winning the election. So we might actually have like a pirate coalition government in the Czech Republic.
Love
And
that phrase,
yeah, I mean,
pirate coalition.
Yeah, well, like, I don't know. I don't know if I would get too involved with the NDP, because I would just keep thinking like the energy I'm putting into the NDP, I could be putting this energy into like bringing back Pirate Party Canada, and you know that's like that would be kind of at the forefront of my mind, because I'm still involved with that internationally. Like I'm chairing the international one right
Mhm.
now, so like, you know, there's a big part of me that's just like, you know, I need to like put this energy into like bringing back the Pirate Party in Canada, and there's a few of us doing that, talking about, you know, the steps that we need to take and starting to put our energy into that.
But the
But
latest update
yeah,
I just got here has the New Democrats picking up 3 seats over what they had before. Of course, these are very, very early results, but that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we were talking about this at the beginning. All I really want to see is the NDP pick up enough seats that Jagmeet can be confident in his continued leadership of the party. Right? Like this is.
Yeah, I would not want a leadership convention at this point, because like Jagmeet, he's a great figurehead for the party. He could be the next Jack Layton if there was just the confidence there that he can go ahead and be bold, be vicious even at times. But new leader relatively still, and still a party that's trying to find its legs. So it's all right.
Well, because they kept having their legs taken out from under them, right?
That damn Mulcair. Set back the NDP 15 years, I swear.
Oh, easily. Trying to swing liberal. Like.
Yeah, it doesn't work. If we wanted liberals, we'd vote liberal.
Elite of 54, just one poll reporting. But not very far away in Edmonton. When you have the
Let's see what the PPC vote counts at, because I don't think they're pulling enough votes anywhere to really get a riding yet.
Taking the lead so far against James.
Yeah, no complaints about that.
These two men used to train together. Their offices were across the street from each other. But this is one where Chrystia Freeland showed up early.
We're starting to see results from Alberta, it looks.
And Randy Boissneau has won it before, so he's hoping that he can do it again. Here's the beginning of what the map is filling in as. Again, these are early results, so some of those colors are going to bounce around a little bit as we get more results in from Quebec, Ontario, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Manitoba, and then up north as well.
Floating through random PPC people's Twitter accounts and stuff to find.
Oh, yes. I was looking at the London, Ontario Twitter hashtag earlier today, and it's just full of PPC lunatics.
He's in,
a little disheartening to see.
Shout outs to their home city, so I may as well. Cam, you're in Winnipeg. What are you watching?
Surprised that Google doesn't even have a results page today.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about Canadian elections.
I've been using the CBC results tracker, and it's a little laggy, but it's all right, I guess.
I want to do a time check with you guys. So I've been looking at the CBC right now, and I see 8:24.
Yeah, you're behind.
8:16.
What?
I'm at 7:55.
Yeah, see, this is. It's not good for a commentary sometimes. Sucks.
Try a different browser, Mike.
Yeah.
This could be the 10th.
Which
one of the reasons why Liberal leader Justin Trudeau was in here late last night trying to shore up support in the 4 seats that the Liberals hold here in Winnipeg. But if there's one thing that might be a little bit concerning to the Liberals,
This one's even slower.
it's this. Over the last little bit, there's been some polling done in Winnipeg, and basically it shows the people that are the most frustrated with this election right now are Liberal voters.
Pretty scary to think. Like, I'm just looking at the numbers of the vote totals.
Manitoba, appreciate that. Remember, Issa, you're in Saskatchewan.
Try Twitch.
You're at a Conservative headquarters. Tell us what you'll be watching for there.
I will post the results tracker that I'm using in the chat.
7:06.
What is of use?
7:03. 700. How off am I?
20 seconds, my friend.
Jesus.
If he hopes to become the next Prime Minister of Canada, he can't afford to lose.
I'm just looking at the vote totals so far.
Oddly enough, the North seems to be trending NDP.
Yeah, they have historically.
Mm-hmm.
There was a time, well, during the Orange Wave, it was all NDP up north of Sudbury.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it.
So it'll be interesting to see how that will play out.
Uh-oh.
Mm?
London Fanshawe is going conservative.
No, they would
What?
never. They would never. That's
Hold on a second
only.
here. No, sorry, my
That's
bad.
only one poll.
Elgin Middlesex.
Ah, yes, of course.
Right, and it's that fourth wave that you're talking about.
This is
exactly why we are here at
shaping
George
8
Hall's,
seats for the NDP now, I'm showing.
campaign event, if you
Not
will.
bad.
It's one of very few that are going on, and as you can see, it's being held in a parking lot. So right behind me here is a lot of media who are here just to have an opportunity.
63 seats for the Liberals versus 26 for the Conservatives. Maybe we will have that Liberal majority.
Possible. Thing about this
Yeah.
election is the polls are very difficult to, well, even more so than usual, the polls are having troubles measuring this because the PPC really is a wild card here. They're not. They're basically just coming out of nowhere, so none of the statistical modeling is going to take that into account adequately, and also like they're not the type of people that are going to answer polls. Just to put it plainly.
I'd say about 60% of the Quebec cause could probably go Bloc. You know, Montreal tends to go Liberal, and then like the fringe tends to go Liberal or Conservative when it starts bordering Ontario. But yeah, it's usually a Bloc stronghold.
Mainland Quebec, yeah.
But yeah, these numbers for the Liberals are definitely getting exciting for the Liberals, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I show them here up 8 seats on the ones that have been called already, so that's something.
Yeah.
9 now. Well, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
No, I mean, like, it definitely wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I mean, it could be
Listen, the People's Party of Canada registering ahead of the Green Party.
Well,
awful. Oh, and we lost that.
What the hell happened there? Hold on one second.
Oh no.
On where they were in the last election in 2019.
Is it back?
Maybe we can see a seat change. Are we going to do that here
I don't
too? Yes,
see
You are.
you.
So seat change at this hour, and again, these are not all confirmed. Things are still coming in. So
Where the
these
hell
are
There we go.
more a sense of the
yes.
There we go.
Back.
It's a coup d'etat.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, no, it's a liberal majority is not the worst situation. A conservative majority would be, or a fucking People's Party majority, which isn't gonna happen. But you know,
no, one would hope
yeah,
not.
it
but-
definitely. Yeah, it definitely. It looks like. Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna have the worst situation. But it looks like I was wrong because I was predicting a minority government, possible conservative minority government. Now I don't think that at all. Now I think
it's so early.
Prince Halbert.
That's true. That's true. It's still up in the air, and like these numbers could change very quickly, right? Like we
Yeah,
don't, we don't
it
know.
really
It's
depends on
just seeing what we're seeing now.
as we get answers from urban Ontario. That's when we'll really be able to start making calls. But urban ridings tend to be very populist, so they take a long time to count. So it will be probably another hour or so before any sort of confidence may be possible. And of course, we won't know about BC until their polls close at what time Eastern? We know.
Probably midnight. I think they're 3 hours behind us.
Yeah,
So
I think they close a little early, just so we can all go to bed. But I don't know.
And so that candidate not running. So this is something of an open race with.
Yeah, well, assuming the polls close at 9 p.m. or 9:30 p.m. like here, it'll be about midnight when the polls close there. So, yeah, we won't have BC results for a long.
And also, we should keep in mind that this election has had a historically unprecedented, God, I'm getting sick of the word unprecedented, number of mail-in ballots due to the pandemic. So there may be some ridings that are too close to call when the night is over. So we may, if it's a slim enough result, we may not even know the result of the election until like Friday.
And Pat,
It's true, yeah.
the reason the Nazis have more votes than the Greens right now is because the past year the Green Party has imploded.
Oh my God, what a
They've had
disaster.
candidates cross the floor to go sit with other parties. Their leadership has kind of disintegrated. And Annemie Paul I'm sorry, she's not leadership material.
There was a scandal.
Yeah.
Because it really seemed like the leadership process was not fair, not democratic. And so there was a lot of confidence lost. And like I sometimes tend toward the Greens. And after that happened, after they had a perfectly good socialist leaning candidate and instead went with this neoliberal
Talking about
nonsense.
Dimitri?
Yeah, Dimitri would be my choice for sure.
Yeah, Dimitri.
Yeah, he's great.
If Dimitri Lascaris was the leader of the Greens, I would vote.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, without a hesitation.
Yeah.
Except for the local candidate here is very much my choice for the NDP. But
well,
yeah, no,
I
like
mean, yeah.
a general principle, I would go for Greens if they had a genuinely socialist bent to them, but they don't.
They've lost it. They've lost it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, once again, this is what happens. This is why I was talking about getting involved in the parties, because you had the Green Conservatives swing into the Green Party because it makes economic sense, right? Like there's lots of money to be
Yes,
made.
we can
by
make
Green.
money fixing climate change.
So it's really swung to the fiscal conservative angle, and they're the ones that are like, yeah, we can invest in public transportation, but we're not going to make it free. It's that sort of thing, right? Like, this is
the general incoherence of fiscal conservatism with social or political progressivism. Like you need to spend money in order to have progressive policies that work. You can't be fiscally conservative and also progressive in any other way. The fiscal conservation tends to predispose your government's policy towards not doing anything. And when you do nothing, you're actually moving backwards.
Well, it's like the big push for green car funds. I'm like, I don't need a rebate on buying an EV. I just want more buses on the roads and more trains and high-speed rail. You know, we don't need more cars on the 401. We need a train that takes me 90 minutes to go downtown.
Fully automated green cars can still be a traffic jam of fully automated green cars. Instead, if you have large-scale people movers, stuff that requires a bit of cooperation, a little bit of forward thinking, a little bit of planning, a little bit of public investiture, and then you get transit just anywhere you want to go. Big news this week was that Go Transit, the provincially run transit rail corporation, has announced that they're starting to do service from here in London to Toronto. Great, cool. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. The trip takes 4 fucking hours.
I know.
And it leaves once at 6 in the morning and doesn't come back.
I seem to remember that that's the same bus schedule or train schedule that was normally going to Toronto anyways from that station.
No, you can catch a Via Rail train at about 7 o'clock in the morning. You can catch a 7 o'clock train and be in downtown Toronto for a 9 a.m. meeting, right?
I think there's like 2 or 3 trains that run through London towards Toronto and back again, but yeah, like they all go very early in the day.
And they're slow.
It's so expensive. Like my God. It's like if you don't book at the exact instant
3
that
months
the day
in
opens
advance,
for booking, 3 months in advance,
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, you can get it fairly inexpensively if you do that, but if you're booking at the last minute or like the last week or whatever, you're looking at $100 each direction for your average fare, unless you get like a student discount or something like that. But even then, it's not all that much of a discount.
And that's only for what, 200 kilometer, trip, 180 kilometers.
And this is what really kicked off the property inflation huge in London was when Kathleen Wynne's government announced they were putting high-speed rail into London. That was announced And then all of a sudden the housing market here just started skyrocketing because all of a sudden we were on commuting distance to Toronto. And good, but not so good. That's, like this is
I live in the
look
fourth.
at this.
I live in the fourth most expensive city in Canada, so yeah.
If it looks like they have really have the NDP succeeded in really motivating the Indigenous vote? Is this what's going on with Prince Albert here?
Yeah, could be.
You know, because when I look at this band, I'm seeing and traditionally, Indigenous communities have not had high voter turnout. It's true, yeah, this is, and it's always been said the party that can start getting them to turn out can really start to rock the vote.
I walked past like a middle to elder Indigenous man today, and his response to my sign was, "I ain't voting for no white people bullshit." And I'm like, "Yeah, good point. That's absolutely 100%."
Well, that's exactly it. That's exactly it.
That's exactly
they
it.
have their own system already, right? Like this is why am I going to vote for somebody on my land? This is totally understandable, but I also think they should have representation regardless.
Absolutely. Well, and this speaks to a larger issue about reforming our democracy, reorganizing the way that we organize our country, that there needs to be a nation-to-nation relationship with our Indigenous peoples. And I think actually Yves Blanchette brought that up in the last debate, last time around.
Blanchette had like one of the best answers, if not the best answer on that question.
Because like, yeah, we are on their land. So they should have a say as owners of the land. Makes sense.
Yes, and recognizing them as nations, actual nations, right?
Yeah.
Not just like label of just the Indigenous people of Canada. No, these nations, they're yeah. Exactly.
Okay, that's lots of interesting things happening in that riding.
I think the NDP have been doing that very well the past two elections. You know, like they're because I'm sorry, a lot of Indigenous society is socialist based. It's community based. It's community driven. It's matriarchal. It's this is what our natural progression of society should be towards. And yeah.
Reality has a left-wing bias.
Yeah, so for the Liberals to have a
Yep.
night, they need to pick up ridings, but also
Starting to get our first poll results from London, and it looks like, as expected, London Fanshawe is leaning towards the NDP. It's a fairly safe riding. I'm pretty sure it can't possibly go any other way. London West at this point with 5 out of 300, or 5 out of 235 polls reporting.
How is Rob Flack trending at 35%? Sorry.
I'm disappointed that Shauna's not doing better at the moment, the New Democrat, but it is though only 5 polls.
Yes, this is 233 votes.
Yeah, these are likely the wealthier sections of London West.
Yes, they're already home in bed with their kids.
Yeah. It is a strange riding because there are some parts that are quite ritzy and some parts that are not really at all. And like Wortley Village is quite a wealthy area, generally speaking, but there is still a lot of NDP support regardless of that.
Well, it's also a very educated neighborhood, right? Like this is.
It's been gentrified, but there's still pockets of culture and like diversity in there still a little bit.
Oh, what is this? Hold on. Windsor West, eh?
Windsor West. Windsor West. I think they were NDP before.
Yep, they're a big union area.
Yes, the Liberals leading in 97.
I thought it was Sarnia for a moment. I was like, oh my gosh, Marilyn Gladu might be gone, but.
And we know that a lot of the races are tight. The margins are very small. So I wonder, Jerry Butts.
On Windsor Tecumseh, on the other hand, it is still currently the Liberals who are the incumbent, but the New Democrats are pretty close. It's 34 to 32% of the vote.
Very close. 2015 was over almost before the polls closed in Ontario, let alone.
And of course, the rest of Southern Ontario, of course,
I think just
conservative.
To get back to a point that David made earlier, that I think is really
oh, except for
68,000 mail-in ballots.
Sorry, there's a few ridings a little bit closer to Toronto that
Matthew
are tending
Green
towards
is
Liberal
leading
right
in
now.
Hamilton Center. Good for him.
But it could very much make the difference in closer
Only by 18 votes, but
like
you know.
And I think it's
hey, when I ran, I was counted like every time one of those votes ticked off.
Ooh, somebody likes me.
People questioning the validity of
When we go to post this as a YouTube video, the thumbnail has to be that scoreboard with the purple guy at the end, by the way.
Someone didn't come in person as well. And I should tell people that when you look at the sort of the top list of where mail-in ballots came from, a lot of them were in British Columbia. That's really where
Just having another glance
Yeah.
over at Atlantic Canada, not a lot of movement there. It's pretty well the same way it was before, though the certainty of the Conservative victory in Costa Bays on Newfoundland is a little less certain. Still a few polls left, but the margin is only a couple of hundred people.
As far as Quebec goes, it's starting to warm up a little bit. I can see that our incumbents are starting to build their leads. Kenora is
God, the excitement.
because,
Oh, yes.
the actual votes
It's really, I don't know how these people on these shows do it. Like we're watching the CBC live stream above our heads here. I don't know how these people do this. They just keep talking and talking, and then they go to somebody else.
They also have earpieces, and they're looking at about 11 screens, and they have somebody else switching for them.
Ah, yes, yes. Here, now talk about this. Now be a talking head about that.
Like, you notice you haven't seen one of them get up and go to the bathroom because they cut to somebody else at that point. Unless they're all wearing catheters.
Depends. Yeah, they're wearing Depends, so yeah.
Well, and also they don't get to go on long-winded political tirades about electoral reform and socialism and yada yada. So I think we got the better side of this here.
Definitely, definitely.
Hope everybody's enjoying that commentary, by the way.
Yeah, because like they're really probably just talking about nothing substantial.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, Lindsay Matheson is in the lead in London Fanshawe. Did you see that?
Yep.
The London results are coming up now. London West, so it's Ariel Kayabaga. Nice.
Nice.
See, I want Shauna Lukowitz.
Right, so do I, but I also like Ariel. Like,
I just can't believe.
Yeah, they're both alright.
I can't believe people are actually voting for Rob.
Well, we have, like I say, in London West, there is a bunch of very backwards leaning people. A lot of stuffy folks, a lot of money out in the West End. Yeah, White Oaks. And like, there are sections of the Riverbend neighborhood that are gated communities, effectively.
Yep.
And like, just walking around there, I feel uncomfortable because people are watching me, because this guy looks like he doesn't belong here. We better call the cops. Imagine if I was black. Ugh.
I'm just, so far, no PPC seats. Not that I kind of really expected that. Like, part of me so wanted, like, some winged out PPC candidate that's basically just a name on paper to take, like, some middle of nowhere riding.
Whole place, yeah.
And like just
where is Maxime's riding? Do we remember which
He
one?
lost his seat last time.
He did, yeah. I think he's in like New Brunswick or something like that.
So we would know whether he lost or not.
I thought
yeah,
he
he's
was
losing right now.
somewhere...
He's in Beauce, Quebec.
Yeah, I thought he was in Quebec.
Okay, let's get some info on this. 'Cause it's juicy.
He's losing right now with 9 out of 273 polls reporting. He currently has 24 votes and the leader has 88. So
yeah,
he's going to be winning anytime soon.
The Greens are leading in Kitchener Center.
Really?
Who's their
with only one poll reporting though?
Well, yeah. Kitchener does have some progressive elements to it, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was. So it looks like it might go NDP as well.
On what's happening rurally as well, and seeing, if the People's Party of Canada or the Maverick Party or any of those further right options, grab away some of the.
Guelph sometimes has a chance of going green, but right now it does not look like that is the case.
Thanks, Rosie.
Hey, which thank you. And of course,
Brent says Kitchener Center had the Liberal candidate get forced out. That's the one that I'm misremembering.
Okay, there we
Oh, what
go.
happened? What happened there with that? What was going
That
on
was
with that?
the fellow that I believe was accused of sexual assault. He wasn't found guilty, or the charges were dropped.
Yes, and charges being dropped is usually code for we couldn't prove it.
You've got to get to that. The
Yeah.
Liberals right now are leading in 121. Okay, but it's leading. We know these are early races, but we wanted to show you leading or elected in 121. We wanted to show you what they would have to add to that in order to get to 170.
Seem to be missing one of my cats, and I have a cat that is not mine.
They'd have to hold them, and then they'd have
Well,
to pick up.
since you let your cats, you all in your building let your cats wander through all of your apartments and stuff. I
Yeah.
find that very fascinating. So,
Oh yes, we have a little cat commune here.
does somebody end up feeding the cats more than other people at all, or
We usually try and keep that
equitable?
separated as much as is possible, but
like you know, another cat's gonna come in and start mowing down on some of the food sitting there, right?
Oh yeah, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
They're all very well fed, so it's not really a huge thing. But these
Right
cats are a model for our country. We should be communist in our cat nation.
Well, you know, the foundation of the word communism is community.
Yeah.
People would be very pleasantly surprised, of course.
So there's some results coming in from London North Centre. I just noticed, and it looks like Peter Fragaskatos is in the lead, and he's the Liberal.
He's the incumbent.
It's not surprising. He has been. He's the guy that's been sitting there for years now, since 2015. He got, obviously got reelected last time, and it looks like he's probably going to get reelected again, unless something changes in the next little while.
He does have a lot to recommend.
I'm a little disappointed. I was really hoping for Durka Prout. I really like Durka. She's great. I actually met her a couple years ago at one of the climate marches, and she's just like lovely person and really cool lady overall, and definitely qualified to be an MP. She would be an amazing MP. So I was really, really, really hoping for Durka. I've been so like enthusiastic about her, and so I'm a little disappointed.
Still only one poll report.
Probably gonna take it, but this is true. Yeah.
But yeah,
this falls back
Peter,
to. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Peter does have a lot to recommend himself. Like he has been very much a good MP, whatever your political leanings may be. He has been a good MP for that riding, and he's very charismatic. Like he's got that politician look, and like I know him personally, and he's a nice guy. Like he's a good guy. So I'm not surprised that he is still very popular.
Yeah.
But this also talks back to the fact that like these candidates are great candidates, but nobody knows who these candidates are. Their profile outside of those that are voting NDP is minimal.
Yeah,
you know who else is a nice guy?
Like door knocking only does so much, especially if you're only door knocking on your supporters.
Yeah.
The NDP campaign, by the way, is quite disorganized. I have been called by their pollsters, I think 3 times this week, asking if they can count on my support. And all 3 times I told them, yes, you already asked this. They asked this, you're wasting resources.
Yep.
And then, of course, they still go on the same speech. They still do the whole thing, regardless of...
Just called me or knocked on our door or put a flyer in our mail or nobody.
Yeah, I'm texts.
Yeah, but you get
too.
text because you've registered for those texts. You won't be getting. You're getting text because you're on a list somewhere. You're not getting unsolicited, right? Like it's the.
See, this is. But wait, no, I don't remember ever signing up to get text messages from the NDP. This is the thing, and this is why I'm a little weirded out by it. Not that I'm not okay with. I mean, they can text. me, like,
You
if they want,
probably filled out
but like,
something
I
that
don't ever remember
it may not have been a direct NDP thing. It's all parties do this now, where there will be something that you're like, absolutely, I'd like more information on that. And it turns out it's actually something run by the parties or by one of the, political action committees that supports the parties. You're put on a list.
Securing space in the island, growing as well. I think
it's George Soros.
Yeah, he gave your
He knew
number
I
to
was
the
gonna vote
NDP.
for.
It's George Soros.
Yeah. Must be. I mean, because I honestly can't think of anything else, so it must be. So thanks, George.
The
It's the
Illuminati.
first time I got a text. First time I got a text just from some like random NDP person asking if I was going to vote for them, and I said yes. And then Durka Prout sent me a text saying to like let her know if I needed a ride to the polls, and I'm like, well, like, thank you, I appreciate that, but I'm right around the corner from where I vote, so I don't need that, but thank you, and yes, I am voting for you. And then today I got another text from just another NDP person telling me when the polls close, and it's just like, yeah, I know this stuff, guys, like,
Well,
I've
at
planned
least
my,
they're
like.
at least they're reaching out. That's
Yeah.
mhm.
I don't have a problem with it. It's just like you're spending a lot of time texting
Yeah,
me
but
that you could be
the street teams need a lot more work.
Look who's up. Look who's up.
Oh.
Guys, can you turn this up?
Oh,
Can you turn this up a bit, please?
King fascist
I'm
douchebag
doing good
himself.
because if I look at the
Maxime
results, we
Bernier.
were around 4%, and 4, 5, 6%, that's big for us, and in Atlantic Canada. So I believe that tonight will be a good night, and our goal is to increase our percentage of the vote. And we are doing better than the Green Party after 38 years. And as you know, we created that party only 2 years ago. So that's going well. It will be an important step for the People's Party of Canada, but I can tell you that this party is there for the long term. And I believe
So
that
many
tonight, at the end
white,
of the election,
like,
we
frat
will be the
dudes.
only real opposition party in Canada, because all the other parties share the same views on a lot of important issues for the
Yeah,
future of our
exactly.
country.
We lost by a
West
bit
got
less.
together yesterday for the rally there that you had, and you were telling me this is not an organized party, that a lot of the support has been through social media. Talk to me a little bit about the strategy and what the ground game was right across the country.
Well, the strategy was for us to use social media because, as you know, the
The
mainstream
cat
media
sorting
didn't want to
process has
cover
been
us in the beginning of the
concluded.
campaign.
Now
They
everybody
ignore
has the
us,
cats that are there. So
we are here right now.
Yeah, but yeah, you are. It's a little bit late, but I'm pleased that you are there, and we are not part of the national debates also. And I traveled across the country. The goal was
The
to
crowd
do
is
rallies
very
all across the country, and that went very well. We have 1,000 people in a
White?
couple of our rallies,
The
and
word you're looking for?
400, 500
Nationalist
So
is
I
the
was
next
able
word
to
you're
speak
looking
to
for.
Canadians and
A
explain
lot
our
of crew cuts
platform.
in there.
This movement
Not
is
a.
growing step
Roland.
by step.
I guarantee you, there's a lot of pickup
Maxime
trucks
Bernier
in the
was
backyard
a large
or in
part
the
of this
parking lot.
About COVID.
Like, I like that one kid's haircut there. Actually, I want to get that.
There's 3 people wearing a mask.
What else is
3.
it that you're hearing from people that
Yeah,
are talking
they're
to you
probably the
about
reporters for
why they may
CBC.
be gravitating towards you?
And
But also,
imagine
real
if one of them
fiscal
has COVID.
conservative are looking at us because we are the only political
So,
party that
Roland,
has a plan to
That
balance
old
the
so,
woman
budget.
yeah,
has a
All
mask.
the
There's
other
a couple of
parties want to
masks.
spend more money
Few.
that we don't have, and
Nazi
we are
with a
paying
French
for it right
accent
now.
rubs
That's the inflation tax.
everyone the
Is,
wrong
the
way.
inflation
Let me
in
tell you
Canada,
something. So
4.1%.
Maxime Bernier,
If you
this
do your grocery, it's about
guy,
5-6%.
so he
And it
actually
will be
ran for the
bigger than
Conservative
that in a
Party
couple of months
leadership
because
a
they
few
will
years
add
ago,
spending
and he
with
lost to
money that we
Andrew
don't have.
Scheer.
So people want to keep their
And
way alive.
then
That's
he
what
left the
they're leaving.
Conservative
And now we are
Party
losing
because they
that with
weren't
these
fucking
additional
racist enough,
establishment political
basically.
parties.
And then he
In
formed the
Bailey's
Stop.
opinion, by the way, you got to
Conservatives.
remember to say that.
Yes,
No, but it's true
allegedly.
though. Allegedly, maybe, but like,
In my
that's what
opinion,
happened.
yeah,
But
yeah,
that's
yeah.
what happened. That's what
Yeah.
happened. He lost the Conservative leadership race and then left and started the People's Party.
Wasn't racist enough.
I mean, that's like essentially like the reason. Like they
Yeah.
weren't. They were like.
Well, they
it
weren't
was like
nationalist enough.
Look at that big orange chunk in the middle,
it
guys.
was some bullshit about not being like conservative enough or not being like not
Yeah, so let's go ahead and
Yeah,
put them on the
apparently
screen
straying from
for
their
you here,
values or
starting
whatever,
with
some
the
bullshit like
Anthony
that.
Nicolet Sorel. I was telling you earlier, the Dean of the House, Louis Plamondon, will project that he will be elected and he will retake his seat.
I don't think we'll get stricken by putting this up, the audio in the background, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, gotta be careful, because
No, I mean, I see other streamers do shit like this.
The Conservatives have won this riding.
It's really easy to get caught up on automated copyright infringement stuff.
Just if you need to hear it, just play the YouTube stream. I can't hear it anyways, because if I turn it up, I can't hear anything.
I know, but it's nice to turn it up in the thing so that people that aren't watching the streams, like people overseas and stuff, you know. So yeah,
Well, and also,
I'll just call it if I want to get it turned up, I guess, like I did there. Thanks.
That's as close to a non-surprise as you can come.
Okay, Andrew.
How's my volume, by the
something to tell you now
Fine.
about where this
Apparently, it's not so good.
towards all night. Our CBC News decision desk ready to make
It's fine for you guys?
Yeah.
It is.
You cut out every now. Your
Okay.
treble's a little high, but I don't think you can do anything about that. Like it's, you don't, I don't know if you can.
Yeah, I think
you
you're
sound fine.
there's a noise gate on your mic, so if
one.
it's below a certain volume, it goes to silence. So it might be solved by moving the mic closer if you can.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep it close to my mouth, but
Yeah, you might need to like manhandle the plastic a little bit because it's a bit inflexible.
Yeah.
Just like a conservative, inflexible.
Yes.
I make jokes.
Ugh.
Oh, we're starting to get results from BC now. I guess. I didn't know the polls were closed, but apparently we're getting results.
Really?
I think they closed at 8:30.
Yeah, it's over. They won. So let's see. Yeah, yeah, it's done. Yeah.
I don't see indications of that.
They're saying it.
The blocks.
And it's 130. I think that's what they need.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
169 for a majority.
Right, 130 for 25 or something like that for a minority.
Wow, there are so many bugs on my ceiling.
So we at least know that we have a liberal minority.
Liberal government of some kind. We don't know about the
Right, liberal. Right. That's what I meant. Is we know now that we
Right.
have a liberal government. We just
Oh,
find
well,
out if it's a minority government or a
right.
majority government.
We've avoided the worst case scenario, so that's nice.
Yes. So this is good news,
Yes.
guys.
People are
we,
gonna
we,
look
don't, we do not have a conservative government.
I would like to see the NDP with more seats than the bloc. That's what I would like to see.
Me too.
That would be nice.
Me too. Yes.
At least for now. Let me show you what this looks like in terms of the vote share, how this breaks
Because
down.
it's who do they get to vote with them to sway the votes, right?
You can see there that the
And
Liberals
the
are
Bloc
at
and the NDP do
40.2%.
often
Remember, we
go
had
the same
38.5%,
direction,
was
but
historically
Bloc's
the
a little more
lowest
liberal
ever
at
achieved by
times, I
Jean
find.
Chrétien
yeah,
to achieve a
they're more
majority.
amenable to
Liberals
the.
at 40.
Oh, there's a lady beetle up there
right
too.
now. There is a lot of rural votes.
I seriously don't know where all these bugs came from. There's like thousands of tiny flies up there, and one very happy spider, and a ladybug,
all those things to come.
and a couple of very interested cats.
Because this too will start to paint a picture of why we feel we can tell you that it will be a liberal government. So liberals, so you'll see the liberals aren't actually on the board here with the seat change. Why is that? It's because they are right now holding every seat they had, which was critical.
Looks like Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing has been called for the NDP.
The Liberals have held every seat that they had, which is an interesting
Conservatives
thing
are
about them.
losing seats.
Yeah. Liberals
Don't mind
held
that.
every seat they had. Okay, I'm surprised so far.
I'm surprised too.
Yeah.
And lots of people will debate whether this is really a win. As I said,
Oh yeah, my prediction was way off.
All ours were. So if he gets a majority, that'll be the biggest feather in his cap. Like he doesn't even have to do anything else.
Yeah, like he called an election during a pandemic.
and won a majority.
Gambleton won.
I don't think he's going to get the majority.
Yes, I would.
Well,
I'm
Gambleton didn't
still,
lose at least.
like,
Wait, he's got another 40 to go, I think.
Another 80
Yeah.
seats, 70
175,
seats.
all the way up to
70, 170.
I'm not too sure about the majority at this point either, but yeah, it's still, if that happens, it's gonna be like, holy shit, how did he get away with that?
What did they have last time? Anybody know at all?
Uncertainty we have is in Atlantic Canada, where it's a 23-9 split, but there's still some ping-ponging back and forth in the Atlantic provinces.
Checking the Googles.
Results from
43rd Parliament was.
I'm picking up somebody's TV, by the way.
Oh, screw it. Hang on a sec.
It looks very much like it looked in 2019.
There we go.
We've got a few blanks to fill in yet. We don't know what color those are going to be, but there's a stability emerging there. I'm going to just have a poke up at the
Cannot seem to find numbers.
from the Quebec.
So the bloc are pretty much done. We're not going to see the bloc take any more seats this evening.
Probably not, no.
Now, here's where
maybe
no,
one
I mean,
or two.
if Quebec is done, then the bloc's done. Looks like there's like one. Oh, okay, there's a few more.
One or two seats. You know, some could still flip, but
yeah,
there's certainly not the NDP wave that I would have liked to have seen in Quebec again.
Yeah, it was one of those once in a lifetime things, I think.
I think they could have done it again if they didn't have Mulcair. You know,
yeah,
if we
fair
still
enough.
had Leighton.
That was a.
Jack Layton, man.
He could have been
Jack
prime
Layton
minister.
Oh, Brent came up with the
Oh,
last
yeah.
one. Brent came up with the last one. It was 155 Liberals, 32 NDP, 29 Bloc, 124 PC. Oh, that's what he's saying is the best. That's what he's saying is
That's
my
what
bet
he's
at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what he's saying. So that's good old Brent's prediction. We'll see how he does.
We are short results from 48 ridings at this point, which just goes to show you what's happening in places across the country, or even in Ontario.
Anybody else watching want to make a prediction?
Yeah, but a lot of those ridings, and this is
I am betting the Liberals are going to be 5 seats shy of a majority.
Still enough. There's still enough of a gap here.
It's a pretty specific prediction, but that's
hear more about the
where,
results
where it's going to land.
To make this projection, the Liberals left the House when
Yeah, I'm not.
Wow.
so they're still tracking below that. It's a win. We'll see.
I'm not
whether it's a
exactly
win
going to
that
call
gets
it
them
just
any higher
yet
than where they
because I'm
left
still
off 5
hoping
weeks
for this
ago.
orange wave
Andrew,
that's
you've
just
got
going to
some
sweep the
results
nation.
from
They're going
that.
to find
and
boxes
it's
of
so
ballots,
interesting that Quebec,
you
the
know,
province that was
outside of
widely
the
known
the
for its
polling center,
volatility in
and
federal
it's
elections.
just
Sort of the picture of stability
just
in
thousands of
2021,
votes found
but,
scattered
if
in
the
the
Liberals
streets.
reform government, it's because they're doing things right. There are some key pickups and some key
Having
holes
to
that I
adjust
wanna
my
show you.
lighting because
Trois-Rivières
the
is one
blue
of
lights
this was a
above
Bloc
my
Québécois riding
computer
in 2019.
attract
the Liberals
bugs
knew
apparently.
that this would be
So.
one that they could
Wow, the
target
morgues
for
in
their
Edmonton and
opportunity. It was
Red Deer
very
are
close in
full.
2019 within
Oh,
just
dear.
a few percentage points.
Yeah, they're
Now,
where
Ted
we were
Franco
last
right now
summer.
with a lead, slim lead, and you can see it's still a three-way
That's
race. I mean,
pretty
the
disturbing.
Conservative candidate in particular.
Yep,
Yves
and that's
Lebesgue,
gonna.
who
I
runs
think
for
that could
mayor of
be an
Trois-Rivières,
interesting
but
weight
Martin
on
François.
how the West
He's been a
skews, but
journalist,
it
a
doesn't
columnist
seem to
for
be making
decades
too
with
much
the
of a
local
difference
paper,
now.
also very well-known figure.
Ed
In
Cominick
No,
is taking.
Alberta's
Oh,
still
Robert
another
Kitchen.
riding that was a
blue.
Liberal target, but you see the lead, right?
Jesus Christ, the PPC got damn near 10% of the votes so far in Surs Moose Mountain.
It's not easy to predict
Wow.
what kind of a
Jesus.
Liberal government this will be.
The Greens aren't even
But the
on the
Liberals in
ticket.
the lead
That
right now
I
in what was a really
I
tight
did
three-way
very
race
well
in
in that riding,
2019,
considering it's
and
the
in the
oil
final week of
patch.
this campaign,
That's
both Trudeau and Yves-François Blanchet visited that riding. Finally,
10% for the
Les Îles de la
PPC
Madeleine.
in
I've been
that
watching
riding.
this riding so closely over the last little while. Diane Le Boutillier,
Yeah, they're
cabinet
trending at about
minister,
10%
who's
out
got
west in
cabinet posting on
Saskatchewan.
the line, not just the seat. This would be a key
Till you
hole
start
for the
getting
Liberals.
further
They'll
north.
be heartened to know that they're still maintaining that lead in this place in particular because they knew it was going to be close. It was close in 2019.
That's scary.
They knew the Bloc Québécois had invested more resources into this riding than they had last time around because they saw it was a viable shot. Yves-François Blanchet visited that riding a
Saskatoon
number of
West
times over the course
looks
of the
like it's
campaign.
going NDP
That's
so
a key
far.
All all Liberal
I am
cabinet
very
ministers
disappointed
are
with the
leading
numbers
in
of
their
some of
ridings
our
right now,
voter
with the
turnouts
exception of Bernadette
sometimes.
Jordan, who was defeated in Atlantic
Still a
Canada.
lot of votes
Let
to be
me show you
counted.
the map at this stage here. Sorry, there's one other cabinet minister trailing. That is Mary Monsef in Peterborough, which was of concern to the Liberals. So we'll keep our eye on that. This is what the map of Canada looks like right now. So you can see that the Liberals
Looking pretty orange.
The reason you can't see a lot of red
Yep,
here is
they
because
do relatively well over there.
in some of these urban centers.
Mind you, there's always that fallacy of seeing the geographical region of orange and correlating that with the numbers of seats, but geography doesn't vote, people do.
Towards at this hour. We're also getting word right now.
Zoom in on Vancouver, meanwhile.
The Prime Minister, who will continue to
Looks
be Prime
like,
Minister, will speak at 12:30
Jugs
Eastern
tied
from
for the lead
Montreal,
after one poll
which means that
reporting,
we
so
will also
that's
have to hear
something.
from other leaders about how they respond. We'll see whether or not we can give you more information about what kind of government it is before that time. Ian has some more results from Ontario.
12:30 Eastern. So
Yep. So it looks like we're going to get $10 a day childcare.
Holy conservative in Southern Ontario.
Well, yes, that's
Jesus Christ.
hardly surprising. That's the way it's always been.
Are doing maybe a little bit better than they had expected.
How can we have provincially a frickin' NDP government, but federally we're doing conservatives?
We're provincial conservative as well.
Police officer. Notice there are a lot of former police
We were NDP at one point, but that time I think is long gone, and regrettably that government occurred during one of the worst economic downturns until this recent economic downturn. So,
vote difference
not
between
bad taste in a lot of people's mouths.
Place, Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, Leona Alislev.
Yeah, what was his name?
Liberal 2 elections
yeah,
ago.
no, the
was it Bob
conservatives
Ray?
are done, Brent.
Bob Ray, yeah.
Now she's in second place and still
who ended up being a Liberal MP, and is he a senator yet?
Center on a few levels. Raj Saini is on
or no, he's an ambassador or something to the UN, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
With him and
oh, London West has flipped now to the Conservatives. So that's disheartening.
Yikes. White Oaks must have come in. I'm going to be eating a lot of crow if Rob Flack wins. I heckled
Still
that guy.
only 10% of polls reporting, so still early.
In Quebec, it is not. It is in Kitchener Center. We have a reporter there. And
I am really glad that I am not seeing any PPC up here yet.
Okay, Liberals right now, as we say, they are.
I mean, I'm not surprised that
What's
there's
your
no
riding,
PPC
Mike?
because
and they are now leading in 145.
Mine's Barrie, Innisfil.
Starting to track back up because when they left, of course,
mine's Barrie, Innisfil.
They had
so
121. No, yes, 121 ridings. So they are hoping that they can at least get back up to where.
John Broussard leading.
I know PPC.
Which was a bigger.
So he's the conservative.
And 121
a new
seats.
party.
See if they can get there as these
Yeah, they're still too marginal. Like they like the other narrow interest parties, like the Greens. They have 10% of the support of the electorate thus far, but it's so distributed that no one riding will go their way. Now, this is one of the drawbacks of proportional
what is kind of interesting right now are some of the patterns that
marginal parties like the fascists do get a voice, but if Maxime Bernier had a seat in parliament and was able to do his fascist thing, maybe we'd get to shout at him a bit more.
Where Trudeau went to spend some time. The ER Doug Ellefson is certainly in the lead there. The lead is very tiny, 176.
Oh, Thunder Bay is flipping NDP right now.
Cat is trying to get the spider on the ceiling, and I'm trying to get the cat.
If you go to Edmonton Center, this is going back and forth.
I'd really rather you not. If you would
38,
kindly. Oh, I know it's very tempting.
Back and forth. That one clearly
Thank
not
you.
over yet. And this
Sorry
one's
about that.
interesting. Saskatoon.
Sorry to dash your hopes.
If this proceeds as
No
it is,
catastrophes
this
today.
would be the only non-blue seat so far in Saskatchewan. Robert Doucette has had a huge amount of support from the NDP party. He's a former Métis.
So I'm reading over the conservative member John Broussard's website, and like about it's just so fucking cookie cutter generic. Firefighter, city council, conservative venture.
focus still going to matter. It's going to
and then when you go to look at like secure the future, and there's like a video.
Counted. You'll still get the chance to do that.
That's it. There's no text.
When it comes to the results,
like I can't read anything.
Lisa Raitt,
because it's all about aesthetics videos and aesthetic media.
So is that saying
surprise
something
me, Brent,
about their demographic? Like,
It's going to be a disappointing night for conservatives. They picked up
Brent right now is saying that speaking of fascists, does this mean O'Toole is done and Poilievre is going to come in and drag Bernier back to the cons to unite the right? Would not surprise me.
Yeah.
Would not surprise
Would
me.
not surprise me either.
But I don't know, is Pierre a solid enough candidate for the leadership at this point in time?
And that's something that,
Does he have enough pull within there?
It'll be part of the parliament too in terms of discussing.
Hard to say.
Yeah, we'll see where he ends up as final numbers, but I think that's a really fair point.
I'm actually not even sure if Aaron O'Toole might be completely done, because he's like he's not a great candidate. He was nobody's favorite, but they might not have learned that lesson.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point.
Not
that
sure.
Lisa is making, and most importantly, I think we all said at the outset.
Yeah, there's a
that
60 vote spread between the Liberals and the Conservatives in Kitchener-Conestoga right now.
Raging, more so in some parts of the country than others. We've still got climate change to deal with.
Yeah, the Conservatives are going to have to unite their party if they ever hope to see a majority again. That's, it was the Jean Charest Conservatives that were decimated when the reforms really swung into power.
Is it
And
a
yeah,
validation? Is it an
I think you're going to see that happen again.
Pandemic? Is it that we're in the fourth wave and there's concern?
O'Toole, I was surprised when he got the leadership. I think the problem was they had too many fascists running for the leadership. They couldn't decide between Bernier, Sloan, and yeah, like
split the fascist vote.
May not get a bone. You're doing
Not opposed to that.
I have a lot of friends down in the States, and they're Democrats, but they'll join the Republican Party, so they can push the candidate that they want to see run, right? So they can kind of sway it.
The risk, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Let's sway the risk a bit. Ideally, push the candidates that we want versus, the fascists that end up coming in.
Yeah, so let's start with Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. This was pretty close.
The Greens still apparently have Mike Morris.
Lead for Ron McKinnon. He is leading, but you can see this
That's
is one
interesting.
Of those ridings, just outside of the city of Vancouver, kind of Metro Vancouver riding.
How many seats do the Greens have at present?
They had 2. Then she flipped Liberal,
Yeah.
I believe.
Oh, yes.
Jenica Atwin. It was Jenica Atwin. She crossed the floor to the Liberals. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know Elizabeth May is still in Parliament.
This has been a very strong conservative riding, whether it's Reform Alliance or the Conservative banner.
So yes, Elizabeth May at present is still winning Saanich Gulf Islands.
I was gonna say I wouldn't she's an amazing politician.
Yes.
There she is. Look.
I was pretty sure that it was Saanich Gulf Islands, Elizabeth May.
Really, I would have preferred her to stay on
May.
as leader, but
riding for the Greens.
Okay, so that's
yeah.
what gets them to,
I think she's kind of getting tired.
Well, yeah, of course she is. Yeah.
Her daughter's very active in the party, though, so don't be surprised if you see her show up somewhere.
Now,
this is interesting. All of Northern Ontario is kind of going NDP.
Yep.
The Thunder Bay Superior North is currently Liberal by about 500 votes, but that could still swing NDP as second place. The rest of them are relatively narrow leads by the NDP, but again, still early.
That is home of Patty Haidu as the incumbent.
And on Vancouver Island, there are 7 ridings, and about half of the candidates.
Have a little look at Toronto here. Looks like basically a sea of red, as is typically the case, but Davenport seems to be NDP by slim lead. And of course, Thornhill is Conservative and most of the 905. Actually, much of the 905 is still liberal, but once you get out into rural areas, it's very much conservative.
Rob Flack is leading by 36 votes in London West.
It's been called for Lindsay Matheson in London Fanshawe, NDP, so that's cool. I was not exactly surprised, but
yeah, she's leading by 20%.
Over the course of the campaign, come here. She really was trying to, she called it a whistle stop.
I assume all of you have seen the conservative guy's signs. Terrible photo of that dude, Matthias, whatever his name is.
Oh,
just
gosh.
a terrible photo.
He's also a terrible candidate. Did you see he wants to really focus on getting socialism out of the education system? He had a conversation with the Conservative High School Association or something like that, and he's like, yeah, we really need to force this out of the education system.
What a weirdo.
Well, he's one of those young conservative types. This is the problem, right?
Really drank the Kool-Aid and
well, they've never really lived
critical
life.
race theory. Critical race theory. Oh my god!
It's all critical race theory as well.
Trans
damn
people.
liberal.
Oh my god!
Liberal professors brainwashing our children.
Yes. Oh my god.
You're in Kamloops. My apologies, Angela. What do you want?
Poo-poo.
That's right, Rosie.
Yeah.
What really scares me about the human race is that we're so easy to manipulate. Just so easy to brainwash. And like, I'm not immune to it, you're not immune to it, none of us are immune to it. It is just so easy to override critical reasoning through aesthetic judgments. Because we have stuff built right into our brains where we love confidence, we love attractive people, we love people who seem to have our best interests in mind, whether or not they do. And so it's so easy to exploit those vulnerabilities just by saying the right things, acting the right way, looking the right way, look like the people that, like, we love people that look like us, and we love people that you know, and so somebody like Matthias, whatever his name is, being a young conservative, he's been indoctrinated with this stuff his whole life by probably his older relatives. And I don't think he's ever really even considered in objective light what he actually believes in, because he's just repeating, parroting off what he has been taught. And the same accusation can be made towards, you know, we on the left, the socialists, whatever. They're just parroting what their teachers are saying. But like, no, it's critical reasoning that we've been taught, that we've been learning. It's the same, yeah, we've all gone through the same system, but the critical reasoning skills that we've gained, the awareness about the world, the facts of the world that we've learned have led us to the conclusion that conservatism is incoherent, because reality does in fact have a left-wing bias. Humans are social creatures, we're cooperative creatures, and we operate best when we cooperate with one another and share our resources, and like, that's why we even have a civilization, because that's what we're good at. And if it were every man for himself, as the conservative ideology would prefer us, we'd all be dead.
And in the Northwest Territories, a parachute
Yep.
There would be a lot less of us.
Yep.
Yet has never stepped foot in
Oh yeah, I saw that clip of Marjorie Taylor Greene with her the Barrett 50 caliber. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Barrett 50 caliber is actually a Canadian gun, is it not? But yeah, like the anti-socialism movement that seems to be growing right now is ridiculously insane and terrifying. You know, like
Red Scare.
Yeah, well, just the whole concept of private, like all education being private, all healthcare being private, everything being with a profit-driven motive is
market logic. Yep. A scary thing.
Look at what has happened to the power company in the
like,
state.
Yeah, give you a voucher. Give you a voucher. You know what I mean? Like, that's, you can send your kid to whatever school you want. Yeah.
Education.
You've got free choice.
Which of course undermines all the options, because it's all about optimizing for profit.
Guys, I'm sorry. I just have to point out Maxime Bernier lost.
Nice. Hey.
Okay, so we've won the night. Great. Let's have a round of applause. We can breathe a sigh of relief.
interrupt. I'm sorry I interrupted. I just had to point it out while it was there. Maxim Bernier did not win a seat.
It's pretty exciting, gotta say. I hope this is a wake-up call. No, we know it won't be.
The House of Commons, the Conservatives had 119 seats.
Probably not, but it's still nice that he didn't win.
Hope springs eternal.
To at least get that high in order to keep his job. Is that conversation already
Blanchet
happening?
also won his seat, I saw, just before it showed Bernier's riding.
It looks very much like the House of Commons that we left with
back
before the summer. Okay, Rafi Boudjikanian is at the Bloc Québécois headquarters right now. Mr. Blanchet keeps his job, Rafi, but listen, the Bloc is leading in 28 ridings. That's a far cry from the 40 that Mr. Blanchet talked about in the early days of this campaign.
This is
Rosie, if he was here, he would likely want to
definitely getting interesting.
That as a goal, just talked about it as a dream or an aspiration. But yes, they are not.
How do we convince these conservative ridings that they're voting against their interests? And unfortunately, I don't think they are.
It's
like
impossible
Alberta's not
to
voting
convince.
against their interests.
Candidates who are getting elected. Funnily enough,
Some Albertans, I'm assuming, are.
Yeah. They just, I think
they just don't know that they are.
Right.
Yes. Some clapping happened.
They believe what they've been told, and then they want that retold to them so they can believe it even more.
And it's that strong appeal of rugged individualism, that they are all self-made men, that they got there by the sweat of their own backs and brows and whatnot. And the conservative leadership will give them more of the same conditions that they can benefit by the sweat of their backs and brows and whatnot. But it's not by that, it's by the exploitation of natural resources, by the conditions set out by a government that had social programs, etc., that they actually did benefit. And it's very easy to ignore that stuff when you're already on top.
What would it take for the Liberals to actually hit that magic number of 170?
Having a look at Calgary, and it looks all Conservative at the moment, which is strange because usually Calgary has at least some progressive representation. It's still pretty close in Calgary Centre, a few other ridings, but it's going a bit further right than I would have expected.
Brent said 155, so we're getting pretty close to Brent's number here.
We're only talking about a couple hundred votes right now, and interestingly, just with this riding, Michel Boudreau
and NDP's still behind the Bloc.
For the Bloc Québécois, had Yves-François Blanchet wanted him to run. He won this riding in 2019, but there was some infighting and some controversy.
Statistically, the NDP could be ahead, even still, but
the Bloc Québécois candidate in the lead. This was a block riding.
Of course, though, looking at the numbers as they exist right now, the NDP have 21 leading versus 16 or
Ariel
total
is taking London West again. I think White Oak is done counting, maybe.
Okay, that's cool. So right now the Bloc have 29 seats elected and leading versus 25 for the NDP, whereas the Bloc has 7% of the popular vote and 16 for the NDP. So like more than twice as many votes for the NDP, but fewer seats.
By about 3,500.
Maybe there's something wrong with our electoral system. You think? Do you guys think
did you
there
see
might
when
be?
Justin was talking about that maybe after this election he'll revisit the first past the post system? I'm like, oh, time machine, eh?
Say,
Time machine.
I happen to recall this very clear promise that this would be the last election held under first past the post. That was when the Liberals were nearly demolished at the polls, as I recall. Weird.
That's probably a good thing for him too. David Cochrane is at the board
now.
And then suddenly, with a majority government and liberal governments across every province at the time, they just couldn't find a way to find consensus on a new system.
I'm going to
Strange
take
how
you
that
across
works.
the country now and talk about some of the benchmarks we set out at the start of the night. Remember, we said Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, I remember they did those like focus groups and stuff on electoral reform. There was one in London at King's, and I went to that, and it was just like, I don't know, teaching people about different proportional systems and getting people's opinions about them, and it was like,
home province. The big reason for
it pissed me off actually, because a lot of the people who went to this thing were saying, no, we're happy with the system as it is. We don't want electoral reform. Like, a lot of people were saying that. And it's just like, what the fuck?
The trouble with referenda like these is that there is a bias towards what exists now, because if one does not particularly well understand the question they're being asked, then the default option is, well, yeah, I guess what we have right now is A-okay. And especially when it comes to electoral reform, when there is more than one other option, it's kind of a meta problem with electoral reform, trying to address the problem of having more than one option as a choice. If you have the option that we have, or option A or option B that's different, and you, again, don't particularly understand what you're being asked, what we have before is going to be the preferable one. And even if the majority of people go with option A or option B, which is different, proportional representation or ranked ballot or whatever, there will be more votes for what we have right now, because the vote has been split. How apropos.
Where I was with Aaron O'Toole twice in a single day in Whitby when I was
Looking at London West
yeah,
again.
pretty much.
Or actually London North Centre, it looks like actually the statistical tie between the Liberals and the NDP.
Really?
Yeah. So that's pretty exciting.
This was a Liberal seat.
Yes, that is exciting.
Forced to basically step down, step aside, be disavowed.
Like
by
recount
the Liberals, thanks to
close.
Burke's reporting.
It's only 10 polls, so
yeah. Like would go conservative.
It's not much. Nothing to write home about at the moment. London West, however, is at 60 out of 235 polls, and also a statistical tie between Liberal and Conservative. Unfortunately, I don't think Sean is going to be taking it home tonight.
No, so long as Rob doesn't, I'm A-okay. You know,
I
honestly thought, like, usually in my riding, I usually vote for the Communist Party because it's a safe liberal riding, right? Like this. But with Kate Young having retired, I was like, okay, I'm going to vote NDP this time. You know, like this is, because, yeah. But who knows? Maybe Wortley hasn't counted yet. Maybe all of a sudden there's going to be like, you know, 1,800 votes from Wortley Village.
Oh, Windsor-Tecumseh has gone very strongly NDP at the moment. Well, not very strongly, but they've flipped to NDP, so that's possibly 2 NDP ridings down at the southern end of the country.
There. Let's go. Let's look at the green.
Windsor, or sorry, no, Kitchener Centre still in the green lead at the moment.
And Andrew Shearson is leading his.
Third one is indeed Paul Manley. Oh, this is not what I'm talking about, but I'll take a minute since it's
Kevin Vaughn. Didn't he? He stepped down.
Not allowed to be a Liberal, essentially, but it was too
late
when he was.
Is that the guy?
Yeah, he wasn't allowed to be a Liberal. Yeah.
The ballot, and he is.
Oh, probably was too late to get him off the ballot. He's gonna win.
Well, what's that mean?
Into an independent,
I don't know.
and I don't know. Maybe
He'll be an independent. Yeah.
Independent, I guess. Weird.
Which I bet you the PPC picks him up.
Yeah, no.
God.
He'd be an independent, yeah.
On the West Coast that we
Hamilton Centre is NDP. Cool.
See whether or not
that
happens.
Nice.
Center would be a pickup. Fredericton is no longer.
You can spot the Labor strongholds, right?
But the other riding that is not in play
Toronto is now a full sea of red.
This would be her third attempt in this riding of Toronto Centre. From what
It's starting to solidify as well. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a shutout in Toronto.
That's going to be that's a rough night then for Annamie Paul personally.
London North Centre is really close. Fredericton is by like 22 votes. That's not a lot. That could things could switch up real fast.
Good.
Really close.
Well, and especially after during the last provincial election, it was actually kind of a surprise the NDP won that riding.
place and Amy
Yep.
Paul is in fourth place. That doesn't look good for her chances of winning her seat and her future within the party, because as
I'm gonna
insiders
flip back
have told
over
us,
to Quebec, and
I'm trying to see if the Greens are placing well in any ridings.
infighting, given the opposition that she's had in her party. She
got
came out
one
about, I'd say, 30
NDP
minutes ago. She
on
addressed her supporters. She
Montreal,
basically said that, you know, she's concerned with the long lines that
and
we're
otherwise a
seeing
sea
in
of red.
Toronto. And she's especially concerned about her own riding, because in the last
Mike
election,
Morris
they had
has
91 poll sites.
34.5% of the
This
votes
time
for the
they're down
Greens in
to
Kitchener
15,
Centre.
so that is a
That's
significant drop.
rather
I think the
surprising.
greatest drop in
The
polls
Liberal
ever
is at
compared to
18% and the
2019 in all of
Conservative is
Canada.
at
She said in the past
22%.
that calling an
Wow.
election during a pandemic is
So
akin
that's
to
a
voter
little surprising
suppression.
there.
So she's
Yeah,
very
that's
concerned
that's
about
really a remarkable story of this election. I'll need to learn more about that.
Yeah, this is
about the numbers that we're seeing
who
so
is Mike
far when it
Morris?
comes to her chances of being re-elected in her riding, Rosemary, as well.
Green candidate for Kitchener Centre.
David Thurton, you're in Toronto tonight, where it doesn't look at this stage like Amy Paul's going to win that seat. It's her third time trying.
It's a tough one.
Perhaps she'd have to try another.
He's got a double
riding
degree
if
in
she,
business and
wants to stay
computer
on.
electronics
Given the
from Wilfrid
conversations I've had
Laurier.
with her and David Thurton
Founded
has had with them,
Sustainable
it doesn't
Waterloo
seem like
Region
that
to
is,
bring businesses
that is where
together
things
to
are headed.
reduce
Okay,
their
we are looking now.
Mike
at
founded
Lead,
Green
152,
Economy
and
Canada to
Conservatives
support
at
hundreds of
120.
businesses
That's
and
pretty
communities
close
across
to
the
where we
country.
were 5
I see what
weeks
he's
ago,
doing.
which, as we
He's
pointed
the
out when
conservative
question.
candidate, but with a green
So I
flair.
hate that question
Yes,
because I do think
yes,
it's good to
yes,
weigh
exactly.
in on things and have a debate about issues. But
Well, I guess this
anyway,
is what the
here's where
Greens
we
were
are.
after,
So I have two
so
questions. One for you, dear
hopefully it'll
God.
pay off for them.
You know, I'm
Does the
sure
Prime
he's got some
Minister
social
remain
platforms
the
for
Prime
healthcare and
Minister for
everything,
as
because that's
long
kind
as
of
he
green
wants
tradition
now?
at least
Or do
too.
people
But
start saying, well, that's a second minority.
yeah,
I don't know.
maybe he's a little
Does any of
people
that
powered.
start happening?
Well, as long as he wants.
Priorities. What are his priorities?
Eventually,
Prosperity for all.
Yes, okay.
Oh, good.
He's
Prosperity.
just
That's exactly what I was hoping for.
That's
Prosperity.
Caring for those made vulnerable, a Green New Deal, and a more just and democratic society.
Work together on
All right.
a set of issues.
Nice platitudes.
We're going to do our best
I'll
to
take
work
it.
together to make this parliament last
Better than the
for 5
alternative.
years.
Yep.
That's my perspective on things. It's certainly not speaking for the party, but that's the note I would be
Manitoba.
sending
Looks
if I were
like
leader of any
Winnipeg
party.
is mostly liberal, but there's a couple of, there's one sure NDP win and a potential one out in the east end of the city. Otherwise, the whole thing, other than the far north, seems to be conservative. That was surprising there.
Well, I think that's always
Saskatchewan looks like there is a single riding in Saskatoon that is NDP potentially, otherwise fully conservative. No surprises there. Alberta. Anybody want to guess?
To me, it's
just
surprise.
a sea of blue.
It's conservative. It's all conservative. Oh, except for downtown Edmonton, there are two ridings where the NDP hold a slim lead over the Conservatives. So that's something. That has happened before a few times. Downtown Calgary is apparently quite progressive, so and also they have Nenshi as the mayor, so
Robert
that was a
Doucette
thing.
in the NDP in Saskatoon North there, I believe it is. He's the former president of the Métis Nation.
Oh,
membership
okay.
It has to be all dealt with under
Well,
Michael
that's
Chong's hold
that's
of bill.
cool.
That was
That's
introduced that they have to decide whether or not they're
yeah,
gonna
looks like
accept
he's
the bill.
probably
So
going to win that.
lots of
So that's
procedure to
great.
go through between
Oh,
now and then.
what's this?
But
Edmonton
let's see what the last of
Griesbach
the numbers
is
show us
swinging
and then
NDP,
he'll make a
and
decision.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Oh, yeah.
Edmonton Strathcona with 58.8% of the vote so far.
Yep.
For
Looks
Heather
like
McPherson.
I mean, we already know. We've seen some of the
TBC
people
Tracker
already
has
hostile
called
to
it
the
for the
Toronto
NDP,
public
so
good, right?
that's
So
cool.
I don't know how long that
One
lasts.
And
more for that.
Blake Desjardins in Edmonton Manning. Edmonton Manning, as in Preston Manning, looks to be skewing
So he could make a case. He could
Little
make a
too,
case.
little too early tonight, but to say that it's all bad.
Curious.
But,
He's
making
leading
a
by
case, and
10% of the
is
vote
starting
right
at
now.
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I could just add one more point to this, Rosie, and I think it's an
Looking out at the far west end here in BC, the interior is mostly conservative.
For sure.
Kootenay, Columbia, and South Okanagan are NDP at the moment, but a slim lead. The island is geographically mostly orange.
Paul
The
Manley's
Nanaimo
a,
Ladysmith.
Paul Manley's a
I
bit
think
of a
they would probably take
superstar
issue with
candidate
the-
for the
with
Greens.
the
He
word
seems to
mainstream.
be
There are lots of mainstream
losing
gun owners
momentum
who are
tonight.
responsible gun owners.
That's
So not to speak for them,
he's
but
in
I
third
think
place
that's,
right now.
Oh dear.
probably what conservatives would say, Lisa, that they're.
Yeah.
Or do you agree with
Having a
Carrie?
look at
Well,
Metro
I would say
Vancouver
that
here,
the
looks like
Liberal campaign of
mostly it's a mix between NDP and
Yes.
Liberals.
that was a turning
Vancouver
point.
Centre has not reported anything at the moment, so it's anybody's game.
But it worked.
I think it's pretty good not to have assault weapons on our streets, and I think most Canadians agree with that.
Well, I wasn't saying that.
But
I was
that's
not
what
saying
campaigning
that.
And in the
Just
north,
talking about
it
the
looks
fact
like
that it was a tactic
probably
that
NDP
worked.
for Nunavut.
Yeah. Sarah, let's bring you in. We'll let
Hard
them
to tell
just
for the
decompress
Northwest
for a moment.
Territories. We might not
The
even know this
NDP
week.
right now
And hard to tell for
at
Yukon.
29. So that
Again,
is also,
very large,
tracking up
very
for Jagmeet
distant,
Singh.
very northerly.
I mean, it seems like everybody in the party likes him. So, but because I asked the other two the question, I'm going to ask you too. Is there a point in time where someone says,
Yeah, it looks like
"It's
things
not really
are
as good as we
yeah.
wanted it to be"? And I say that only because
Status
we were
quo.
pretty rough on Tom
Status
Mulcahy
quo.
when he didn't.
Starting
win.
to solidify. The New
happen ever in
Democrats
this case?
may have picked up a
I think
few
Jagmeet's still
more
a
seats than they
relatively
had
new
before.
leader.
So
In
that's
the last election, we saw him perform well, and I think he's done the same in this election. He
Have a good
ran
night,
certainly
Dan.
not the
positive
breakthrough.
and hopeful campaign that inspired a lot of young people to get engaged in our political
Thanks for sticking
system.
around as
The
long as you
public,
did.
they
It's
will be
getting
voting
late,
for the
eh?
first time
Like
in this
this is
election. We're trending
welcome to
upwards. I
my
think he's doing a
Super
great
Bowl.
job as leader, and
That's
really
what
give him
this
an
is.
opportunity to demonstrate his abilities.
You're trending upwards in seats, but the
I still-
Dan, take care, man.
the same.
I still
And
think
Tom
this
Mulcahy
needs
didn't
to
get two
be
kicks at the can.
a
I don't wanna
holiday.
relitigate that one. I've spent enough time on it in my life, frankly.
With
But
like
Rob
tailgate
Ford
parties and
can't
everything.
even give
that is
us
not something that you would hear
the
inside
Indigenous
NDP circles,
Peoples
I
Day.
guess is
The
my point, that he would ever have to.
that's
think
not
about
not a
leaving as
provincial
long as things
holiday in
improve slightly
Ontario.
or held.
So I wonder
think
how
at
the
this
natives
point,
feel
he's
about
doing a
that
great job as leader, and I
happening.
think in terms of the NDP circles, we're all very proud of him. He's been very positive. In
Yeah,
terms
it
of
is
his
starting to get a bit
reception
late.
to Canadians,
Mhm.
the way he's been engaging with people. I think he's doing a phenomenal job as leader, and I think
Yeah,
How
you
long are we
know,
gonna do this?
Rosemary Barton right now is just doing a fat line right about now.
Oh yeah, I gotta keep going. Gotta just.
Very close to
Yeah.
where we were when Parliament.
Everybody's pupils
left
start to
off
dilate.
This
And
election was called. Maxime Bernier is in Saskatoon right now speaking to supporters. He has not won any seats and he lost his seat. But let's listen to his message to his supporters. And
Oh,
those who
Luder
voted
eyes.
for him.
She's falling asleep.
yeah, those are sleepy eyes right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
we have Maxime here.
Oh,
Hold on.
turn it up.
Merci.
Seek out. Seek out. Seek out.
All right. Well, clearly, Maxime Bernier probably had more to say than that, but we just caught the tail end. We'll bring you some more of
Well
his,
done,
response
CBC.
to the outcome for Maxime
didn't
Bernier
catch it.
tonight. There has been an
Yeah, they got him walking off
just
stage.
not significant.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, great.
Yeah,
That's just perfect.
I would say that is not.
That's journalism at its finest.
London North still waiting to vote. Eh, nice. I wondered, like, how long will they keep the polls open?
The polls are still open, eh? Because they're supposed to
What?
close at 9:30. And when I went to vote, it was dead. Like there was nobody there. There was like maybe two people that I saw show up. But like other than that, like it was dead. It was quiet. I was in and out in like 5 minutes. So if people are still waiting to vote this late, that's like
That's uncanny.
damn.
Pretty quickly, Justin Trudeau
Yeah.
and his team have already signaled that he's probably going to speak around 12:30 a.m. So you would hope to hear from the other leaders before then, but we'll see how all of that shakes down. Let me show you the map of Canada as it looks right now. And if you are a bit of a political nerd, you're probably looking at it and seeing some familiar
If
colors
you
from
are a
last
bit of a
time
political
we
nerd.
had an election. You'll see that notably in Western Canada, where for now anyway, the Liberals have not made really any significant inroads. You will also see some NDP support both in northern Manitoba, northern Ontario, a little bit there at the tip of Saskatchewan. You'll see the block colors on the board in Quebec. And why it may be difficult here to see on the screen that the Liberals are forming government, if we were able to dive all the way down with our camera into the bottom of Ontario, you'll see that that's where the vast majority of those ridings are. Look at, we can do it. Aren't we amazing? You can actually see the ridings there that the Liberals held around the GTA and in Toronto. And that
What
is
do we
really,
got here?
between that, Atlantic Canada, and Quebec, that is what has led them to another government tonight. Cam McIntosh is in Winnipeg at this hour. Cam, over to you.
Hey, Rosemary. Well, when we talk about the Liberals holding on to their minority, they're also holding on to their 4 seats here in Winnipeg, or at least leading in them, and possibly leading.
What riding are you in,
here in Winnipeg?
Brent?
If that's the seat that I'm in right now, it's Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley. Dr. Doug Elifson is leading Marty Morantz, the CPC,
Because
by
the
374 votes.
Conservative party in Canada has been so co-opted, so it doesn't surprise me you have an anti-choice homophobic Kitchener-Conestoga, eh?
Dr. Elifson
Interesting.
held this seat after 2015, lost it in 2019 when the Liberals
Carleen
lost the
Hawley
now appears to be at least competitive and potentially winning this seat at this point in time. Speaking to the Liberal campaigns around Winnipeg, a lot of them said to us that in order to hold on to their seats and for the Liberals to do well here, they felt they may need to draw some vote out of the NDP.
She used to be the chief financial officer for the EDA.
That appears not to be happening. The NDP actually have their vote percentage up, so the Liberal vote percentage.
I'm not a fan of accountants. Not gonna lie. Anybody that's
people thought that for Liberals to hold on to their
they have
seats
to have
there, that
the wrong
the PPC
priorities
would
in
need
mind
to do
when they're
much
making
better than
business
it has
decisions.
done, or at least appears to be doing. So right now, Liberals seem to be holding their own here in Manitoba.
Cam McIntosh with the View from my home province tonight. Thank you so much. As we look at those results there.
Yeah, I never could. I never was really good. I sucked at accounting. That was not a good course for me.
Is that was actually how
yeah, Money and I just don't.
He had complaints about it for sure.
I'm really good at math. I just think that most of our math needs to say that we need to be paying for more important things than fighter jets.
Is the National Child Care Program.
You know, I don't think we should sell buildings to property developers for them to turn into for-profit housing when we can just turn them into housing ourselves.
He will undoubtedly
yeah, what a concept.
support both from the NDP and the Bloc to push ahead with that policy. And that means that some
Sky Dome to a rich billionaire that
$25 million they sold the Sky Dome for.
Right. So, and you can't even buy an apartment building for that much in fucking Toronto.
That land is worth like $10 billion. It's insane. Like this is such a backhanded deal.
That's $1 billion piece of real estate.
Yep.
And
basically given to them.
Yeah, to a rich oligarch.
But that's not inconsistent with up there. If you head over to Nunavut, this was the
that's what we do with our power companies too, though, now, right?
Step back.
Yeah, nobody likes accountants except for rich people. Exactly.
Well known up there. And if we head into Yukon, Brendan Hanley, who's taking the lead. It's a very small lead, but Yukon has very tight races.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to probably call this for a while.
Has only taken a leave from that job to do this. And Barbara Dunlop, just keep an eye on her. She's a romance novelist.
Still a pretty damned long lease. Another 60 years on that.
I'm so glad you got to find a way to use that
I've been
line.
trying to get it in there.
Just testing it in the makeup room.
CN just bought another rail. I think they bought Kansas Southern, didn't they?
Thomas Degla, who incredibly
100-year lease, Jesus Christ.
In Toronto, and there are still people waiting in line. God bless them because they should wait in line, Thomas.
Yeah, CN Rail just bought Kansas City Southern.
Tell me what people are telling you there.
I was reading about that, yeah.
It's been about an hour and 40 minutes now since.
It's weird that CN and CP seem to be like two mega companies. Like this is insane for Canadian. Well, I guess they're probably the last two Canadian ones.
Under the Gardiner Expressway here on the Spadina Fort York riding, you're seeing people. We might see them actually just.
Oh, we've got a few construction companies like Ellis Don and.
Is Lafarge Canadian?
Information after about a 2-hour wait.
I don't know.
Not recall.
Who've made it to the front of the line here.
Bombardier.
Made it just before polls closed at 9:30. Made it to the back.
SNC Lavalin, you know, like we got a lot of
Yeah. A lot of good companies. Yeah. Yeah.
And be patient like this. And they said, well, it's our right to vote. It's our privilege to vote. We need
Is
to vote,
Jody
and if it's
Wilson
gonna take a couple hours
Raybould
waiting,
running in?
No, she wrote a book.
I can't quite see the.
I know she wrote a book. I wasn't sure if she was running again. Just you mentioned SNC Lavalin, like, oh, Jody Wilson Raybould.
No, she just released a book that was basically a big hit piece.
So I would say there's still at least 45 minutes of waiting for the people in the back of the line. Very late here, Rosemary.
Okay, Thomas.
Where is he? 45-minute wait.
And I applaud you for sticking out there with them as well. This obviously a clear sign of how a pandemic affects an election. We'll see whether the voter turnout has any impact as well. Thanks, Thomas.
Didn't catch that at all, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Bring you some more news right now. Our CBC
A lot of people only finish work at like 9 o'clock and forget to vote, and people forget that they can. Everybody remember, your bosses have to let you leave work to go and vote.
Justin Trudeau, as we already told you, will hang on as Prime Minister tonight. The Liberals remain in government, but after calling this snap election with the hopes of a different outcome, let's be honest, Justin Trudeau will not get enough seats to form a majority government. This is, as he said, Canada's choice to weigh in on the future of this country. You have done that, and you have told Justin Trudeau that you want him to have some checks and balances around him in the form of those other parties. And we are returning basically to a house
So they're projecting
close to a standstill to where we left off. Very close numbers
what?
to where we were.
You've cut out.
When the house was dissolved.
The Liberals.
Is it like decided now that it's a minority government, or are they just like projecting that?
Pretty clear, yeah.
The Liberals have had 157 seats previously, so what they really want to see is more than that.
At present,
Yeah.
projections show 155.
Brent
so
called
they-
it at 155. Remember that, guys? Brent called it at
Yeah.
155. Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, it's still very early.
Early, so yeah, he might not get it.
The New Democrats had 24 seats in 2019. The Bloc had 32, and the Conservatives had 121. So it looks like, you know, everybody except for the Bloc and the Greens have picked up a seat. The Greens right now are down a seat.
Well, the Greens are down a lot more than that.
Oh, well, this is true.
So really nothing's changed. Money was spent. $500 million was spent on shit.
Yep. Bunch of lawn signs that can't be recycled and so on and so forth.
More way to spend some money in the economy, though. Let's
the
cash,
GDP.
cash handout, cash handout. Facebook made out like a bandit this campaign.
All right.
Millions of dollars spent on Facebook ads for this.
Yep. Yep.
Sponsored posts.
Yep. Yep.
I don't understand how that gets paid for without favors.
Didn't help my GDP.
So look at that historic benchmark there of 38.5, which is the lowest we've ever seen to call a majority government. The Conservatives are ahead in the share of vote, which is not unlike what we saw in the last.
You're going to see people pushing for first past the post now with those percentages, eh? Like, this is
Given that the Liberals and Conservatives have almost exactly the same share of the vote, and yet the Liberals have many, many more seats.
Yep.
Now maybe the Conservatives might get in on the electoral reform.
Yeah.
Look, the Bloc down 3, which is an interesting storyline we can dig into more in the days ahead. NDP
Under an Aaron O'Toole victory, this would be the last election held.
So I think the goal is, obviously the PC needs to sway liberal voters, which, you know, they're trying to do with their LGBTQ friendly candidate. But is it going to work, or do the NDP stand a better chance of swaying?
There's five extra seats for the NDP.
The
So far.
NDP need the Liberals right now, like as a
Yep,
whole in Canada,
good though.
because
They made the biggest gain over any other party. So
So it's not that your ballots don't matter.
that's
like if
huge.
So this was actually good for the NDP then.
Yep.
oh,
Yep.
absolutely.
It may well be, as long as it all materializes, because again, it is still very early, especially in British Columbia. But it's entirely possible that there may be some gains here.
Yeah, Rosie, really for things
Yeah.
to change tonight, we needed to see one of two things. We
Would
needed to see
in turn,
exponential
you
growth
know,
and a big
you
break
can make some deals with the Liberals, obviously, right? So
Yeah.
How does the NDP attract voters?
And really, neither one of those things has happened. So just to walk it through, the Liberals are
Again, a bold statement. They just need to be more confident, more bold, more ambitious in their targets. Because like they're not going to scare away their base with anything they're saying. They might scare away conservatives, and they weren't going to vote for the NDP anyway. But what they need to lay out is a vision of a Canada of the future that isn't predicated on tightening belts on a continuous basis. That like we just buy the things that we want. We just pay for good stuff for our society. And as it becomes better, like that whole metaphor of the rising tide lifting all boats that the conservatives love to harp on about, what we need is an actual rising tide. Bring up the bottom so that we all benefit.
Well, and that's the thing. I just hope they see that, right? Because a lot of the bottom doesn't see where their benefits are coming from. Like, it's the NDP that pushed for the CERB amount to be increased, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's the NDP that wanted the rent to be stopped. It's like, but we have a memory span of crickets now, so most people are like, you know, other than like what's hammered into them constantly with, you know, the Liberals are criminals.
Well, it was Daddy Justin saved us, or Justin Trudeau is a horrible monster, idiot, whatever.
Yeah.
And that really sticks in people's minds. Whereas, like,
illegitimate son of Fidel Castro.
yeah, some other bullshit like that. Whereas, like the nuanced truth of the matter, where it was a negotiated truce between the Liberals and the NDP that gave this not completely optimal, but less suboptimal than some other countries in the United States, that it made it even possible. And this is why coalition governments work.
So theoretically, right now they have a majority. If Liberals play nice with the NDP, then some stuff can actually get passed.
They have to play nice with the Bloc and the NDP, right?
Yeah.
Like this is.
Well, even with just the NDP, that's over 70. That's over majority.
When you think about Quebec, the Bloc Québécois did
So,
things in 2019. They took a big
you know,
out of the NDP, and they took
you're always going to kind of play nice to the Bloc anyways.
Really have traction tonight. They would have had to undo a lot of
because you got to.
done by the Bloc.
Yeah, the Bloc is a necessary evil of Canadian political machinations.
Yep.
To do that, I'll show you what I mean.
Well, it would be interesting to see what happened if the Bloc did not exist.
Yeah,
very
I
different
was
country.
thinking about that. Yeah.
Well,
I think
the
a lot of-
Orange Wave is basically what would happen.
Would
Because
you think
that's
so,
what
or
did
do you-
happen. The Bloc disappeared.
I don't know if the Orange Wave would happen at this point.
Well,
Quebec.
more so that if you want to see what Canada would look like if the Bloc were to disappear, it would be the 2011 election, because the
still
Bloc did
think-
not exist then.
I know, but you still think Quebec would trend that way?
Well, it's the only progressive party other than the Bloc that exists. It's either that or the Liberals, and the Bloc and the Liberals aren't really the same genre of party. I would say the NDP is most fully aligned with Bloc ideals.
Because like the NDP is in the conservative ridings, the NDP's polling at like, or sorry, the Bloc ridings, damn blues.
Mm.
The NDP's polling like 4 to 10% of the vote.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. Do you know what's happening
Yeah.
in Jean Riviere? And I only ask that because the Liberals.
And I see that as a result of like solidifying behind the candidate that is the progressive candidate, and that would be the Bloc candidate.
something. It's
Yeah, so
amazing.
this was a blockade
Strategic voting, basically.
in 2019. You're right that this was a really
Still fairly tight race in London North Centre. Peter's in the lead at the moment. Dirka is not too far behind.
My area, the conservative guy looks like he's got it.
with a marginal lead.
Yeah, yeah, you are in a fairly rural-based riding.
Former mayor of Trois-Rivières. So
Okay,
yeah, that's how
interesting.
that race is
And it's not just magic. It's a woman named Allie who just listens and
We're
knows
gonna need to
everything
keep
and
eyes
listens.
on
It's
that
not
PPC movement.
Jasmine's losing. Or Jagman,
Yes.
he's losing.
Well, the question is, once the
No, that's-
pandemic is over, will the PPC still have any support
The
left?
Conservatives, that's definitely happening in the prairies. Two spots really to keep an eye on. Edmonton.
Because, like, yes, they'll still have their racists and their lunatics, but the anti-vaxxers and the anti-lockdown people will be less relevant. So they would need to find some way to keep those people. So yes, there is that slide towards the right that they're probably trying to do, but how many of those folks will they be able to solicit into that?
Well, I honestly think there's a lot of them that the NDP can attract because I think they've been misled.
To pause and take a breath, and you can
There's a
There are
lot of
some.
these people that have been misled into what the PPC is for them because these are the people that have also been convinced that unions are bad for their workplaces.
Ah, right.
Right? Like these are the people that are like, I'm hard done by because of this, and it's not the right answer. You know, you're
Right.
not like our birth rate in Canada is 1.1 or 1.2 right now. We need immigration. So
Yep.
the immigrants are not taking your jobs. The reason you don't have a good job is because the Conservatives have depressed the economy so that you will accept less for doing more for the past 20 years.
Yeah. But the question is then, how do we convince those folks that they have been misled? Because it is very difficult to convince anyone that they're wrong, even when they're wrong.
You have to appeal to them on the things that they are right about. Poverty.
Right.
Find commonalities, and work from there. Yeah,
If
that's
they're
usually the way to go.
convinced climate change isn't real, don't focus on that. Let's not get into arguments on climate change. Let's get into the fact that they could be making $35 an hour servicing windmills, right? Like,
she won it as a liberal in 2015. She won it as an independent in 2019. And really curious to see how this would end up. I live in that riding. It was really hard.
because yeah, it's too easy for us to argue with them.
Yeah, yeah. The arguing only will push further away. And I think there's a lot of relevant information to be drawn here about how people have been forced to deprogram their Trump-loving relatives in the United States. Because that's, like, you're basically using the same techniques as one would use to deprogram a cult member. Their whole worldview has been centered around this great lie that is self-reinforcing. And when one's worldview is challenged, it's very uncomfortable because, like, the very precepts of your reality are based in this idea that, like, this guy is the second coming of whatever. And in this case, it's not a personality cult, but rather it's a cult of nationalism, a cult of stuff that PPC does. But like the cult mentality is very present, and I don't have any clear ideas as to how to break that. Because, like, yes, you can approach people in terms of the issues, in terms of, like, yeah, you're poor, yeah, you're hard done by, yeah, the system has not been advantaging you, but the blame piece, like how to lay blame for them, is a part of worldview, because it's a self-evident truth for them that it's the liberals, the commies, the foreigners, the whatever. It's not a reasoned position, it's an aesthetic, self-evident truth for them. So breaking through that is going to be much more difficult than spreading data at them or anything else like that. It's going to have to, like, hit that same aesthetic level, the same. You just need a good acid trip. That's really what I'm saying. We just need
yeah,
to.
just some connectedness.
Yeah, a little bit of a sensation of connectedness, but Like the one thing that can alter worldview reliably is trauma. And like a good acid trip is a form of trauma, technically speaking. So, what kind of trauma would bring somebody who's all gung ho about the PPC out of that worldview? I don't know.
Realization, awareness, experience, lived experience, right? Like this is the thing. You know, you want to take somebody's LGBTQ bias. If you want to beat, as Pat says, if you want to beat communism, you need to fill the justified demands of it, which is, you know, affordable housing. Well, housing in general should just be a right. But yeah, like we know we can deprogram Nazis, but I think, you know, we need to have them live the experiences. You might hate gay people because you don't know any gay people, right? Like,
her, you talk about the risk of her staying in Toronto Centre during the campaign. I mean, is that why we're seeing?
If we could just grab each and every PPC member and sit them down and expose them to the things they need to be exposed to, that'd be one thing. But like some dude in rural Quebec who has never even seen a black person before, like, I don't have high hopes that we can reach as many people as we need to in the way that we need to. I mean, maybe when the climate emergencies really start kicking up, but even then.
The problem,
And you're going to see more immigration at that point, which you're going to see them griping even more, right? So.
And the climate emergency is still not something that a lot of people can
relate to.
Yeah, like Canada's going to be relatively unscathed for a while with the climate emergency. We have the ability and the economy to avert a lot of the negative effects from it, right?
And yet some of the cinder-filled areas of the West have voted Conservative tonight.
Which is weird.
Isn't it just? Like even that level of trauma, the lived experience of having had your entire fucking house burned down, your
And the
entire world burned down.
air quality for half a year was almost
red
unbreathable.
skies,
yeah.
And yet you'll still vote for the party that wants to keep doing that thing. Like I say, it's a delusion, and delusions are impossible to break with reason.
It's tough.
We've had a full slate in 2004, 2006, 2008.
Look, so Elizabeth May right now is probably making a gamble for leadership again. I'm going to turn this up for a moment.
It's not, you know, it's not. It was a shock to
She's
me.
She's bitching that they didn't have a full
we'll
slate.
Into it, and we absolutely are here to stay. That's the message. Anyone who wrote off the Greens was premature.
Thank you, Ms. May. That's Elizabeth May, former leader of the Green Party and current candidate, doing very well in her riding at the moment. Rosie, back to you.
Okay, some of that could be read as criticism of Annamie Paul, who Elizabeth May, I'm not sure was the biggest
of course
fan
it's
of.
criticism of Annamie Paul.
The slate of ridings of members, for instance, could be that. Annamie Paul still in fourth place right now in her riding of Toronto Centre. Let's show you
Annamie Paul in fourth place.
His riding of Burnaby South. We have not called it.
That's rough.
Wow.
He is leading by
That's real rough.
He's not winning by an awful lot.
That's only 35 polls. These are our early numbers.
I will say though that the NDP are up 5.
But yeah, Liz May is leading by 18% over the Conservative, which is weird.
I mean, if everybody goes back to where they were, but the NDP
and yeah, there's absolutely no way Annamie Paul is going to win her seat. So that is the end of her leadership.
The Liberal candidate in Calgary, Calgary Skyview, is leading by about 100 votes.
A hair.
I wanted to hear from them, so I'm sure all of you wanted to hear from them too. Hello, everyone. Probably a shorter evening than we all anticipated. Chantal.
Those NDP ridings are sending a message in Edmonton, it looks like.
looks like
Mhm.
nobody wanted an election and nobody
Political
felt that they
commentary coming up here.
Oh, Chantal Bear.
Yeah.
doesn't
Always
get
liked
his
her.
majority.
Yeah.
The Conservatives do not get the government. The NDP, I think, would have liked to be
This would be interesting to
in
turn up a
control
little
of the
bit.
balance of power. That's not happening. And the Bloc Québécois did not get the bump that it hoped for in the polls. Anami Paul, the Green Party leader, and Maxime Bernier share the same. We didn't get what we wanted, which would have been at least a seat for Paul or a seat for his party in the case of Bernier. I think, speaking from Montreal tonight, that François Legault probably will refrain from telling Quebecers how to vote in a future election.
Well, there's like 3 columns in what you just
So
said
they've
there,
definitely
including
called
at least
it
one
for
headline.
Trudeau.
An election that nobody wanted and nobody got what they wanted.
He's now
Aki,
hit
I'll
the
go to
same
you in terms of
same seat count
what you think of the results.
I'm shocked
As
because
last time?
the ticker on the screen
Yep.
just went from 121 to 120, but when it was at 121, we were exactly at the same result as 2019. Nobody wanted this election. I don't have anything to add to what Chantal said. I think that's completely true. I think there's a lot of interesting local races. I think the Liberals are going to be really pleased to see Leona Alislav. This is the Liberal that walked across the aisle and became a Conservative. She has been defeated by a Liberal candidate in Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Miriam Monsef. It looks like she's going to be defeated in Peterborough-Kawartha, and that means the end of Peterborough-Kawartha being the bellwether riding of the country. Yeah, so there's like interesting little factoids here and there. I think it's a little sad to see Scott Sims and Newfoundland lose his seat. I just spoke to him. He seems actually pretty zen about it. But I don't think that that's something the Liberals saw coming. I think the Liberals are immensely relieved. I spoke to some senior advisors over the weekend, and the numbers that they had were much worse than what we're seeing on the screen at the moment. And so they are feeling a little, I guess, thankful that the NDP vote has come their way. And so there's a big relief for them there. But this is kind of a pointless exercise, isn't it?
No, I never think it's pointless. I always think there's a point because people get to weigh in. And if the message is just keep trucking the way you're going, then that's the message. I mean, we say
But they didn't need to have an election to do that.
No, okay, but we had one. So, here we are. And to everyone's point here, Andrew, no one wanted the election. Well, one guy wanted the election. That's Justin Trudeau. Whether he still wants it now, I don't know. But he at least ends up with what he had when he started.
Yeah, so he gets to carry on.
I think Maxime Bernier also wanted this election as well, very much so.
You can always spin these things either way, as either a win or a loss, and it always depends on where you're measuring it relative. So relative to mid-campaign, when the Liberals were behind and floundering, this is a good result.
Sure.
Relative to just before the election, when they were ahead by 12 points, this is a pretty bad setback. But probably from the grand scheme of things, this is an accurate reflection of where the public's at.
Yes.
I do think, that both the Liberals and the Conservatives have to think hard about how stuck in the mud they are. They have come in 2 elections in a row where the 2 major parties, the parties that have governed Canada since Confederation, were at basically about 1/3 of the vote. And the Liberals in particular now have finished behind the Conservatives in 5 out of the last 6 elections.
The Liberals need
In
the
this case, they did so
NDP.
having papered the country with money in the last budget, having had dominated the airways through most of the pandemic. So they've got to be wondering why they can't get further ahead. The
And I bet you they'd
Conservatives certainly
perform
looking
better
at
out
how
west if
the
they started
level of
swinging a
disaffection
little
with the Prime Minister,
socialist.
why they were not able to capitalize on that.
Started
even with
building
their
some infrastructure
complete
projects out there.
makeover of their image and their policies in the platform. They've got to be asking themselves.
Put a
some serious
can-do
questions as
reactor in
Yeah,
fucking
those are excellent
Wainwright.
points. I had made the point earlier about the Conservatives sort of,
You wanna,
re-examining who
you
they
wanna
are. But
do
you're
the
quite right,
oil
Andrew. Maybe
sands?
it's
We're
a
going to do
question
it with
the Liberals
nuclear
should be
power.
asking too, given that they've ended up with the support that they had in the last one. Elamine, your thoughts?
I mean, listen, we started off this campaign with the Prime Minister saying that this is going to be a historic election, an election where we sort of look at what the COVID recovery economy is going to look like. Well, that is not where Canadians' heads are at. And actually, I'm not sure that it was so much a repudiation of the idea of having this election, so much as it was, in fact, the event, right? Like the fact that schools reopening happened and the Delta variant kind of reared its head. And the parties kind of had to respond to that reality. And at the end of the day, it looks like Canadians did not want to suddenly change horses. That, in fact, the very delicate balance of how we got through this pandemic is something that is working. But also, I'm not sure that we can extrapolate something that is sort of a larger picture this early. A lot of the specific writing by writing results have been surprises in that regard. And so I think it's just a little bit too early to tell what the clear.
Speaking of London West,
is, but,
London West
been
is
like an hour and a half since we
Liberal
found out the
so
results.
far
Althea,
again
did you
still.
want back in there?
More than an hour.
Althea and then Chantal.
Yeah. I'll just say that, if this result that we're seeing at the bottom of the screen holds, Justin Trudeau is greatly diminished. I mean, he cannot negotiate in the House of Commons the same way he did just 3 months ago. He no longer can threaten to send the opposition back to the polls. We're obviously not going to have an election. I'm not sure that Jerry is right, that the Liberals are going to stick around for an extra 4 years. But, he can't go around and say, oh, well, if you don't support my throne speech, we'll head back to an election. So that stick is completely gone, and that might actually hurt them, because that was the biggest thing that they had going over the past 18 months.
So Chantal, is the Liberal leader then chastened, or is he emboldened to seek the support of the other progressive parties to push forward with his agenda?
Well, I mean, I buy the no stick for Justin Trudeau, although I don't see why he would want to go back in an election, but it cuts both ways. You do not have an emboldened third party saying, I dare you to not do my bidding because I'm going to come back and if you're the Bloc Québécois, take over Quebec from you. I just want to go back to Andrew's point. I think it's important. This is the 5th election in 7 since 2004 where we've elected minority governments.
Yes, it is.
This isn't just the pandemic and people were busy. This is a pattern. And that pattern would suggest that Justin Trudeau was on a more proper track when he was talking about electoral reform and changing the culture of cooperation in the House of Commons than he has been once he won a majority and made himself believe that the Liberals were back as the dominating party. But I don't see, when you look at 5 out of 7, anything that will make the NDP, or for that matter, the Bloc Québécois, disappear so that it accommodates the Conservatives and the Liberals again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we want to go down the can of worms that is electoral reform. I know Althea and Andrew would love to, but we might hold off on that. But I think that's a very good point. Is there something that Canadians are saying about their preference for governments and having other parties have the ability to weigh in and use leverage and
if you
not
look at the
have,
map,
majorities run roughshod over the country, Andrew?
Well, what we have is kind of de facto coalition government, not with apportioning of cabinet seats, but with what you have is
we were talking about the coalition government earlier.
In the vote, it's just not
this
giving
is
itself
like
to any
why
one
maybe
party.
now's the
Splitting
time
them
that
amongst
Trudeau
different
should
parties.
reach across
And
the
that
floor and
seems
say
not
we'd
to be
like
going away.
an
So they're gonna
NDP and
have
a
to
bloc
learn to work
member
together,
in caucus.
if they want to,
that would
continue
be
to govern and for the Conservatives,
like that would
they
be a
have to start
landmark
thinking, how
achievement,
can we
but
expand our
I
base
don't think they're going to do it.
beyond the sort of 40 to 45%.
He almost has to.
That even charitably can be
I
assigned
don't
to
think
them
he's
in
going to
the
do
best
it
of
either
elections.
because
And they
he.
now have to think about whether they're
I
going to
don't
have to share
okay,
that
so like
vote
the
with
attitude
PPC
that I
in
see
the
from
election
Trudeau
going
is
forward.
like
although
he
I
thinks that if
thought
you're
that's
not
what
in
Aaron
his
O'Toole was trying to
party,
do.
then
Anyway, I have to
like
put you guys on pause
what
for a moment. You're
are
going to
you
be here
even
for a while
doing,
longer, I'm
right?
afraid.
Like
The leaders
he's
are
he's
going
like
to
not.
speak, and we'll
It's
come
not
back and
just
talk to all of you.
like
Thank
your
you so much.
average like.
Okay, look at that.
You know,
if you look on the bottom of your screen,
we're
as
in
I
different
turned my back
parties,
there,
so
didn't
we
notice
disagree
it, but
with
the
each
Bloc
other
and the
kind of
NDP
attitude.
moving back and forth,
It's like he
flipping
seems to
with
actually like
29,
look down on
28,
people
29,
who are not
28,
in
all
his
of that
party. So
still moving ahead. So who
The
will be in
natural
third
governing
place
party
inside the House of
arrogance.
Commons? That is an interesting question for us here tonight.
yeah,
I think
exactly.
Andrew
Like
has
he's
some of
arrogant.
that
That's the
story to
word
tell us.
Yes.
that I was looking for. Like he
yeah.
comes across as arrogant.
I don't know. Cobble something together.
Yeah. Give me 10 seconds
Yeah,
here.
okay.
Let me type something up. Okay, so let's go to Quebec. And so the fortunes of the NDP, a very interesting thing to watch. Berthier-Maskinongé, of course, one of those key ridings that we have been watching. And in Ruth Ellen Brosseau, one of those rare candidates who was swept in on the orange
You're getting
wave
punch drunk over on the
and
CBC.
managed to
She's
win.
leading.
Yeah,
Wow.
and managed to win
Yep.
again in 2015.
I'm getting
which
punch
is what
drunk.
most NDP candidates in Quebec
Well,
weren't
same.
able to do. But right now she's in the lead right now.
I think we've got a
Still
result, and we're coming up on
reasonably tight
midnight.
to the point where we can't
So,
confidently say who
what do
is
you say
going
we
to win,
call this thing
whether
at
it'll be
around
the
midnight?
incumbent,
That's
Perron
what I
of
think the
Bloc
plan
Québécois,
is.
or Ruth Ellen Brosseau. But cool.
I think that's a good idea.
Very strong
We
performance for her.
yeah,
And
wrap
in
it up
Rosemont,
at
La
midnight.
Petite Patrie, we can say
Let's
that
all wiggle our
Alexandre
fingers
Nice.
in
Who
a
are
democratic
you
way.
campaigning for,
once
Alexandra?
again. He was all alone.
Oh, I can
in
see
Quebec.
that.
He
You
had
got
said
to.
over the course of this
Yep.
campaign, I miss my
Go
NDP
Jug.
friends. He had 58 of them in 2011.
Oh.
That
How was
number
the
Hey,
was
poll?
Alex,
down
how's it
in
going?
2015. But really, on the strength of his popularity,
Were the polls
his
busy?
charisma, he has won his 4th term here in Rosemont. So good news for him. Potential good news in Berthier-Maskinongé for Ruth Ellen Brosseau.
Okay.
And we'll see what else produces.
Yeah, keep your eye on that one for us for sure.
Nice.
In the meantime, we can give you an update.
I wore
on
my
the other
Shauna
federal
buttons
leader,
all month
Jeremy
long.
Paul, has been defeated in Toronto Centre.
Wear them harder,
Not
damn
just
it.
defeated. She came in
I was
fourth in
wearing
the
two.
riding of
Like,
Toronto
this is-
Centre. Marcy Ian initially won that in a by-election against her. But that is a
Passed
signal
out
to
signs
Jeremy
at his
Paul. And
visit,
maybe
all
as a
sorts of things.
commentary on the problems that were inside the Green Party. Maybe it is a commentary on whether that vote would be quote unquote wasted. Annemie Paul was pretty
How
clear
is
in an
London
interview
West
she did with
looking
me
right
about a
now?
week
I'm
ago
very
that,
disappointed with the
she had thought
numbers
during
Rob
the
Flack
election
has been
about no
pulling.
longer wanting to be leader. How do you vote for someone who's basically told you that they don't want to stick around in their riding or lead the party? She spent 25 of the 36 campaign
Shauna's
days
got a nice
in
strong
Toronto
turnout, though.
Centre. She was part of 2 national debates.
Yeah.
She was
Last time she
given an
did pretty
interview
well
with
as
me,
well. Like,
for
it was
instance,
just, like,
and still not able
not
to
enough,
break through in
unfortunately,
Toronto
but-
Centre. We'll have to see whether
Uh,
Annemie Paul's political
Rob
career
doesn't
ends
even live in the
tonight.
riding.
David Cochran, you've got
Yes.
You've got something or other to tell
He
me
didn't
about
even
something.
live in the riding either, really. So
You know, Rosie,
Yeah, the
people are talking about,
PPC
you look at the
would have
numbers, not
won
much has
our
really
right, or
changed.
sorry, the
It's a
cons
bit
would
of a
have
tongue twister, but I'm
won
gonna show you
London
something
West
that
if it
did
wasn't for the
change, that
PPC.
maybe stopped there from being
Sweet.
big change tonight, and that's
Right
the
on.
People's Party of
Thanks,
Canada.
PPC.
They're at 5.2%
Right.
nationally,
Thanks.
6%
Thanks,
in
Max.
Ontario.
Hey,
I
that
wanna show
feels-
you some seats in
thanks,
Ontario where
Bex.
they may have saved the
I-
Liberals or in the process of saving the
But yeah,
Liberals.
no,
So
like
we're gonna
Pretty
start
good
here in
headline
the
for an
Kitchener
article right
Cambridge
there, eh?
region. Just look at this
yeah,
in Cambridge.
they
The numbers are
well, if
updating, but
there was
right now,
ever a
Brian May
case to
is
be made
400
for
ahead of Connie
conservatives
Cody for the
for
Conservatives.
electoral
Look at that
reform,
People Party of Canada number.
there
That
it
is
is.
an enormous number when you think about
So maybe
what
I
it
will
potentially
compose an
took
article
away from the
along those lines.
Conservatives there.
Cambridge
It's a
as
similar
well.
thing in one of the neighboring ridings here in Kitchener South Hespeler. Again, you have the Liberal in first place narrowly with a significant
you,
chunk going to the
PPC.
Fourth Party, People's Party of Canada. And this is happening all
Well done,
over
Maxime Bernier.
Ontario. I've got at least
Well,
7,
here we
8,
have
9
it.
seats
There
where
we
you can see
are.
this, including a small one. See if it works. Yes, London
We're
West.
now
There we go.
living in a
London
world
West,
where
you have the
leftists
Liberal
are
candidate
thanking
about
How
1,900
far
votes
ahead are you
ahead,
guys with me here?
2,200
Like,
going to
this
the
is,
People's
we're
Party
just
of
talking about
Canada,
London
and we're
West
seeing
right
it
now.
also in
Yep,
the Hamilton
that's what we're
Niagara
looking at.
region. In
Okay.
St. Catharines, where Chris Biddle is in the lead right
St.
now over
Catharines,
the
then.
Conservatives by about 700 votes, with
It is the
1,500 going to the People's
PPC.
Party
This
of
is
Canada. If even
amazing.
half of those went to the Conservatives, we'd have a much different map in Ontario and a much different result for the country, a further diminished
You know what
Liberal
this
minority.
means?
Look at
It
this,
means
a
the
300 vote
Conservatives
lead
have
here
got to
with
get more
2,200
racist.
going to the People's Party of Canada.
Ah.
This was the
Like,
concern.
the
Split the
Liberals
racist
have to
vote.
go more
Conservative-minded
socialist, and we're going to
pundits
see
and advocates.
more
We saw this on the front
rhetoric
page of the
out
Toronto
of the
Sun,
Conservatives
saying that
now.
a vote for the
Aaron
People's Party
O'Toole.
will vote
Just
for
what we
Justin
need.
Trudeau. We even saw it playing a role in Newfoundland and Labrador, where Goody Hutchings has won by about 1,400, and Daryl
Or the
Shelley of the People's
PPC is
Party
just
of
going to
Canada
embrace
getting
that shit even
1,500.
further.
So
They're going to go
it's
hard
not
on
just
it.
in things that are settled. In Ontario, where the government was kind of decided, we're seeing it as
That
we move
could be
across
the case
country.
too.
Oh, it's changed in Charleswood just a minute ago, so I'm gonna leave that for a second, but I'm gonna go into Calgary and show you where it could
We
be
need to
playing
get one
out
of these
and what
touchy
could
map
potentially be
things.
the Liberal
Right.
Oh,
cabinet
yeah,
minister if this result holds.
Next
And
election
this is in
special.
Calgary Skyview,
Swoosh,
where George
swoosh.
Sahal is running for the Liberals. You see
Yeah,
there,
I
500
can set it
vote
up
lead with
like
671 for the
right
People's
back
Party
here.
of Canada.
Yeah.
So whether it's a straight one
One
for
of
one
these
vote
and-
split,
Are
Yeah.
you
Rosie,
kidding me?
it's
A
undeniable it's had
PPC
some
vote was
impact on
marked
the
with a
Conservative vote.
swastika.
Otherwise, why would you see people
Are
get
Ah.
you
and just
kidding
to show
me?
you that it's
Oh
not
my
just
goodness.
helping Liberals.
That would
Let's
be
look at
a
Kenora,
spoiled
which was
ballot?
a
Would that be a
Conservative seat.
spoiled
You
ballot?
have a
I
very
don't
Yeah,
know.
it's a
narrow
spoiled
NDP
ballot.
lead
with 554
Because it has
votes for the
it has to
People's
be an
Party of
X.
Canada. So
Well,
it's
I guess
having an
technically a
impact on the
swastika has
races.
an
I mean, we're
X
going to
as
have
a
to do some real
constituent
serious
element.
post-election dissection of it.
Did
But
you
it
count
wasn't
that
just
vote?
noise, it's showing up on the map.
Yeah, and it is
Do we
not
get to know that?
necessarily just hurting the Conservatives. They're not necessarily just helping the Liberals. It is all over the place, and that's why we'll need to look into
How do
that
you
a little deeper.
how do you know that? Where'd you hear
in the
this?
days ahead.
She
Ian
was a
now has
scrutineer.
some more results from British Columbia.
Yeah, you know, this is the time in the evening,
Has to be a
Rosemary,
mark
that, of course,
inside
we've
circle.
been at this for a long time, and here it is, 11:46 Eastern. It's not even 9 o'clock in British Columbia, and they're all
I
sitting
guess
there in
because
front of
some
their
people
televisions
might
going,
draw
"Tell us
just a
more about what's
circle in that
happening
circle.
in and around, for example, Vancouver."
Circles
And,
all the way
Metro
down.
Vancouver has been relatively kind, or at least in terms of leading in some of these ridings, relatively kind to the NDP. We talked about that last time, and the Liberals.
So,
Let's look at
Alexander,
some
the
of
one thing I was saying
the
earlier
seats
is
where
I think the
Liberals, are
NDP
doing very
on a
well.
national
Richmond Centre,
level
Alice Wong
really need to
in
focus
second
on
place.
who their
She-
candidates
exactly.
are,
Wow. She
not
has
just
been
the
MP
leadership.
here since 2008.
You know,
a
that we
former
want to
cabinet
see
minister in the Stephen Harper government.
one ballot
and,
spoiled,
still
eh? That's not
relatively
bad.
Close there, 344
That's
votes,
not
but
bad at
still,
all.
Yeah, wow is exactly the reaction I had when I saw.
The one
the
thing I
numbers
will
as well.
say
Steveston,
that
Richmond East,
that the
a riding not
PPC
too far
has
away,
done is
and
that
now
it
you see
has
this lead
reduced the
widening for
amount of
Conn Baines over
anti-electoralism,
the incumbent Conservative. And
which
Cloverdale,
it's
Langley City.
had an
This is a
unfortunate
really
side
interesting
effect
one.
of
Let's keep this
increasing
up
the
for a sec,
fascism, but
first of all, that is a
there was a
significant
lot
lead
less
for the
reaction
Liberals.
from people while I was out
John
doing the vote
Aldag
sign guy
won this
thing
riding
of
in
people like, no, fuck
2015,
voting.
but he lost it
And I think
2
all those
years
people
ago.
that would have
What's
been
interesting
fuck
here
voting
is the
are now
margin last
PPC
time
supporters.
around between the
Yes,
Conservatives
there's
and
a
the
lot
Liberals
more
was
people like
2.5 percentage
the
points. The
Conservatives
Greens
in
had
general have done a
6.4
really good
percentage
job at
points. So not
driving
to,
new
like,
voters
drown people in
from
numbers, but
a
there
more
was no
mature.
Green
Like
candidate
the
this
NDP
time
is
around.
definitely
And,
grabbing
to,
the
to
youth.
Lisa's point earlier
Definitely
about the
grabbing
PPC,
the
you
youth.
can't assume
But
the Greens, for example, that
the
those would all
PPC
break
are
one way or the
grabbing
other, but that's a
the
lot of
people
free
that are
votes
my
that
age
were available in
that
that riding,
never
and you
voted.
wonder if that didn't
Right?
help.
Like
And in
it's
Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, this is a reminder that the Conservatives are incredibly strong in huge geographic swaths of British Columbia, the interior, the north, Fraser
Did you notice
Valley,
the
and here
like
Kamloops,
at the
Thompson,
top
Caribou in the
left-hand corner?
interior,
There's an
big
image with
lead.
a little
We were
score
projecting
thing.
elected for
Yep.
Frank
The
Caputo. Interesting, the three
people
major
in
parties
it.
all had lawyers
Look to
running
the
for
far
them,
right. The
and
guy
in
on the
third
far
place, Jesse
right.
McCormick from the
Of
Liberals,
course,
and
he's on the
Richard
far
Florida,
right.
who did make
Yeah, that's the
reconciliation a
PPC
really key
candidate there.
theme of
Take a
his
look at him.
campaign.
But all of those examples you gave there do prove that BC is a
I
three-way
don't
race.
know
Like,
which
it's
Nazi
very,
that
it's
is,
very,
but
very
I'm sure
tight
he
often.
votes PPC.
Okay, let me again
Yeah.
show you what has
Yeah,
happened
no,
here
they're
tonight. We again are projecting a
just
Liberal
ignorant,
minority
just
government.
ignorant. Like
Numbers very similar
I
to where we were
dread
in
going
2019,
near
where we
one
were
of their
around dissolution. In
rallies. Like
2019,
it's
the Liberals
basically
won
it's a
157. Right now,
Pegida
the leader
rally.
elected
It's a
in
Pegida
I've
rally.
gone to a couple to take
The
pictures.
block is
Yeah,
down
down
a little
here.
bit,
I've
so
gone to a
that's something
couple.
that we will continue
Yeah.
to track. And the
And the
Greens, I
people
imagine that's
who
still Kitchener
shout
Center. We'll bring
PPC
you
at me
that
while I'm
update
doing the
when we
vote sign
have
guy
a
thing
minute. That will be an
are
interesting breakthrough on a bad
They're
night
the
for
same ones
for the
that
Green
they're
Party.
like
Okay,
when
Ian
Jugmeat
mentioned
was in
Kamloops as
Wortley. I
one of
went and
those
saw that,
ridings that he is
and
tracking and watching closely.
the
Angela's
jackasses
there
that would
in
drive by revving
that
their
riding
engine or
in the
cranking their
riding
stereo.
guest, Angela.
yeah,
Those are the
those
PPC.
folks.
Yep.
Yeah,
Like
that's
the
right.
folks that
God.
want to be as
Ian said, like I said
irritating,
earlier,
as
it is no
obnoxious as
surprise that
possible
Frank Caputo,
in
Talking
all
on the
the Conservative
Conservative
circumstances,
candidate,
regardless
is
of
in the lead
context.
and will most likely perform very well tonight. Again, I mentioned
Yeah, I
Kamloops
was
District
surprised
Clerk,
to
this is
see a
territory that captured
PPC sign on
worldwide
my
attention
street.
when it came to the
But
thousands of children who never made it home from residential
Yeah, there's a
school.
few
And
aroof the
leaders
corner
here
from me.
have been looking throughout
Lots
this
There's
of
election
actually
for
a small
accountability.
business
What are the
owner
leaders
that I
saying
thought
when it
was
comes
kind of
to
an okay
residential
person,
school
but nope.
survivors and the
Mark
missing?
Emery sign.
I haven't seen any
Roseanne Casimir, the
PPC
chief of
signs
the
in
Kamloops
my neighborhood, but I've seen a shit ton of them like around
most likely
downtown.
a conservative win. What are you thinking going forward for this?
Like
So what I'm thinking
Horton
going
Street
forward
area.
is for the past 13 years,
Like,
there
there's
has been a
bunch of them
conservative
there,
MP
but
here
like
within this
thankfully
area.
I haven't seen any in my
And,
neighborhood.
I
Lots
know
for
that with the
Durka
newly
in my
elected,
neighborhood. Lots of
conservative
NDP
MP
ones.
will be continuing
Yeah.
that relationship moving forward. And I also just want to take this opportunity to say thank you to former
Like,
Catherine
I'm an
McLeod,
angry
MP
voter,
riding
but I'm
here
an
within,
angry voter
the
for the
Kamloops
right
region.
reasons.
We had an
Right?
excellent
Like,
relationship, and we
I'm
wish
not
her
an
well
angry
in her
voter because
retirement.
of what's happening to
Throughout
me.
this election,
I'm probably
didn't
one of
hear a
those people that
lot
should be
about
voting
residential
conservative.
school. We
You know,
heard,
would probably, you know, if
platform,
it,
that in people's
but
platform
Yeah, fuck
promises.
you got
But we didn't
mine.
hear a lot about
yeah,
that in
exactly,
this
exactly. I
election
gotta,
in particular,
I
when
yeah.
it came to the missing.
I've been thinking actually a lot about the nature of anger and how anger relates to political belief. And like, yes, it is true of both us and the PPC that we are angry. We're angry about the state of politics in the country. But the reasons for that anger and the outcome of the anger, the intended course to alleviate that anger are very different. We have a desire for a more equitable Canada that includes everybody, that increases the equality of our society. Whereas for them, it's me, me, me. It's I'm angry, I'm upset that I'm not getting what I want, my rights are being impinged upon, etc., etc.
What does accountability look like
and,
for you?
Well, accountability
like it's
looking like
I don't know how to describe it exactly, but there's a character to PPC supporters and folks that support Trump and whatnot that it's very distinctive, but I just can't put my finger on what it is without being pejorative about it.
Things such as discrimination, respect, and honor for
well, like we were saying earlier, we need to
and having that collaborative approach and moving
interesting
forward.
side result. The cons during
I
think they had to be,
as well as the UN
Alexander. The cons needed
surprisingly polite and discreet.
Yeah, they had to be not the PPC to the people they were trying to attract, right? Like this is.
Okay, Angela
They certainly wanted to avoid as much of that element as they probably could, I think.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Pegida people. You know, one minute they're reading scripture, and then the next minute they're like, you know, telling Muslims to leave the country. You know, so
I love that Shelby's in London. They just renovated, and one of their signs, they have a big sign in the middle of the store that says shawarma is a human right. Because I'm a big fan of, referring to it as shawarma law. They're terrified of,
there are still two key ones.
Yeah, well, a lot of conservatives, I find, like my neighbor across the street put up a Rob Flack sign, and I was like, but I bought these feminist literature zines from your garage sale. Like, what is with this? But,
what happened to you, man?
But they're very polite, very nice people, and yeah, just like we were talking earlier, they probably they were
conspiracy.
They were socialists before, probably, right? Like socialists in the 70s and the 80s, and now they're doing okay, and they think everybody else is doing okay, and the ones that aren't have had every opportunity to do okay because they voted for social systems. We've got an education system, so now they're conservative.
I think a lot of these people fell into the conspiracy trap. Honestly, do.
You know what I'm saying?
A lot of them.
For the PPC, absolutely, it's easy.
16 ridings and 2 of them involving cabinet ministers. We don't know exactly how it's going to end just yet.
Okay, Andrew, thank you for that. We do know one cabinet minister was defeated earlier tonight.
Well, the PPC are emboldened in their ignorance, like because they're congregating. If you're an ignorant piece of shit and you go to a party with 2,000 other ignorant pieces of shit, then you're gonna think that I'm doing the right thing. Like this is. So yeah, it wouldn't like.
That is not the case.
I can only imagine some of the stuff you had to deal with. I was watching video today of people like literally slow framing with their iPhones, hawking loogies on Justin Trudeau posters. I'm like, what is this? Like, how nuts are you?
Of the early part of this campaign,
very weird.
As an Afghan Canadian working on what was happening in Afghanistan, trying to make sure that people were getting out, and part of was able to campaign, but probably not as much as she would have liked, given the fact that she was still a minister and still had to do her job.
And they want
okay, we know that I just wanted to update you on your mail-in ballots, because there are 800,000 or so of you who decided that you wanted to send in a special ballot via mail. Those will be counted tomorrow.
Well, that's kind of how the Nazis did it, right?
They
did it with their
minority government.
Their little side party. I can't remember the name of it, but it was
because of those mail-in ballots that will be counted tomorrow.
These parties are not working for you. Come work for us. And then they turned into gangs of armed thugs beating up the other parties, right?
Here
Like
we are. That's no. We're just,
they turned democracy in Germany
maybe.
before
I'll also tell viewers
the
what we're
rise of
waiting for right now
Nazism
is
was
for
they
all
just
the leaders
became
to figure
thugs.
out with the television networks.
If you
who's
supported
gonna
the other
speak first
parties,
and
they
when.
would literally just show up
Obviously, Justin Trudeau
and
would go
beat you up.
typically. Does he go first or last? He goes last. I don't know.
Typically.
Politics by other means.
Anyway, so we'll see how things shake down. We had some trouble in 2019. I remember people were not cooperating with convention for some reason. So we're waiting to hear how everything lines up, and we'll bring you the leaders' speeches as they come out. There is a stability in this government. This is not, to everyone's point, a government that needs
All
to
right, well,
go.
we're coming up on midnight. Let's just have one last look at the
But it's
map.
not a government that needs to fall
Just
apart.
to close
anytime
off
soon.
the
And
night
you could
here.
assume that no one will want
London
that to
West,
happen either. So,
Ariel
yes, there's
Kayabaga.
less leverage perhaps for the Prime
Cool.
Minister, but there's
London
also less
North,
leverage
Peter
for the opposition leaders when it
Fragiscatos.
comes to keeping that moving, right?
London
I think
Fanshawe,
that's one of the
Lindsay
most interesting
Matheson.
things about this
Yay.
outcome, Rosemary, is
London North Center
how
is
each of
still
the
an
party
open ball
leaders
game. There's
going
still
to
quite a few
absorb
polls
the
left.
lessons of
Is
the
that
campaign
who's
and how are they going
who's-
to
Windsor Tecumseh
translate
with
those lessons into the way they interact in Parliament and cooperate.
Sorry,
with one another
Mike.
to get things
North
done.
Center is
There are going to be a
Fragiscatos.
lot of entrails
Oh,
read over
geez.
the next few days.
Yeah,
Windsor
that's
Tecumseh.
that's like
Still only a lead
I
of
think it's gonna be interesting
500
to
votes.
hear
So
what they all
good
have
turn.
to say tonight.
Windsor
be the lesson
Tecumseh
for
is
Justin
solidly NDP,
I
but
think
not by
that
much
the-
of a
We'll
lead.
pretend
But
he's
we
not
have
listening.
224
He
of
doesn't-
244
he might be
polls.
listening.
He may be. He may be.
Maybe
Probably
putting on a
still,
tie.
But I
Or
really
NDP.
doubt it. I really doubt it.
Windsor
Rest of
West
Southern
is
Ontario-
safely
Breathing,
NDP.
much more easily
Most of
than
the rest of
West
Southern
End
Ontario
is.
is conservative, as one might
I think
expect,
the
except
lesson
as
is
you
that
come
the
closer to the
country
Greater
wanted
Toronto area, it
the
becomes
direction
very
the
liberal.
government was taking,
Kitchener
major policy
Centre
issues
is
like
still
climate change,
green
like
as
childcare,
of now, with
in
more than half the
particular, and like
polls
the,
currently
the
reporting.
approach to the pandemic.
It's a slim
But
lead, but it is
they
definitely
want to
there,
see-
and I
the
kind of
public wants
expect
to
he's
see the
gonna
government
win. So
cooperate
that's
with
kind of cool.
people of different political stripes.
What else
to
we got
try and
going on
form a
here? Guelph
consensus
is
in Parliament
liberal.
rather than
The NDP did not
only a
do well
consensus in
there, which
cabinet.
is kind of a
And,
surprise.
Yeah, really. Guelph.
watching
Wow.
Chantal Hébert
Guelph
talk
has
about this,
before
it
been
reminds me
green,
of
I
how
believe.
easy she
I
makes
think
this
that's
look
the
and
case,
how
but
I will tell
yeah.
everybody at home it's
Yeah.
not easy to do this, having done it for the
Went
first
liberal
time in
this
my
time.
life.
Hamilton definitely orange.
I think she's got an excellent point, and that
So
is
yes, the Greater Toronto
sent
area,
right
with
back
the
to work,
exception of
to keep
Thornhill,
doing the
looks
work
like
that they
it's
have been doing
just
and
gonna be
hopefully do a
liberal.
little more cooperatively
Although
than they have
Davenport
been.
Well, it's
has a
been lovely
slim
having you.
NDP lead right
You
now,
seem to be doing just fine.
but
You
looks
might
very,
have to
very
agree
red.
on this.
No, I doubt it.
No, all right.
What else have we got going on here? So Quebec looks like it's mostly bloc in the rural areas, a little bit of liberal. The island of Montreal is almost entirely liberal with, I think, is that one NDP there? Yes, there's a one NDP riding there. And Quebec City, as is to be expected, basically all conservative, a little bit of liberal in there as well.
You're going to see that happen
That's
in
not a
London
lesson
as
for
well,
Aaron
Alexandra.
O'Toole. That's a lesson for Justin Trudeau, though.
But that level of
And
cynicism,
then
Not
at
this time,
West,
I think that what we see is
Northern Ontario, it's flipped a little bit. It was looking very NDP for a while there, but we have had the areas around Thunder Bay switch back to the Liberals, and Kenora, far north, is now conservative by a few.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you,
votes.
except
The
push back
rest
on
of the
this.
prairie
On
is
that
just
screen
blue,
there,
aside
there are
from
a
a
whole bunch of
couple of
parties
urban
that have the
ridings
same- the
in
NDP has the same
Edmonton,
policy
which
positions as the
are
Liberals on
NDP.
climate change, on
And
child-
then the
like, I mean,
west
exact same.
in the
So,
mountains is all conservative,
know. I
despite
mean,
the fact that they
is
were
it
just
not
on
also
fire
a sign that
recently.
there are
And then
progressive
to the
parties
west of the
that are
mountains, it
moving in the right
looks
direction?
like
Is that not also?
a lot of
I think there are two
NDP
different
and
things. I think
then some
Canadians have
liberal
sent the
in
message that
the
they're
greater
comfortable with the
Vancouver
progressive policies.
area.
4-hour
I'll go
GO
with that.
train ride, Alexandra.
Canadians have sent
4-hour
the
GO
message that
train.
the parties are going to work
A
together.
4-hour
so
GO
the
train
policy is going
ride.
to pass through because of virtue of the
So
fact that the
overall, it
NDP
looks like
and
the
Greens
Liberals
and the
have not
Bloc are gonna
moved
vote in favor
at
of the
all.
Liberals.
They're
But
basically
here's the
where they
part that
started. Nothing has
we
really changed
report on,
other
what
than
we talk
potentially
about,
the
which
new
is
Democrats have
acrimony
gained a
in
few new
Parliament.
seats.
And what
So
I'm saying is
overall, from our
$500
perspective,
million.
It's a win. Hey! Yay!
We're a winner! Yay! Pat ourselves on the back.
Well, what do you
go,
think
Jug
with
Meat.
GDP up by like 0.1%, maybe? Huh?
Very expensive, but not expensive when you compare it to fighter jets. That's my justification.
Too much fire, too much division, too much crankiness.
Hopefully there will be less of that and more of the NDP.
But to no end. To no end. Because we're not going to have an election anytime soon.
Well, guys,
Financially, no one can do it.
thank
We're
you.
going to be looking at leaders.
It's
Like, I mean, that's not
been
gonna happen.
fun.
Sarah,
I'm
maybe
exhausted.
the
I've been
only dramatic
exhausted
one
for
here?
like the
Would
last
you
hour
think
and
that
a
they would come
half.
back and say,
Look
oh
at
well,
Rosemary Barton's
we're gonna
eyes
turn it
right
down a
now.
notch
Like,
because
oh,
They
and
all.
she just did the long blink. She did a long blink. I saw
I
that.
think
She's
that's
just.
what Canadians would want to see.
Yeah.
But
I
at
think
least
I
it's
think
we're
we
gonna
need
see a
more
pretty
uppers in
divided,
our news
parliament
media.
and people that are
Right.
firing and ready
Amphetamines
to,
for everyone.
keep fighting
You
for
know,
what
like they
matters
take
to them.
amphetamines at about 9 o'clock
For
and they're
us
just
as New
wigged out
Democrats,
right now.
Jagmeet was there in the House pushing
Sounds
all
You
the
see her,
great.
you
priorities
see her dip
forward, and I
down
know
every
he's
once
going
in
to
a while,
continue
come
doing
back up,
that.
and she's.
But it's going to
Oh,
be pretty
I'm
All
clear.
right,
fine. Everything's fine. It's
yeah.
good. It's fine.
Pretty clear.
Let's go.
Thanks,
for another
guys.
hour.
Have a good
All
night.
right, let's bring this to a close.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you to everyone who tuned
Nice.
in. And
And
we'll
you guys,
see you
I
next
will
time.
talk to the three of
See
you
you
in
later.
2 minutes.
Well, I think
Indeed.
it's going to be interesting.
Thanks for watching.